officially live from the Fastport Studios in the beautiful Crescent City. This is Road Gang Radio with that riverboat gambler himself, Jimmy Mack.
Roll them dice on this freaky, feisty, flinty, and really fun Friday. Open phones, open forum, open conversation, and a lot of guests coming your way. We are racked, packed, and stacked. By the way, Joe J., I hope you're going to have a great vacation. He's joining us over in the chat. He's got that rare Friday off, and yet he's still joining us. Our friends over at RadioNemo at Central Office, either, Clarksville or Tampa, they are telling us that we are one subscriber away from getting to 900 on the Tube of You. Ooh. So bounce on over there. If you're listening on the Tube of You, as Chowder is, as Forart is, as Alice is, good morning and welcome to Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com, where you can hit that play button. Oh, you're already doing that. On the Tube of You, where you can hit that play button. Oh, you're already doing that. Or for all of our friends over there on the Book of Face who join us on this wonderful Friday morning. I'm really looking forward to this weekend, by the way. This is the first one. I'm talking to Phone Master Dre, of course, and talking to Madison. To a T, with a T, cross your T's and dot your I's. Talking to the both of them right now, and they got some stuff going on over there, man. We're still figuring out this studio, but this is the weekend where I feel like I get a chance to kind of settle in and get caught up. It's not a weekend without work, but have you ever had a weekend of work that you're actually looking forward to? Mm-hmm. I actually was driving, and this is a fun morning for me. This is essentially the last Friday of the month. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, I was going to say, we actually have Fridays, Jimmy.
Well, we have Friday.
We look forward to Friday now.
And it's fun because, I have two reasons to look forward to Friday. One, we have a genuine Friday.
Yes.
But the last Friday of the month means my mother and father get up very, very early because my father, at 82 years old, still once a month heads on down to the Supreme Court in the city of New Orleans, where he is a member of the Judiciary Board Review, where they basically look at complaints against judges. And he kind of sits up there and goes through the cases and casts his vote on whether the judge did wrong or the judge did right. And it means they get up early in the morning, and the three of us have breakfast, and everybody gets their merry way and their merry day started and heads off. What are your weekend plans? Give us a call at 615-292-6366. Our good friend Brad Bentley is streaming from 38,000 feet.
Yeah.
We sound great from an airplane. Fred Flintstone is here. Hashtag RGR. Who wants biscuits and gravy? Get done, Road Gang. Yabba dabba do means yabba dabba done. Don't be a yabba dabba don't. Be like Fred Flintstone. Do we already have a phone call in here?
Oh, you already know who it is.
We're here.
Oh, man, it's a shout to the duh. I'm not even going to pick it up and see where he's at, man.
The duh of chow. Hey, man.
Hey, buddy.
Sounds like somebody have a self-help book,
Yeah, it sounds like
about right. I'm in the land of the duh, stuck here in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, at Walmart, D.C. I'm not doing bad. 4 hours into it, and I finally got a door. I guess it's probably a true statement. Anything that has the word Washington in it is slow and disorganized. But I guess it's starting out as a mildly warm and humid day. My weekend plans will revolve around probably attempting to find freight to move and drive. But I'm guessing that knowing Chowda, if he ends up anywhere near North Dakota, Moorhead, Minnesota area, there's a couple golf courses, and my out-of-state North Dakota fishing license is probably going to get a workout.
I love it. That's some R&R that you rightfully and righteously deserve. Hey, dig this, by the way. Our first guest of the morning, Chowder, I wanted to tell you about this guy. Listen to this. So Adam Rock is a retired Army colonel and infantry officer with a distinguished military and civilian career dedicated to supporting service members and their families. He was a special assistant to the Army Chief of Staff and director of Soldiers for Life program, leading key initiatives to aid soldier reintegration. He's a combat veteran with multiple deployments supporting the global war on terror. He's actually held leadership roles from platoon to brigade level in the civilian sector. He led various senior roles, including Vice President of Veterans Affairs at Fastport, each with a focus on veteran employment and mental health. He is a co-founder and managing partner of FMR Leadership Solutions, helping organizations build strong leaders and resilient teams. He remains an active advocate, serving on numerous boards and national task forces of veterans employment, well-being, transition. Tell me that ain't your kind of guy, dude.
He is my kind of guy because even though I belong to the property of the United States Air Force, Chowder was a combat controller, and I was stationed with the Army for 16 years, and I put ranked E4, 5, and 6 on while I was with the Army. So any infantry Army guy is my kind of people, but really any service type of member that is giving back to our community still to this day and what they do on active duty is my kind of people. And I'm glad to hear that we got a good ranking smart guy helping with the VA, because for years I've done a little bit more than whine and complain about the lack of continuity and efficiency in the VA. It's so hit and miss on where you get good treatment, and not that I support anybody trying to make that system better. But I think I read a rumor. When I saw that, I was happy to see him. But did I read a rumor or see a rumor, or however rumors rumor, that Mr. Peter Stark might be there today?
Peter Stark is going to be in the house, my friend, and he is going to be here at his regular time. So even though we go till 11, we are going to be welcoming Peter at 9:30 in the center, 10:30 in the east. Peter Stark arrives lean and mean, and other than his disposition, he is lean and mean on the scene.
That's right. Now that's my kind of guy, because he's got all kinds of cool adventures that I can only dream on going on. So I always love to hear Peter Stark stories. I mean, as everybody knows, Peter Stark is only my second best rated show. Revolutionary Row is still my
He was
favorite
great yesterday. We couldn't have asked for a better.
That was awesome.
David Otterson is like one of the smartest, most amiable dudes on the planet. And by the way, if you missed it, you can hear it on the tube of you. It's good stuff, man.
I really liked his take on the vice president of Adams being nominated or ratified 21 days before the president Washington was, which to me I would have thought that would have made Adams our first president. But when he broke down the whole idea that really the United States fought a war rebelling against parliamentary control, and then for like 10 years we had parliamentary control.
Oh, yeah.
I really liked his takes on it, and I won't lie. I went to his website after you put it out there and checked out some stuff.
He's good, dude. That's a good. By the way, All Things Liberty is a great website, and here's the really cool part. So on the 4th of July, Chowder, all we're going to have is a bunch of people talking about fireworks and people from All Things Liberty. That's what we're doing on the 4th of July.
Let's not even start on the 4th of July thing. As you know, Chowder, in that video I showed you, if you zoom in, you see some presidents on a hill. There's already rumors and tumblings and arguments going over in the Western Black Hills area that they're afraid of the 4th of July show. Not this year, but next year's. They've already started planning and getting set up and doing the fireworks show for Mount Rushmore, 250th birthday or something like that thing. And there's already a lot of opposition out there worried about forest fires and that. And a lot of us have said, 5-6 years ago when we did it, they didn't burn down the woods. What makes you think they're burning the woods down now? But if you can't get behind the 4th of July, you can't get behind anything.
Yeah, straight up. By the way, Jody says good morning. You know that 4-Aught says good morning, but Jody has now joined the chat as well, and he's saying good morning.
Good morning, Jody.
I say good morning to Jody as well, too, if you guys want to give us a call. Chowder, we got a couple of calls coming in here, brother, but what a great way to start the morning. Freaky, feisty, flinty.
Bye.
You too. Bye. Who do I got, Trey? Tell me who I got. Who's coming in here?
Yeah, 4 buttons in. Man, listen, haven't talked to him in a while. He's a homie of ours. Mike the Millennial is in the house, and he has some good words to say to you.
Mike the Millennial is alive and well, as they would say. Simple minds would say, alive and kicking. What's going on, Mike?
You kicking?
Jim, I just wanted to tell you, it is so good to talk to you again. I just found out you guys made the crossover from Sirius, and I spent the whole night listening to the stream, and your interview with John Lee Hooker was absolutely incredible. Oh my God. I just wanted to tell you thank you so much, and it's so good to talk to you again. How are you?
I'm great, actually, and to see so many and to be able to interact with so many of our friends, by the way. We're here in the city of New Orleans. We are broadcasting live. Dre and I are in the same room on a regular basis for the first time ever. We have a new producer in Madison. Coop, our good friend Scott Cooper, the Coop is actually in the chat telling everybody good morning. And to be able to kind of look at Facebook, YouTube, and talk on the air at the same time has been really exciting. And there's a pattern developing here, Mike. I kind of track the numbers for each day. Fridays are turning out to be the freaky, feisty, flinty, and really fun moment we all thought they were. And there's a lot of things I'm getting confirmed from the previous platform that I suspected, and that I love being right. I'm like Hannibal from the A-Team. I love it when a plan comes together. How are you? What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm doing good. I've been calling into Coast to Coast AM still. I've been doing that on and off since 2019. So been doing that. I'm still living at home, so got that going for me. But no, I'm doing really good. I'm doing really good and looking forward to the 4th of July. And I just got to tell you, you and Lindsay are so incredible on the air. Like, your chemistry is out of this world. And, when I hear you do interviews, it's just like, how did you develop the aptitude to just know what to say perfectly all the time? Like, I don't mean to be like, a brown nose or anything, but like, I mean that, Jim. Like, you are so talented at just knowing what to say and like fitting it in perfectly.
Well,
does that make sense?
No, actually, it makes sense. I think you're the most brilliant caller we've ever had on this show. No, the trick is, the real trick to all of this stuff is, and I tell this to everybody, the mistake is to wait to ask your next question. That's the biggest mistake that people make when they interview. They have a list of questions, things they want to talk about. Dave, by the way, if you ever get Dave on the phone, you should ask him the Komodo dragon dilemma, because the Komodo dragon dilemma for an interviewer is the worst thing you can possibly do, which is when you don't really listen to what the interviewee has said, and you end up asking them essentially the same question that they've already answered. That's a disaster.
Right.
What you do is you get your notepad out. You have 3 or 4 things that you're interested in asking somebody. Make sure those questions are there in case you need them. But you probably shouldn't, because the interviewee is going to start talking, and when he or she starts talking, simply take notes of the things that catch your attention, the things you don't understand, the things you want to know more about. And when they're done talking, ask what you didn't understand or ask what you want to know more about, and that usually opens the door. The other big thing is, and this is the key, and then I got to take a break for the pledge and national anthem, which I'm going to ask you to introduce.
Okay.
The big key, and this is it right now, is you need to read all the time. The job is not practicing talking. The job is, when the job is over, opening the books and opening the magazine articles and going to the websites that are going to give you the information that you're going to need to have on your fingertips, because you never know when that stuff is going to be applicable to the moment of conversation.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. We got to
Okay.
take a break. You're going to say, hey, guys, this is Road Gang Radio from New Orleans, and now here's your pledge and national anthem. Mike, can you do it for me?
Absolutely. Hey, guys, you're listening to Road Gang Radio from New Orleans, and here is your national anthem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, I just want to ask you a question. I've been thinking about it. I don't want you to feel like just going out and enjoying this weekend without me asking questions, because you know I like to ask you questions, because I like for you to think before you leave, because it'll help you to be able to make sure you make good godly decisions. I'm going to ask you this question. Philemon chapter 1 verse 7 says, your love has given me great joy and encouragement, because you, brother, have refreshed the hearts of the Lord's people. Now listen to what Philemon is saying. He says he's excited that you've done the right thing. That's all he's saying. He's excited because he says, no, listen to what he said. Your love has given me great joy and encouragement. He's excited that you've done the right thing. And I'm going to validate it, because he says, because you, brother, have refreshed the hearts of the Lord's people. He said, you've done what needs to be done to keep the people of God excited. You've done what you needed to do to make sure that the people of God know that God loves them. So my challenge to you today is simply this. Are you refreshing people that you come across? If you're not, start this weekend. You know why? Because it's Friday.
Oh, thank you for the segue, because we are refreshing everyone for their weekend. Amen to that, Jimmy.
Friday, 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 as we all went screaming from the building, screaming from the truck stop. We are all joining Joe, who's taking his vacation. Joe, thank you for spending the first morning of a little bit of R&R with us. I actually take the 610 split into work. It turns, if I don't want a scenic drive, because it's so early, I can actually not run into any sort of traffic when I kind of come down here. I could, if I wanted to, drive through City Park, and sometimes I do, and then head on over to Esplanade, which, by the way, Drake can tell you, the street that we are on is gorgeosity. Not gorgeous, gorgeosity.
It's ridiculous how beautiful it is.
It's ridiculous how beautiful it is. What I'll do, though, a lot of the time is I'll jump on the 610 from a place called Lakeview, which is the lakefront of New Orleans, jump on the 610, split, and then get off at the St. Bernard exit, which, by the way, that's a gorgeous drive, too, when you get off at the 610, you know what I'm talking about? Because you get off at St. Bernard, right? You get off at the, not St. Bernard, you get off the Broad Street exit.
Exit 326.
Yeah, 326. So what I'll do is I'll take the 610, and the 610 splits New Orleans City Park right in half. Not in a bad way. There's some beautiful bridges that cross over really quickly. So I cross the 610 split, as there's a bridge that crosses City Park, and there's a tunnel underneath. All of these folks had gotten up bright and early, and it obvious they've been doing it for a while. It was one of those gangs of cyclists, and everybody had headlights. So all of these people on bikes, not I don't mean motorcycles, I mean bikes, riding through City Park this morning, all glowed up as I came into work this morning. I thought, I live in the best place in the world, as many of you do too. I mean, heck, if you're over at Mount Rushmore getting ready to celebrate the 4th, that's pretty good stuff as well. 62 degrees where Joe is. He's sipping coffee and listening to Road Gang. Hey, you driving or bowling? 710 split is the worst. I take the 610, by the way, Chowder. It's the best. Go ahead.
You know what's such a tease, though, Jimmy, is you were talking about bridges, going over the bridge and seeing, is it Folgers? No, Community?
Community.
Yeah.
The Folgers. When you come in,
Folgers?
you come across the Industrial Canal Bridge, which means you're also next to the Danziger Bridge, which means you're next to the Folgers plant. Yeah.
Dude, you don't know how bad I just want to put the windows down and smell roasting, but they don't roast them there, right?
Oh, they roast them there.
Well, when? I never go there anymore to smell them, dude. All right, never mind. I need to figure that out.
You got to figure out when you're heading over there, man. I'm telling you right now. The push to mandate trackers on truckers hasn't been a new one. The CVSA first petitioned the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to mandate that tech in 2010. In 2022, the FMCSA issued an advance notice of proposed rulemaking considering requiring all interstate commercial motor vehicles to have an electronic ID. Trackers on truckers. The adoption of that technology called Trackers on Truckers is one of the CVSA's goals for the next highway bill. You guys know who CVSA? We've actually had their, one of their directors on this show. Miss Gilday has been here, by the way. They are a group of local, state, and federal officials focused on commercial motor vehicle enforcement, recently shared its legislative priorities. At the top of that list is a plan for all new commercial motor vehicles to have a universal electronic vehicle identifier. Yeah, that's going to go over like a Led Zeppelin. This would let officials identify vehicles from a short distance. And what they're arguing is that the technology is needed because jurisdictions don't have the resources. How about we give them the resources? On a completely weird note, the infamous crime bill of 1993, the draconian nightmare of a bill that actually set off an entire decade of peace and prosperity, was really a jobs act. It really put a lot of firemen, first responders, and the police, put more on the street, by the way. This is what the CVSA wrote about this whole situation. Deployment of this tech would revolutionize the way commercial motor vehicles roadside monitoring, inspection, and enforcement is conducted, exponentially growing the program and improving roadway safety. Oh, yeah. Anytime you're tracking stuff, guys, exponentially growing the program really puts a lot of people at ease. A manufacturing requirement on all new commercial motor vehicles would complement the existing pre-screening technologies deployed by some jurisdictions that currently utilize a voluntary motor carrier participation model. Yeah. Let me tell you, maybe they come up with a system that makes it work. Yeah. Come on, man. Nobody's going to go for that. Mark, by the way, says good morning. He's actually dropping DSL in Georgetown today for reasons when I got up, I thought it was Saturday. Brother, I know the feeling. It's 79 degrees, humid, and well, our good friend Chowder is having that Highlander grog coffee. And 4-Odd says community coffee is very near the top of my list of favorite coffees. Madison, by the way, likes lavender. She asked me, hey, want to try some of this lavender? And Dre and I said, no, thank you. What I have is Death Wish. That's what I'm drinking, man. Makes for really good iced coffee, by the way.
Straight machine gun to the head.
Have you had it yet?
Oh, dude, I had it whenever. I never had the pods, but I had it to when they first came out, and it was in the grounded bag, and I did it like a pour over. Yeah, no, man. Now I know what cocaine's like.
I'm gonna knock you out. Mama said knock you out. That stuff is the truth, though, man. It's so funny, too, because, you put the ice in the cup, and we have the carrier that actually allows you to make iced coffee. I know, fancy pants, frou-frou. But it is so strong that even when you put the second round of ice in it, it still kicks you in the tuchus.
Yeah.
The trick, by the way, is if you're going to make iced coffee, is to make they have an iced coffee setting, but if you don't have an iced coffee setting on your Keurig, the way to make iced coffee is make it for the smallest cup.
Yeah.
And then put it on top of ice. It melts the ice. You put a little more ice on top, and you're off to the races, and things are good to go. 615-292-6366 is the phone number you want to call and you want to jump in. You giving me a look like somebody's there?
Oh, no, not yet. I was going to say 615-292-NEMO because you only have a few minutes. So if you're going to get in here, get in now. Don't you wait until we got Adam on, and then I got to sit there and put you in there and make you talk military.
You can talk. Adam will talk anything, by the way. The last time Adam called the show, he actually was calling from the American Legion.
Oh.
Called from the American Legion Hall, yeah.
Nice.
He's having breakfast over there. You know who Adam's friends with? My dad.
Okay.
Yeah, they became friends. They were at this when I got the Patriot Award. Chris Gonzalez, who was here, actually, we talked about that. I got this award called the Patriot Award. Didn't talk about it for a long time. SiriusXM did a really terrific job of promoting that having happened. Oh wait, they didn't at all. Oh yeah,
not the name shame or anything.
Yeah, I'm at the name shame. Not to play the name shame game, but that's the reality of that. But Adam and my dad got a chance to meet over in Anniston, Alabama. That's a crazy story too, because my mom and dad, Madison, came up to Anniston, Alabama by train to surprise me when I won this award. Because of the storms, they didn't get out of Anniston, Alabama for 2.5 days. They were stuck in Anniston, Alabama. Now, the people there were terrific, and the people from CDL Life were terrific, and the folks who actually arranged the whole thing made sure they got taken care of, but they couldn't get out. They just were stuck there because of the storm.
For how long?
2.5 days, dude.
Yeah.
Look, if you're going to eavesdrop, pay attention.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I deserve that.
No, we do have a great show. Like I said, Adam Rock is only the first of many guests we've got coming up. You heard Chowder say it as well. We're onboarding all of our regulars or the people we wanted to keep. I'm sorry.
trimming the fat.
I am working on looking at the schedule, guys, to get Canada calling on a little bit more. Everybody's response to them was off the chart. They got a lot of numbers on YouTube, so we're looking at ways to bring them on more. Jane Jezraoui, though, is going to be here for The Future Was Yesterday.
Yes.
So we're excited about that. The CEO over at Carrier's Edge is going to be joining us. And then Lindsay, of course, because the first 2 hours of the show about, well, how we make a living. The last 2 hours are about how we go about the business of making a life, and that means Lindsay Lawler. That means Lindsay LaRue, no more than two, who likes to wear shoes, except when she's on stage, by the way. She doesn't wear shoes on stage. You know that? You know that, Dre? She actually does not wear shoes when she's performing.
God, whenever we were sitting up in here, you're like, oh, Lindsay's going to be like you a lot, because I was walking around without shoes, and yeah, I felt my inner Lindsay being channeled.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, everybody's got their weird stuff, though, because, when Lindsay does live performances, it's no shoes. I actually have to eat a donut and then go to the bathroom with like 30 seconds before the show starts if I'm live on a stage. It's crazy. Hey, who do we got on the phones?
Oh, man, let's get old Weasel, and then we'll roll over old Jody until the next conversation.
Hey, Weasel, what's happening, man?
Eh, not much. Just rolling across this really exciting Interstate 80 in Nebraska.
Oh, I can smell the burnt embers of sarcasm wafting from your statement. Unless there's something I'm missing about Nebraska and 80.
It depends. The first 5,000-6,000 times it wasn't bad. Then it gets a little tiring, but I've done it 3 times in the last while, so it's getting to be a little dragging on again right now.
Yeah, the only thing more boring than 80 in Omaha is the last 1,000,000 miles on the route to Zebulon 5. Besides that, man, it's like I'm not even being funny, dude. You go across that area, and there's a moment where you actually begin to get eye numb. You know what I'm talking about? You begin to really zone out if you're not careful. Has that been your experience on that route?
Yeah, that, and you have a little excitement going through Omaha, Lincoln. By the time you get to York, you're out of everything. I just went through North Platte. By the way, the westbound's open, eastbound's closed, and everything just keeps going on and on. The corn's looking nice, yeah. This and that.
By the way, Joe wanted me to tell you on the chat, Weasel, he said, hey, Nebraska may be boring, but there's no traffic jams.
No, there's not.
The true statement
usually,
there.
Once in a while in these two-way traffic with orange things guiding you through, someone decides to screw up in them.
Yeah, but basically the only time there's a traffic jam in the Nebraska area is when there's a darn good reason involving orange cones or flashing lights, right?
Yeah, and usually if you hear about the traffic jam early enough, you can jump up, go up north or down south a couple miles and zip across and get around it.
By the way, our good friend Forrod said there's only so much corn you can see. So, Weasel, I got you 30 seconds. I bought you 30 seconds. That's what you got. What do you want to say to everybody out there? Do it.
Just have a good weekend, everyone. And that tracking deal's idiotic, stupid thing. The Congress passed the deal, made that illegal already.
Yeah, they're already on
Why
top of it.
try to pass it again?
Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you, Weasel.
You bet. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Madison. Thank you, Dre. You guys have a good weekend.
You too as well, by the way. I know that Weasel missed us on the weekends. I didn't miss doing the weekend shows. I tell you, I thought I would miss doing the weekend shows, but I don't miss doing the weekend shows. I actually like having Fridays. I did miss Weasel. I did miss Jody. We'll talk to Jody on the other side of this break as Adam Rock joins us. Get him in on the conversation. Remember, guys, the phone lines stay open throughout the show, except for rare exceptions. If you want to call Peter Stark as well later on, you are welcome to do that. Hey guys, it's Road Gang Radio. By the way, it's brought to you by truckdown.com. 50 states, 8 of the provinces. If you end up in a ditch, truckdown.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, James Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
We are back live at Road Gang Radio, aka Fastport Studios. Take it away there, Jimmy.
I will take it away and remind you guys that as the sun comes up on the city of New Orleans, you might need yourself some Shady Rays. Go to shadyrays.com. They got a lost and broken protection plan. They got outstanding customer service. And most importantly, they got your back at shadyrays.com. They got your back. Hey, guys, open phones, open conversation. Before we actually dive into anything else, just want to remind people that Lindsay Lawler joins us in just over under an hour and a half. She'll be bouncing into the scene. First half of the show, we always make a living. In the second half of the show, we figure out how you go about the business of making a life. 615-292-6366. That number, of course, at the end, the last four digits spell hey-ho, Nemo. Just Nemo, not hey-ho. If you type in all that stuff out, you're going to get the wrong number and talk to like somebody on Zebulon 5. We don't like those guys. They think they have the best trucking show in the known universe. We know a little different over here. Our next guest, by the way, and we'll talk to some folks who are on the phone waiting to get in the conversation as well, but I really wanted to kind of jump in. I gave you his bona fides before we went to the break. It's one of our favorite people in the world. We're going to start highlighting veterans affairs, veterans in journalism, veterans in information on our Friday show. There's a lot of other platforms that do that on a regular basis, podcasts and all that kind of stuff. But we also want to give you guys options for places that if you are veterans, you can go to get resources. We want to give you options of stuff you can listen to, because we're big fans, by the way, over here of if there's something else you like, go listen to it, especially on our recommendation, and then come back and listen to us some more over on the Tube of You. This guy is a friend of not only myself, but of RadioNemo, of Fastport, and of my father. And it is great to welcome our good friend, Colonel Rock. How are you? Adam Rock, I am a rock, I am an island. How you doing?
Well, good morning, Jimmy. You make me feel motivated this morning to want to raise my right hand and re-enlist, I guess, because you got me fired up.
Where are you talking to us from now?
Yeah, I'm still here in Northern Virginia, live in Lorton, retired out of the Pentagon a number of years ago and just stayed in Northern Virginia to raise my family. But there's a lot that goes on here in the Washington, D.C. area, so this is where I can do my best advocacy for our veterans, so this is a great place to be. I did want to tell you this, though. Congratulations on the new show and the radio, the station, the Fastport station. Congratulations to you and all your success. So thank you for having me on.
Oh, thank you, my friend. And when we were when our good friend Mr. Bentley and I, who by the way is at 38,000 feet and streaming and listening to us as we're speaking these words, he and I, really excited about putting together an opportunity to talk to a lot of folks that work and live and have lived in your sector of the universe, and we thought there'd be no better place to start than with you. I do want to tell this story though because it's so much fun because you have a habit of gravitating towards and finding veterans everywhere. I don't know if you heard, but this morning, the last Friday of the month for me is a really important one because my mother and father, all 81 and 82 of them respectively, wake up really early because my dad still serves on the Judiciary Review for the Louisiana State Supreme Court. Once a month he goes down there and he reviews, complaints and questions that are there for judges and decides if they have any merit. And it's so good to have him vibrant. You and him got a chance to strike up a friendship over in Alabama. And can you tell everybody that story a little bit?
I sure can. I'm so glad that you brought this up because I actually had it as a handwritten note that I really wanted to give your dad a shout out because I was inspired by him as well. So it was an absolute honor to meet him. He is a true soldier for life. It was an honor to give him the Soldier for Life lapel pin that I proudly wear as well. But, it's gentlemen like your father who have paved the way for people like me to continue to serve and want to serve. So if we look at your father as an example of service and sacrifice, and then the family, your mother who came alongside him, who it was an honor to meet her as well. But, and that's why I served, I looked at him as an example. I looked at folks like that as an example and said, the service in the uniform is something I want to do. And that's why I continued to do that for 34 years. And what he's doing, what you just said now, for the judicial review and still giving back in some way is remarkable because those service members, those veterans that files he's looking at, they just need a fair shake. So somebody like your father with his expertise to do that is just exactly what we want our young men and women to continue to do. Serve in their community as soldiers for life or service members for life. Doesn't matter what service you are, but keep serving in some capacity. So it was just a pleasure to meet him.
Yeah, and it made me think of you, by the way, when they were getting up this morning, they were getting ready because he was going through some case files and talking to stuff with my mom, and they were kind of going back and forth about some of the decisions that he has to make and all of that. And I kept thinking about the fact that, as I was getting ready to making my own notes about talking with you, it's really important for you. And I wanted to ask you, do you think it's part of not just reintegration, but a sense of spiritual healing when service members involve themselves in their community? Because my dad, 82, doing the judicial review this morning, will go to physical therapy later on in the day to keep working out, and then be a member of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the organization he belongs to, before going to a trivia night. And all of those things, as simple and fun as they sound, they really remind people who served that not an obligation, but a way to really kind of heal, I think, and also remind themselves what they enlisted for in the first place is to be active members of their communities. You're a big believer in that. Do you think it actually also can heal people who bear wounds or bear trauma or bad memories, that the reintegration is also a very part of the mental component of coming back into the world?
No, 100%, Jimmy. And that's just another great question here because what we want is we want our young women who volunteered to serve, right? We're all volunteer service. No one joined the military to put themselves in a worse position when they get out. So we want them to land successfully. We want them to go back to their communities. We want them to be an integral part, either a teacher, coach, mentor, be successful in their military careers, be an entrepreneur, whatever their hopes and dreams are. I think they are expected to go be successful. We want them to be successful. But it does give them a sense of purpose. So I always tell folks, Jimmy, and you've heard me say this before, when you are deciding it's time to get out, you got to figure out what it is you want to do, where you want to go, and potentially how much money you want to make. And then you got to pursue that vigorously, right? You got to have a mission. You got to have a mission and focus. Otherwise, you will be unsuccessful. And we want you to be successful. So that's the beauty of what we're doing in our military now with the transition, as you alluded to, is, we want these young men and women to be successful and land softly so they can really take off. So the programs that we have, incorporated are just remarkable. Everything from the Skill Bridge program, which allows them to get an internship or on-the-job training prior to getting out. Organizations like Fastboard, as you mentioned, that are taking care of our veterans and helping them build their resumes and find job placement, so on and so forth. And there's just a lot of other organizations out there. So for our service members to get involved, continue their mission, and serve in their communities is vital. It's important, frankly, to our national security because we want them to be successful.
Adam, I'm going to give you a hypothetical, and I'm going to unpack it slowly enough to actually give you a chance to respond, as opposed to just dumping like a mass tack on top of you. So, okay, so a kid goes into the military, and we're going to say a kid wanting to become a man goes in at 18 years of age. That person does their full 20, so they get out at 38. You and I have talked about this. A lot of people feel like they are old men or old women, only to realize that in the real world, they've got their whole life ahead of them. So let's just say they're going to do their 20 and they've done 15 years already. So they're rolling in 35, 36, and they're getting ready to kind of do their 20 and then move on into civilian life. They come to you and they sit down, they want to have a cup of coffee. What do you tell them in regards to, like I said, and you notice I didn't say it's the last day of service. I'm giving them some prep time. What do you tell that young man or young woman who think that they're an old man or an old woman? What do you tell them about what's available to them and how they can go about setting their life into motion to make the transition to reintegrate and become part of the action of American life?
Well, the first thing I tell them, Jimmy, especially if they're going to retire, you use the example of 20 years, so we'll say a retirement and a cup of coffee. I say, first thing I'm going to tell them is you're just about to enter your next best chapter of your life, because retirement really is great. You know, you don't have to continue to serve in uniform to be a patriot and serve our country. So finding your next mission is exactly right. So I tell them a couple of the things that you just heard me say, though. What is it you want to do? Where do you want to live? And how much money you want to make? Because if you're deciding what it is you will only do at the last minute, that's when you're not going to be successful. But if you can pin down what it is, generally what you want to do, and pursue vigorously those skill sets. So if you needed to get a credential, if you needed to get a license, right, you needed to upskill yourself to prepare yourself to be successful, that's what I tell them that they need to do. And then they need to vigorously pursue them. And there's a lot of organizations out there for our veterans and those transitioning service members that will provide a lot of this certifications for free. So they should decide what it is that they want to do, go get the vocational training, or continue with a 4-year college degree or beyond, and then go pursue the job opportunity. And again, there's lots of free organizations out there, like Fastboard again, and some others that will help you with your job placement.
I'm going to do something here. Like I said, this is a new format, so we do this on a regular basis, Adam, and we'll get back to some more questions with our good friend Adam Rock, who is retired, but yet still very active and still serving his community in so many ways. Our good friend Jody is calling from Indiana, just wants to say good morning and hello and touch base. Hey, Jody, tell the good colonel hello.
Good morning there, sir. Hello, how are you? And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Joey. Thanks for calling in, too.
You know, I wasn't sure what we were going to talk about, but everything that you were just talking about it makes me think about my brother. My one brother served from 67 to 72 in the 101st. You know, and my other brother served from 67 to 70 in the Navy. You know, so and my brother that was in the 101st, I mean, he went through some pretty hard times. So he does a lot of volunteering down in Florida, you know, for the veterans, and plus he leans on them a little bit for support, you know. And even though I never served, I try to hit as many museums as I can, you know, and buy little things here and there because it goes towards things for veterans. I mean, I try to do what I can do, even though I look at it as not much, but it, you know, at least it's something, you know. So because you know, my heart really goes out to the veterans. No matter what they did, peacetime, wartime, you know, without them, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Without men and women like you, like yourself.
Adam,
you know, that's just the bottom line.
Adam, I wanted to ask you, since Jody's here and he's brought up the fact that he has brothers who are living. Of course, you and I have talked about my Marine brother who has gotten his life back on track. What can we do as family members and as friends when we have people who either come out of the service or people who are trying to reintegrate as family members, as spouses, as brothers and sisters, as first cousins, and all that kind of groovy stuff? What do we do to help these men and women get back into the action of the fabric of American life?
Well, first of all, Joey, I appreciate the call, and thanks to your brother's service as well, especially the one in the 101st. I'm obviously a little bit biased towards the Army, but the Screaming Eagles back then, but even the Navy, okay? And service comes in all shapes, sizes, and colors, too. And I wanted to tell you, Joey, though, it's not about wearing the uniform. It's what the little things that I think you're doing. One, honoring your brother's service and their sacrifice. You said going to visit museums and those types of things, and just staying involved is so vital. What we for the Vietnam era though is really important to me, Jimmy, and I tell you why. Because when they came back from service, it's not like it was today, right? You got your DD-214, you might have got a bus ticket in a duffel bag, and then you went back to reintegrate on your own, right? But all the programs that I just talked about and even mentioned, there's so many more that are out there. That wasn't there when your father and Joey's brothers came back from the Vietnam War, right? They went back to their hometown probably and just tried to fend for themselves and find a job. Some took advantage of the GI Bill, but now we have programs that are designed to help you transition. All right? And when they fall through the cracks nowadays, I feel terrible because there's almost no way for them to, they shouldn't fall through the cracks, right? We got to help them navigate to this success. They got to motivate them. You talked about something before too, though, about finding your next purpose and your next mission in life. There's a lot of service members, even from the Vietnam era, who are suffering in isolation right now. And that's what we got to do. We got to reach out to them. So back to Joey's point is, if you're a family member, if you're a dependent, if you're a civilian who wants to get back in some way, reach out to those service members, reach out to those veterans. Doesn't matter what era, but they might be suffering some serious challenges in isolation. So just bring them into the fold. And I'll touch on one other thing, Jimmy, is the importance of the American Legion and the VFW and what they do for those communities. They're in every community, all right? So if you have a veteran that needs help, take them on down to the American Legion or the VFW, and there's a whole bunch of folks there are just willing to, sit down and talk to them and give them resources and help them into their next best chapter of their life.
By the way, Jody, we do this thing, Adam, where we ask people if they could go on any road trip they wanted to, and they had about a week and a half to 2 weeks just to kind of do what they wanted to do and go where they wanted to go. Jody actually would get on a motorcycle and go across a couple of states, and his destination points would all be military museums. He would actually track all the veterans and military museums along the route that he was at, and he would use them as his stopping points as he took his journey further down the road. I also wanted to ask you, I've been dying to ask you this question because you and I have done some traveling together. Speaking of traveling, by the way, Tara on YouTube just reached out to say, "Hi, Adam. Thank you for the tour of D.C. during my first time there. A memory I won't ever forget." I got that in there for her. But what would you do? What would you do?
Well, first of all, it's ironic that you talk about museums, both of you, and military museums, because today I was going to spend a couple hours visiting the Marine Corps Museum at Quantico. My father was a Marine raider on Iwo Jima in 1942, and I wanted to honor his service and sacrifice. And since I'm an entrepreneur and working independently, I don't really have office hours. I've got time this afternoon to go down there and see that, and that's what I was going to do today. But that's the first thing. But my journey would probably be, buy a van and travel the United States, just like Jody's done and you have done, and see there's some tremendous historic sites and a lot of the museums, probably from coast to coast.
Jody, thank you for the call, my brother. It's good to hear your voice. And as soon as you get that motorcycle revved up and you're ready to take that veterans tour, I either want pictures or I want an invitation. Thanks for the call, Jody.
Hey, not a problem. I must say this: the one museum that I'm dying to hit, and it's down there in Florida, is down there at Camp Blanding. I drive by it all the time on one of my routes, but I'm dying to get in there with everything that they have sitting on the deck. I am just dying to get into that museum. I don't know if you've ever seen it or not. I mean, it doesn't look like it's much, but it looks like there's plenty, if that makes sense.
I would.
Yeah, Jody. When I was in college and going through in the Army Reserves, Camp Landing is with my duty station every month. So yeah, it's a neat spot and a neat museum. I hope you get down there.
Thank you, Jody.
Yeah,
Good
like
to
I
hear
said,
you.
Unfortunately, I drive by it all the time. But all right, Jimmy, I'll call you back a little bit later when Lindsay's on.
Thank you, sir. We hope we hear from you then, too, as well. And that's the other thing, too, Adam. I want to remind people that when you go to military museums, because, you and I have been to the Veterans Museum and Memorial up in Ohio, one of the things that's so cool is it's not just a matter of seeing the museums, but the people that work there are often veterans who have great stories to tell as well, too, right? It's not just a matter of going there for the history that's kind of in the cases, but you get a chance to talk to people. And you're a big believer in that. That's how you and my father became friends. You really you see somebody has served and you want to know their story, right? It's the first great place to start any conversation with a veteran. Tell me what you want to tell me about your story, right?
Yeah, it is really, thank you for saying that as well. And I'm just probably more sociable and extroverted than most people are.
A little bit.
I really just care about those soldiers. And hearing back to your father again, just spending 5-10 minutes with him one-on-one and learning about his stories. And they're all different. We all have different stories of how we served. In my particular case, in uniform, I'm focused on, but they're just amazing stories. So, and it really helped shape the people that they are today. And I always like to also hear about what they did after their service. So, your father becoming a lawyer and now continuing to do judicial reviews, I just think that career path is just remarkable. So I'd almost rather speak to the young soldiers and the young privates than I would the senior leaders, because I know they'll probably go on and be successful. I got it. You got a college degree and so on and so forth. But the young soldiers who are trying to make it in life, I think their stories are just remarkable. And I just never forget, those are the ones who really helped us accomplish our mission, especially overseas when I was deployed on a couple of occasions. But those are the ones who are the just making it happen for us.
You talk about the idea you work as a consultant, and I know a lot of people seek your advice and all that stuff. I was kind of curious, though, and I'm noticing this, by the way, because you asked my father to speak when I got the award in Anniston, and it's the same thing with him. He got up there. Remember, we asked him to speak, and rather than speaking about himself, he talked about my mom and the sacrifices that she made during the Vietnam era of having to have raised 3 little boys while he was off doing his job. And every time that you speak or get a chance to talk, it's always about somebody else. I wanted to kind of ask you, though, and I realize I'm never going to get you to talk about you precisely, but I'd love you to tell people what you're working on now, what's your particular passion. Is there anything that you're focused on right now, websites, programs that you want people to really focus on?
Yes. I call myself an extreme advocate for our veterans and their military families, I guess I could say, because I am just devoted to it in so many ways and so many platforms. But we have a leadership company, and it's interesting that the leadership company, we're dabbling in entrepreneurship with some folks. So there's 4 partners. Relationship was forged on the battlefield seriously in 2006 during the surge. One went on to be a 4-star general, one a 1-star general, and then 2 colonels there. It's called FMR Leadership Solutions. So at fmrleadership.org and is our website. But it's just about helping companies be successful, whether it be leadership alignment, culture, or strategy. But I'm still involved in a lot of other skill bridge programs like Airstreams Renewables, which provides vocational training to transitioning service members. We're on 8 locations. Obviously, I'm a huge proponent of anything that Fastport and Brad Bentley and Bill McCunnan do. As a matter of fact, Jimmy, when I retired out of the service, the first person to hire me, as you well know, was Brad Bentley and Bill at Fastport, and I worked for them as their veteran advocate. But interestingly enough, my daughter, Emily, now works for them. So she has the bug, and she helps our young service members who are transitioning, prepare to transition and connect them with job opportunities. And then I would just give you one more. There's the Troops First Foundation is one that I met on the battlefield in 2009. They were reintegrating some wounded warriors there. Mr. Rick Kells is the founder and the CEO of Troop Patriot. But we have an initiative called the Warrior Call Initiative. And this is the last thing I'll tell you. It's about the buddy check, if you will. If you have a service member out there that's suffering in isolation, we want to prevent veteran suicide, right? It's the Warrior Call Initiative. And every day is really a Warrior Call Day, but every year, the first Sunday after Veterans Day is National Warrior Call Day. We had it passed, the resolution passed in the House and the Senate, and it's really just to stand up and make a pledge that I will call, reach out to my buddy, call and make sure they're okay, and if they're suffering, I'll find them the appropriate help that they need. So those are the things that I'm involved in now.
I want to let people kind of know this again. It's fmrleadership.com, FMR Leadership Solutions. They partner with mission-driven organizations to align leadership, culture, and strategy, creating systems that scale and leaders who lead with clarity. And that's one of the things, like I said, that's so important to you because we've talked a lot. Dave Nemo, another veteran himself, is obsessed with the idea of being able to differentiate between veteran-friendly and veteran-ready. And so much of what you guys are up to doing here is making sure that not just that they're welcoming to veterans, which is an important step, but once they welcome the veterans, do they have the infrastructure in place to onboard these folks, correct?
That's correct. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for correcting the website that I'm supposed to know too. You did correct to the .com. You are paying attention there, Jimmy. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. You know, remember, last thing I'd tell you, we are out of time, is remember what George Washington said: a nation is judged by how well it treats its veterans, right? So, and I think that's what we're all trying to do. And the fact that you are spotlighting veterans, thank you for having me on today as your first guest. What an honor. But you do that every Friday. That's really important, and it means a lot to me, Jimmy. And that's why our friendship is so fond. I'm so fond of our friendship because you do recognize those who served and sacrificed, like your father and who's came before you. So thank you for honoring them every Friday.
You're welcome. And by the way, there is the best video. We're going to see if we can dig it up of Adam and I watching a field goal tie the football game up of the Saints versus the Vikings at Tottenham Stadium. It is one of the funniest things. And this guy, literally in the middle of the game, took off his Saints jersey, and underneath he had a Vikings jersey right in the middle of the Saints section. It is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. My friend, it is so good to have you on here. Yeah. We appreciate you making the time. Go enjoy this wonderful weekend over in the D.C. area. We love you, Adam. We really do, man.
You too, Jimmy. Thank you very much. And tell your father I said hello.
I will do. Adam Rock joins us, and we're going to be highlighting veterans every Friday here, all part of Fastport's sponsorship of this wonderful studio. If Bandit is still hanging around, we're going to bring him in on the other side. If you want to call back, guys, open phones, open conversation for the next half hour. Terry Taylor sends his apologies. We talked yesterday. Everything is fine over there. It's just the busy, crazy season for him. We love him and his wife. They're great people. 1313 Mockingbird Lane will return. Maybe we'll squeeze them in sometime next week before the 4th of July as well. Love to know your 4th of July plans. A lot of people, by the way, like our friend Joe, who sent us a message. What he basically said was he's starting his vacation now. Joe, I hope it stretches all the way to the other side of next week. If you've got plans, tell us on the chat. Jump in on the Book of Face. Jump in on the TubeU. Find us at RadioNemo.com. Here's the punchline, guys. Go ahead over to Pandora. That's right. Owned by the previous platform, and type in Nemo Nation and watch what happens. Type in Road Gang Radio and watch what happens. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. We're going to be everywhere with everything all at once here on Road Gang Radio on this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday. Man, we're having some fun. Let's go to a break here, Dre. We'll come back on the other side and see what the phones and the news have to tell us. Jane Jezraoui after that. Man, this is the best trucking show on radio. I love me some Adam Rock. Big thanks to Brad Bentley for making that happen. He buried his lead, too.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Next time you talk to your tax preparer, ask about the 5 P's: preparation, projection, protection, planning, and practical application. And while they're staring into space, pick up your phone, hit pound 250, and say John Turner. Because with John Turner, you have a tax planning advocate who will dig deep to uncover every savings you deserve. Software and storefront tax services will get you to first base, but John Turner gets you home. Pound 250, say John Turner, the only name you need.
Hour 1 down. Hour 2, hello. This is Road Gang Radio
That's pretty
with your
good.
buddy Jimmy Mack.
Hey, thank you, Phone Master Dre. You actually can talk to either him or Madison at 615-292-6366. Jump into the conversation, guys. It's Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got a full docket of guests, including a great book about the Grateful Dead and the Wall of Sound. By the way, the Allman Brothers play a large part in that story. I'll be telling you about the author in just a little bit here. I never got a chance to get to this story, by the way, about the bear that broke into the California cabin and raided the fridge. Have you heard this one yet, Dre? That's a real thing. This is actually from June the 24th. Ben Hooper over at UPI's News of the Weird actually tells the tale. A mother bear and cub were caught on a security camera breaking into a California cabin and raid the fridge. So they actually have the video. By the way, if you have a Barry Bold break-in, and it's BEAR-Y bold break-in. Type that in on the tube of you and you can find it over there. So the security camera footage recorded at a cabin in the Tahoe Keys shows the bear enter through the front door and make a beeline for the kitchen. You like what he did there? Beeline for the kitchen? Because bears like honey?
No Yogi jokes yet?
Not yet. We'll get there.
Okay.
Hey, boo-boo, smarter than the average bear. Oh, hey, Ranger. Okay, go. I'm sorry.
All right, cool. We're
What
good.
you got? You saying
No,
something?
that's it.
Oh, you
Yeah.
had a Yogi joke you were looking
Yeah,
for.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The mother bear and cub opened the fridge and spent several minutes rummaging through the contents. What's all this stuff in here? And working to pry open containers. It turned out it was Goldilocks' house. No, the cabin was unoccupied at the time of the bear burglary. Bears in the area have been known to pull off similar heists in the past. Cooper's really funny, by the way. Ben Hooper of UPI's News of the Weird. We're going to get that guy on the show at some point because he's going to aggregate a lot of news, a lot of strange stuff going on there. Bears in the area have been known to pull off similar heists in the past. Scott Cloutier shared video last year showing the bear wandering inside his South Lake Tahoe cabin and raiding the fridge for a bottle of gelée. By the way, have you ever had a close encounters with an animal kind? A lot of you guys, my friend Chowder, of course, is going to be heading off into the great wide open. Under the Sky So Blue, a rebel with more than a clue, our good friend Chowder. Have you had that experience? Have you ever come face to face? I've run into a lot of coyotes and a lot of skunks, which, by the way, are adorable. You just don't want to get near, and raccoons, of course, as well too. How about yourself?
Oh, my God. Fair share of coyotes, 100% might just be a Louisiana thing. But I had a lot of my childhood with alligators and snakes because I lived right in the bayou off a little area called Spring Bayou. And, Jimmy, long story short, I was scarred from watching Blue's Clues for a little while because 2 snakes busted in my living room, fell on the TV out of the ceiling tiles, and wrestled each other on top of there. And, yeah, nothing like having my brother in his underwear trying to gently caress a bundle of snakes off of a TV without smashing it with a baseball bat.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. My old joke is arachnophobia is when there's a glass between you and the spider and you're afraid. Common sense is when the spider is right in your face and you're afraid.
Exactly. And then now, being the 31-year-old I am now, going in certain areas, hanging out with family or going crawfishing, give me a knife. Give me a machete. Give me a shovel. I'm cutting the head off that damn thing.
Absolutely. Are you going to eat it?
It's been a while. I will tell you, I forgot what it tastes like, but it's been a while.
I'm going to ask people, by the way, just to kind of get a sense of it, because there's certain, and we can ask Peter, by the way. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot because, Adam quoted General Washington. And I'm going to call Adam Rock after the show. Yeah. I've got to recommend Young Washington by Peter Starr.
Yes.
I've got to recommend that, by the way. I would be guilty of sponsor malfeasance if I didn't do what I have to do right now, though, Dre. Today, by the way, and you're going to get what I'm going with this in a second, so will most of our listeners, our regular listeners. Today is National Sunglasses Day. Everybody loves a good set of shades, right? So why not grab your best sunglasses and make some waves at the pool, the beach, or just walking down the street with your sweet shades. Make sure you're wearing some sunglasses and join the fun at National Sunglasses Day on June the 27th.
Quick question there, Demi. When it comes to the Shady Rays,
.com.
Do they have, well, also referring to the product, do they have good glasses for riding motorcycles?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, they do.
What styles do you have?
Actually, you should go on their website at shadyrays.com. They have a whole bunch of different segments and sections for different kinds of sunglasses. And guys, I make no apologies here. It's National Sunglasses Day. If I don't mention Shady Rays, I am guilty of sponsorship malfeasance.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. You can't do it that way. They got your back at shadyrays.com. There's a whole bunch of athletic wear stuff that actually holds tight and doesn't come falling off when you're on the road.
My fellow bikers, I will do research for you to find out the ideal pair or the ideal pairs. So back to you, Jimmy.
Yeah, and I do want to kind of dig in a little bit here to what Mark Schwimmer wrote about in The Land of Line. We were talking about that mandate, right? We were talking about keeping that mandate of trackers on truckers, which is a really controversial idea because it reeks. There's a whole bunch of stuff in regards to the surveillance state that gives everybody a lot of pause. There's a whole bunch of stuff about, the idea that they're with you from pillar to post. And I know we make the joke about, well, I got my phone, and that's its own sort of tracking device. It's not the same thing. And the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and individual truckers immediately opposed the CVSA's proposal, saying it would not improve safety and would violate the privacy of truckers. This is what Todd Spencer, friend of this show, had to say. OIDA and our members oppose this proposal in the strongest possible terms. Our members have been extremely clear that this concept is an unwarranted intrusion into their privacy, as well as an overly costly and burdensome requirement that does nothing to improve the efficiency or safety. Look, this is something that I often tell people. There are certain things that people propose, and there are civil rights concerns, there are privacy concerns, et cetera, et cetera. I will tell you, though, you hear people say stuff like, no blood for oil. Actually, I think blood for oil is a much better reason than blood for religion. I mean, at the end of the day, if you think about it, Christianity is founded on the idea that he shed blood so that nobody else would have to. Get it? A lot of people miss the messaging in there. So when people talk about the idea of shedding blood for your ideals or shedding blood for your ideology, people think that's a noble cause. I'm not sure it is. I remember Christopher Hitchens was talking about this one time, Dre. Somebody said no blood for oil, and he said, wait a minute. He said a $60 barrel of oil, and this was back during the Persian Gulf War, because Madison was asking me about service, and if I've actually covered soldiers. I'm a former reporter, and we'll just leave it at that. I tend not to talk about either my career in law enforcement or my career in newspaper. You can call and ask if you like.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll tell you, but I'm not going to volunteer the stuff that I did. It's not really about me. But, one of the things that ends up happening all the time in these situations is that people don't realize that a $60 barrel of oil in 1990 was the difference between that and a $35 barrel of oil was some people not getting a date night, was some people not putting food on the table. I remember, do you remember how, so the recession of 2008, 2009 was a mofo. It was long, it was brutal. You can call it the Great Recession. It never seemed to end. And then it ended, remember, in 2012. And the first thing that happened was the bottom dropped out on gas prices. Remember, gas prices got to like $1.80?
Dude, 100%. And what's weird about that recession is I learned about it and experienced it by seeing it through family members because I was in high school that whole time, 2008 to 2012. And being able to learn during that time was substantial for me.
I remember that October surprise. The October surprise wasn't the hurricane and Chris Christie's essential endorsement of President Obama. The October surprise was we woke up one morning, Madison, and suddenly the price of gas was $1.80 and unemployment went to 7.9%. And it was the first time in 4 years unemployment had been below 9%. Cheap gasoline at the pump, cheap diesel at the pump is freedom. It's freedom.
Ringing.
I'm telling you, the ambassador from Mexico always said the greatest mark of a society's ability, a government's ability to provide freedom is its ability to get goods and services to the people who need them. If I can deliver a truck, if you can drive a truck across the country and not get hijacked and not get shook down by drug cartels and not get robbed or become the victim of fraud, the price stays the same. If the price of gasoline is reasonable or the price of fuel in general is reasonable, the price comes down. So there's no theft surcharge. There's no gasoline jack-up surcharge. And if all of that stuff is cheap, it means that people can afford things they wouldn't normally be able to afford, which gives them freedom of choice. That's freedom. That's the reason why the Navy guards the supply lines. It guards the supply chain that rolls across the country. It's why it fights Barbary pirates. It's why it's active in the Persian Gulf. God bless all those folks over there right now, too. I'm not being cynical and saying blood for oil is a good thing. That's not what I'm saying. But it's a better reason than a lot of the nonsense that's going around the world right now.
Yeah.
I don't like you. Why? Because you exist. That's a stupid reason to fight anybody. That's a dumb reason to fight anybody.
615-292-6366. Share your point of view.
615-292. Hey ho, that spells Nemo. Mark Schwemmer's piece, though, is that it really kind of digs into this trackers on truckers. What the CVSA is hoping it can do is force the agency's hand by getting Congress to sign the electronic ID mandate into law. The opposition, though, was strong enough that the FMCSA moved the rulemaking back to the back burner in 2023, and no action has been taken yet. Remember, this is the discussion. This is what advocacy groups do. People like OIDA, people like the ATA, people like the Teamsters, who are also a negotiating representative of the Brotherhood of Teamsters. But lobbying groups aren't just about stopping things when they've started. They're about killing things in the crib. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but it's like, hey, man, there's a thing called a zombie idea. I don't know if you ever heard the expression a zombie idea? They're ideas that don't seem to die. There are certain aspects of, if we cut taxes, it will create growth. There's a level of truth to that, as John F. Kennedy's tax cut proved in the early 60s, that you can cut taxes on middle-income Americans and what I call working-class Americans. There is evidence that suggests that will, in fact, expand growth because those people are more inclined to spend money. There is a diminishing return, though, when you say, hey, we're just going to chop off taxes, making the rich pay taxes entirely, and that will fall from the table and make the rest of us wealthy. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Might make some guys who work in yacht yards a little wealthier.
Yeah.
But a zombie idea is an idea that has been proven to be wrong and yet keeps coming back. And you can make a case that speed limiters, to some degree, and trackers for truckers. We had a caller. I didn't get a chance really to dig in with this on him. He talked about the idea that how much he likes speed limiters.
Oh, okay.
And to him, I say, good for you.
Yeah.
Well done. Keep up the speed limit. Keep it on there. But it's very, very different to think that something works and to think that something should be mandated. If companies want to put trackers on their trucks and share that information with the FMCSA or the CVSA, Nobody's saying they can't do that. That's not what's happening here. It's the mandate that people are so deeply concerned about, and that is part of the problem, is the idea that this is basically being imposed. So I talked about the idea. There's a payoff, but the idea of, blood for oil, freedom, all the other stuff inside. Here's the problem I really have with it. Who's paying for it?
Ooh.
And that goes back to the idea of the ELD, too. It's not just that the ELD was mandated. Okay, you can make a case for that. And there are a lot of companies that pay for their drivers' ELD. But a lot of independent operators and a lot of owner-operators and a lot of contractors are often giving these unfunded mandates. What an unfunded mandate means is that you have to pay for something that's my problem with insurance in general.
Oh, okay.
It's my problem with car insurance in general. I have a problem with it because basically you've got a situation where somebody goes up to a state legislature, insists that you have something, and then insists that you buy it, and then makes it impossible for you to buy it because it's either too expensive or your choices are in fact limited. And that's a real problem.
Yeah.
And all of this stuff, like I said, this is a complex system of, at the end of the day, money represents time, time represents freedom, and when you take money away from people or demand that they spend it on areas that you mandate they spend it on, you are limiting their choices and limiting their freedom. Thus endeth the lesson. It is National Sunglasses Day, by the way. I don't know if you know this, by the way. In the 12th century, the Chinese wore sunglasses with lenses made from flat panes of smoky quartz, and that goes back to the 12th century.
Were they originators of sunglasses?
They may have been, by the way.
Okay.
So basically, being cool on the 4th of July is a Chinese invention. All right, I'm just saying. In 1752, James Ayscough started experimenting with tinted lenses and in spectacles. That's really kind of cool. It's by the early 1900s that sunglasses begin to become popular. We have photographic evidence of the world all the way back until about 1840. Real photographic evidence, 1840, 1850. I mean, after all, we know what Abraham Lincoln looked like. We know what the Civil War looked like. We know what that era looked like. We have evidence from photography that begins to suggest we begin to see them really pop up in the 1900s. And by the way, it is Hollywood that makes sunglasses really cool. I have to ask you a question, Dre, before I get to aviators.
Give it to me.
Which is 1937. Do you have a favorite pair of sunglasses?
I don't want to throw brands out, but I do.
Shady Rays.
Yes, besides Shady Rays.
Yeah, you got to tell me the brand. Just tell me the style. What does it look like?
So it's a style. I have a couple different ones that I've done. I like the classic style of what was the movie Casino? You remember where Joe Pesci came out in the one scene where he comes out the casino because he just told Robert De Niro something, and he has those style of like mobster style glasses with like the tint orange. I love those style, like thick frames, kind of classy. But the ones that I love now, they originated from the show Sons of Anarchy. It was their riding glasses, and they have different pairs that each one's from that show would wear, and that's my jam. They're just a little bit smaller, but they sit right on your face. They don't bunch up on the nose. They don't crease anything, and they're light. And man, the lens, perfection. And what's also cool is I have a pair that are great for sun during the day, but also I can ride at night, so they transition very well.
Yeah, and what I got to find this out from Shady Rays if in fact I can have the lenses removed to make sure it fits my reader prescription. Because I'm getting to the point now where I'm not going to be reading books with sunglasses. I'm talking about being in a car.
Yeah, no, I feel like that should be a very good thing.
It shouldn't be a problem at all. Okay,
no problem at
all. I mentioned the Chinese, by the way, and I did that on purpose. President Trump says the U.S. signed a China trade deal, but he gives no details, by the way. The China statement, by the way, doesn't mention access to rare earth material. By the way, this is an article from the Associated Press. Elaine Kurtenbach is the person who is responsible for it. U.S. and China have signed an agreement on trade, President Donald Trump said, adding he expects to soon have a deal with India. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told Bloomberg TV that the deal was signed earlier this week. Neither Lutnick nor Trump provided any details about the agreement. Trump simply said on the 26th, "We just signed a deal with China the other day." Lutnick said the deal was signed and sealed 2 days earlier. It was unclear if the latest agreement was different from the one Trump announced 2 weeks earlier that he said would make it easier for American industries to obtain much-needed magnets and rare earth minerals. That pact cleared the way for the trade talks to continue while the U.S. agreed to stop trying to revoke visas of Chinese nationals on U.S. college campuses. By the way, the whole thing with U.S. college campuses, if you're curious to why we're doing that, there actually is a method to that madness. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it. The biggest reason is, and I would ask anybody out there to tell me why it is, which foreign nationals, when places like China send their kids to school in the United States, who are those people? Who are those kids? So Claire, as you know, just graduated with a master's degree in sound design from the Cal Institute of the Arts. I'm telling you right now, guys, a lot of the students that were there were Chinese nationals. And they are high-ranking members. They are the children of high-ranking members of the CCP, or they are high-ranking children of oligarchs. Do you follow me? So the people in the inner circles of power, their kids, can't wait to get out of China and go someplace where the best universities in the world exist, and that, of course, is the United States. They want to get their butts over here and have a good time. They don't want to be in China. They don't want to be in India. They want to see the world. They want to have an adventure. So it is the wealthiest of the wealthiest. Ain't some poor kid in some paddy field in China getting a chance to go to a university here in the United States. Ain't some kid riding on top of a train to New Delhi in India making their way to the United States. So what's happening? What's going on? What are they doing? I'll tell you what they're doing. It's the richest of the rich. It's the people of power. So when you revoke those visas, you're not putting pressure on the people of China. You're putting pressure on the CCP. You're putting
CCP.
pressure on the Modi government, by the way. Points, by the way, if anybody can call and give me the full name of the Prime Minister of India. 615-292-6366. Let's check over in the chat and see what's going on. Our good friend Chowder says, I don't mind tracking anymore. I hope they leave it on my phone so when I drive all over the Black Hills, they worry what's going on with the load. Our good friend Dustin wrote to say heat waves and actually sent me a picture of a flame and a little bit of a wave coming in. Guys, by the way, Joe has a Polaris Sportsman 570, and his boys have KO 150 quads. We're kind of tracking that and making that happen. Dre, I wanted to kind of get you in on this conversation here while we wait for the phone lines to kind of fill themselves up. What are you doing this weekend since we now have Fridays and Saturdays available?
Oh, my Lanta. Let me tell you something. As soon as the beautiful thing OOIDA happens today, man, I got to get to that house and get things moved in because I'm going to go see my girls with the girls, see the kiddos, hang out with them tonight, celebrate a friend's birthday dinner, and then Saturday we're doing some stuff with the girlfriend's family and the kiddos, going to the pool. Hopefully the weather's good. Finish moving a little bit, see a cousin, and then Sunday we give the kids back to their daddy-o, and then we got to help a friend move, and then we're going to enjoy our day, have a date day.
That's an interesting dilemma that happens for a lot of people that you find yourself in. And I by the way, I really admire that about you. The idea that a lot of people, when they step into a relationship with a mother or a father, will often have one of two what I call bad reactions to the children. The first one is the obvious one, where you want nothing to do with them. You don't want them to be a part of the life. And it happens a lot, too, where there are women or men who are so desperate for companionship and like somebody, they'll often let the incoming partner dictate how they treat their children.
Wow.
And the children will and you're saying, wow, by the way, it wasn't like I never thought about that. He's like, oh, no, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's the obvious bad one.
Mm-hmm.
The second one that's, I think, worse is when the other parent might not have been a good spouse, might not have been a good partner, but is a good dad.
Yes,
is a good
100%.
mom. And we have a friend who we love very much. I used to always have I've had a couple of friends where I've had to say, you're not their mom.
Yeah.
You're not their dad.
Yeah.
You could be somebody wonderful in their life, but at this moment, you're not.
That's one of the situations I had recently with the oldest. She just turned 7, and the youngest one is 3 years old. And she likes she doesn't like to, she calls me dad on accident because I'm a father figure.
I understand.
And then I was just, I had to reiterate to her because she said something else. I was honored, but at the same time, I just need to let her know that she was like, well, I have 2 dads, I have 2 moms. And I'm like, no, baby girl, you only have one dad and you only have one mom. You have a father. I'm a father figure to you, and your dad's girlfriend is like a mother figure to you, but you only have one mom and one dad.
That's really well done. That's really well done. And and by the way, that's the exact right phraseology. I am so honored that you would think of me in that way. But you have a dad, and he loves you. A good friend of mine, by the way, had a wonderful thing. He's a nerd. He likes painting models. He likes playing board games. He loves all that stuff.
Nice.
Turns out that his son loves sports. and that his ex-wife and her new husband, that the new husband love sports.
Yeah.
Now, my friend, of course, goes and sees his son play Little League, but he has allowed, and they've worked it out, that the Little League coach is the stepdad.
Oh, wow.
And the thing is, and he point blank told me, he said, look, that's something my son needs. I'll do anything for my son, but I can't provide that.
Yeah.
This guy can. And so it's important for him to know, and especially when he sees me walk over to his stepdad at the end of the game and shake his hand and thank him so much for helping him, he understands that people might not get along on their own personal level, but when it comes to him, he is the priority for all of us.
Exactly. That's a beautiful point to make, because in a situation that I'm kind of in, and also have family friends that are in it as well, because I'm kind of guiding myself and also taking from them, is he's very financially stable. Like, he has a good job. He's a good dad in the ways that he can in that area and be there when he can. So it's like he does that, and at the same time he gives a stern household for how he can discipline him. Because in this position that I am, being sort of kind of stepdaddy, it's hard to sit there and be like, man, you can't do this, can't do that. But at the same time, I'll do a different approach where I'm basically giving them that area where they can feel comfortable enough to talk to me. Like, the 7-year-old, she comes up to me and she asks me questions, and I'm like, I'll tell you straight up, because I said something about Pride Month, and she asked me about my good friend Grace, which she's married to a woman, and I basically told her, because she said the word gay, but she used it in a term where that's dumb or something. I was
in
like,
the 80s way.
Exactly. And I was like, well, I told her, I was like, well, girl, that's not the time to use that the way you're using it right now. It's Pride Month.
I have substituted turd burglar for
Yeah,
that, for that
there you
use of
go,
the word.
yeah.
Everybody agrees that a turd burglar, if anybody is offended by the use of the word turd burglar, I am sorry. If you're an actual turd burglar, I don't care if you're offended.
What is a turd burglar?
Well, you know exactly what it is. It's a guy who walks into the room and goes, and then sneaks out with it. You know what I'm talking about.
Understood. Well, in that situation, I've been in it plenty of times, and I'm very honored to where I can give her certain things, the kid, and also Quinny, the 3-year-old, that I can give them that he can't quite do because of just the way that he was raised and the way I was raised, and then the way that my girlfriend was raised and how she wants to be the parent to them, and how I would want to be a parent to when they're my kids, but at the same time, whenever I actually have a kid with her. So it's a beautiful blessing to be able to give that childhood to the kids that you didn't have.
I think it really is, and I think it's so important, too, to remind people, look, I am your friend. I might be your mentor. I'm somebody you look up to, but if you got a great dad, you should talk to your great dad. Let him help you figure out how to discipline your children, by the way. Mack Trucks, by the way, launched an overhaul of the Anthem tractor. The Volvo unit improves maneuverability, targets regional haul market. That's what they're saying, at least. Those are the words, by the way. That is the lead headline of Kieran Greenhall, a staff reporter over at Transport Topics, has a little story over there. If you're a Mack truck person who, digs the Anthem, you might want to hear about this. They unveiled an overhaul of the Anthem tractor on June the 25th. What they're trying to do is reposition the Volvo Group subsidiary Class 8 Semi as a maneuverable regional haul specialist in the wake of the recent introduction of a new over-the-road model. Greensboro, North Carolina, headquartered Mack in April, unveiled the Pioneer tractor as a new flagship long-haul tractor. We got a chance, by the way, if you want to hear the president of Mack, that is available on our YouTube channel with all the great content that we're posting on a regular basis. If you get a chance, by the way, I really want you guys to go over and look at the Seek Texas post. It's a lot of fun, and you're going to want to kind of track this. We're going to be tracking this over the course of the next year. But to get back to the Mack stuff here, the Pioneer is the focal point of Mack's plans to become more deeply ingrained with the long-haul trucking sector. As you guys know, that's not what Mack's big claim to fame is. A key focus of the Pioneer, in concert with the reconfigured Anthem, is the manufacturer's goal. They want to, listen to this, win a 25% share of the North American heavy-duty truck market by 2030. That's the future. And it happened yesterday. And that's what we're going to be talking about over the next half hour as Jane Jezraoui joins us. You can call during that segment at 615-292-6366. Don't forget, guys, if you are a member of the Resistance, and I'm saying this for the Resistance, and you would like to attend the party on July the 23rd and want more details about it, write us at weekends@radionemo.com as a member of the Resistance and say, I'd like the deets. Let me know what's going on. Second, if you're not yet a member of the Resistance, write Resistance in the subject heading when you write us at weekends@radionemo.com. And by the way, there is still some biscuits and gravy and some other breakfast goodies waiting for the people who take the biscuits and gravy challenge. Oh, my God, there she is, larger than life and twice as beautiful. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler just whispered in my ear.
I was like, I can't hear it, so I was thrown off.
It is a fact. Can they hear her, Dre? No. Oh, we got to get her on then. We got to get her on here. Good morning, Lindsay. How are you?
I just had to hop on because I heard Dre say when I have kids with her, and I was like, what? We have to talk about that. Then I heard you call me fat.
Oh no! I would,
larger than life.
I would call you obese. I would call you corpulent, but I would never call you fat.
Man, what's bad is I literally said trimming the fat earlier, and I'm upset you did not send me a text message.
Fat joke.
Fat joke.
I was just crying on the side. I also wanted to say before you go to break, Dre, you're a better person than me. I will never, ever, not once, I don't even want to talk about it, help anybody move. It's the worst thing. I would never ask anyone to help me move. I will never help anybody move. So good on you, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it. It's a situation where I'm moving, so I'm already in the mind space. Oh, no. Yeah, that's it. Mind space.
Headspace.
Headspace. What's Mindspace?
Mindspace is fine, by the way. It sounds like an app you listen to where people give you deep thoughts of join the resistance.
Sorry to get distracted.
By the way, out on HBO Max now. Minecraft is now out on HBO Max. I'm gonna be watching. What are we doing here?
No, we're good. We're about to go up. But thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate
Bye.
it.
Bye. See you in 30 minutes, dodos.
Lindsay Lawler, of course, is one of our favorite people in the whole wide world. Another one of our favorites, Jane Jezraoui.
Woo!
Jane Jezraoui. I can't wait for Madison to meet Jane. We're going to make Jane come to the big party on the 23rd down here in July. We're opening up both sides of the Municipal Auditorium.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Freight is moving at Creek Carrier and Schaefer Trucking. We are growing and our customers keep growing with us. If you want to be part of a company that appreciates what you do and rewards you for it, you should check out Creek Carrier Corporation. We're looking for safe drivers that have at least 1 year's experience and take their jobs seriously. Then we reward you with great pay and some real serious benefits. Freight's moving, so check out Creed and Schaefer today. Go to creekcarrier.com and find the right job for you.
Ooh, I love coming in over that smooth music because this is Road Gang Radio live from Fastport Studios in the beautiful Crescent City. I feel good being able to hang out with Jimmy and bring in Jane.
Insane in the membrane. Balance on the cutting edge with Carrier's Edge CEO Jane Jezraoui. We're going to hear about the latest innovations and outlooks in the industry with The Future Was Yesterday, a regular recurring segment that has now moved its way over to Road Gang Radio here on Freaky, Feisty, Flinty, and a whole lot of fun Friday. Jane, so nice. We got you twice. How you doing? Good morning. Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday to you. I didn't realize that Dre was not going to be on the other end of the phone.
It's nice though, huh? We got. I'm telling you right now. I don't know if you saw this, and I posted about this, and I hope some people give some shout outs. Do you realize that we are now at 90 guests in three?
I saw that. Well done.
I mean,
nice.
And I'm going to tell you right now.
It wasn't me 90 times.
Yeah, I only counted you once. You don't count. I mean, we're at 90, and right now you don't count because you've already been on the show. I made sure I made that really clear to a lot of people. This is a remarkable thing that these ladies have done. Claire, I don't know if you know this, but the entire format of this show is not just the invention of Dave in regards to... Now, this format, this mania that I've kind of concocted and cooked up, I don't know if you've heard the Monday show yet, but the race through 10 guests for 2 hours is like an act of total madness. But the format that Dave made famous over on the other platform, 20 years of it, he actually gets told his music's getting taken away. And he realizes that he just can't like have open phones, open conversation. He doesn't feel like simply having 2 hours or 3 hours of opening the phone with dropping the occasional guest in. He feels it's like it's malfeasance to the trucking industry. He feels like that's a zoo where you feel like there's only the same 20 people driving on the road. He doesn't dig that idea. It's him and Claire. And what they do is they take out like a stack of flashcards, Jane, and they figure out 7 days of programming by laying flashcards out on the floor. And so he and Claire built.
It's a great way to do it.
It really is. And it's a really, I mean,
Yeah.
it's fantastic. They do this. So we make a move where I basically tell everybody, yeah, I essentially want anywhere from 11 to 13 guests on Monday. And then I want at least anywhere from a minimum of 4 to a maximum of 6 guests every day throughout the course of the week without the programming getting stale. And those 3 women, Claire, Lindsay Lawler, and Tara Garris, did it. They literally cooked up and did it. And then you've got Donna on top of that, having to figure out how to make sure that the sponsors get their licks. And you're a different animal, by the way, because you're a content queen. But, you know, the idea of how do you create that balance of not letting the listeners feel like they're getting infomercials while at the same time making sure the people who take care of you get taken care of as well. They did it. Dude, all of this is powered by the ladies. And then you call this morning, and who do you get a phone call from? Our new producer, Madison.
Yes. Hi, Madison. Welcome.
She got a big
And
smile.
Dre,
on her.
I don't know what are you getting coffee, Dre? Like, is that your job now? What are you doing?
Wow.
I am going to tell you something, by the way, and I hope that she lets people know that I did apologize. I will tell you this right now, Jane. Madison actually had to get me coffee because our break spots, I haven't created all the content necessary in there. Madison actually went and grabbed me a coffee, and I said, this is not your job. This is a favor you're doing for me. Thank you. Go ahead, Dre.
And Jane, when I say this woman is she has many tricks of the trade going on, but dude, she knows coffee. God, does she know coffee?
That's good. That is good. But no, it's nice to talk to you on the air and not just sort of like the quick, how you doing? And you're like, get off I don't want to talk to you now. I'm doing my job.
Well, it doesn't help. It definitely helps that I'm not in another state now and I'm in person. So
Oh my God! Can I tell you, Jane? And Rebecca Brewster has talked about this, and Jerry Bowers, our good friend Diver Driver, called, and a lot of other people have called how thrilled they are to actually have Dre in studio and to be a genuine presence. By the way, Jane, I'm going to actually give Madison your number so that she can send you her website. Because I'm telling you right now, this woman's artistic work is kind of fantastic. We're totally in the weeds, by the way.
Talk to you later,
we're
Jane.
We're totally in the weeds. You have a great topic for today, and one I hope that Lindsay will keep talking about as we get to the second half of the show, where we talk about how we make a life. This is about rumors, and I don't mean the Fleetwood Mac album, do I?
And no, and you don't mean the Adele song either, because that has been in my head for ever since I I wrote this up and sent it to you, or sent it to Claire Marie. It's been in my head, and it's just been playing. But now you put Fleetwood Mac in my head, so now I have something different playing.
I'll tell you this, by the way. Fleetwood Mac, maybe there's all kinds of examples of Neil Young, Southern Man, getting rebutted by Sweet Home Alabama, and the rappers that do the rapper thing when they kind of talk back and forth to each other, and Solomon Burke talking back to Ray Charles and Sam Cooke. Fleetwood Mac's Rumors may be the only album, maybe the only band that actually talks to each other while they're in the band with different songs. I don't know if you know that, but Go Your Own Way and What Makes You Think You're the One are responses to Silver Dreams.
Oh, are they taking shots at each other?
Oh yeah.
Actually, I could see that, thinking about it. There's some definite underlying anger in that album, which is why I like it. I don't know why I like anger in music.
Oh my God!
It's
if you want to go look up the concert, The Dance, and watch Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham sing "Silver Dreams" when she says, "You'll never get away from the sound of the woman who loves you." It's just
Yeah.
it's monstrous. But of course, his response is, "What makes you think you're the one?" And go your own way, because the opening line of "Go your own way" is loving you isn't the right thing to do.
Thing to do. Yeah. It's perfect. Oh yeah. And so, well, I was thinking about, I don't know why I was thinking, oh no, I know why I was thinking about rumors, is because they were swirling around. They were just swirling around for a little while in trucking about the whole English language proficiency thing. And, but it wasn't just that. It was, apparently there were going to be all these new laws that were coming into Canada, and everybody because I'm in Canada, people were wondering if we were updating our courses because of those. And I'm like, what? There are no rules. What are you talking about? So that was where it started.
Yeah, and it's amazing too, because rumors get started, and I want to kind of point out how they work, because you just said this, the idea that people will end up trying to force us into business decisions based on rumors as opposed to based on facts. And people don't realize that can have a really bad impact on you in the market. We, by the way, were victims of rumors about 4 or 5 or 6 months ago, as you well know. And it's the unknowing. And we've talked about that in regards to what rumors can create is economic uncertainty, which there has been a great deal of over the last 6 months or so. And people don't realize that there's a line from The Dark Knight when he says, "It's okay if we know what is going to happen is bad. It's not the bad stuff, it's the not knowing that causes all the problems." You took a look at a really interesting book, by the way, The Psychology of Rumor, that was written in 1944, and I kind of want you to unpack that. This book still holds really incredibly true today.
Now, granted, I did not read the book. I kind of did the Cole's notes of it.
No, pretend you did. Fake it. Come on, be an expert.
Damn. Well, it's weird because when I do research, I become an expert for, 2 weeks, and then I have to move on to and that's kind of what research is about when you're doing a lot of different things. But I know how to go really deep into research and sort of formulate a kind of a story about it. And so I was looking up rumors, because now everybody talks about fake news, but it's really rumor. Rumor is the basis of, people trying to make sense of something that is unknown. And so there are three characteristics that apply to rumor, according to this book, Psychology of Rumor, which is written by Robert Knapp. And it was mostly about World War II. He wrote it in 1944, so it was that era. And there's three things. They're transmitted by word of mouth. They provide information about something, like a person or something that's happened, and they express and gratify the emotional needs of the community, which is the most important thing. A rumor never has legs unless it's satisfying some sort of emotional need. And if you have anxiety about something, or if people are uncertain or have anxiety, then they're more likely to sort of buy into rumors, and that's when it can get dangerous. But in 1944, and this is something that I know that you're very interested back before the internet, it was harder to spread a rumor. You think about rumors at school. There's always, always, always rumors at school when you're in grade school, right? There's always somebody who there's a rumor about. And I remember a few whoppers. But they would die. That's the problem. They would die. Because after a while, they don't have legs. Summer break comes, so everybody's not in school. And you change jobs, so you don't see the person every day, so the rumors tend to stop. But now with social media, what's happening is these rumors just get concocted over and over and over again, and it's like the rumor mill becomes too gigantic to kind of, that natural way that rumors kind of live and die has stopped, and we're kind of in the midst of this constant rumor all the time.
I'm going to, and by the way, there's another thing we'll get to in a moment here that's beyond line. It's called flooding the zone, where you just simply fill up the news space or the informational space with so much nonsense and so much contradictory information that nobody trusts anything except what they want to believe. And that goes back to that third point, expressing and gratifying the emotional needs of the community. When there is no trusted source of information. And okay, I'm going to stop here for a second and kind of go back to the left, because what is interesting about the idea of the rumor at school, you're right, it would only end in one of two ways. Either it would peter out and become part of what I call the deep background noise of everything else, and nobody cared about it. Or it would, I'll give you the example of the girl. So some guy, and let's go back to 50s and 60s. So some guy claims to have accomplished some sort of triumph over some young girl in the high school. A very typical play by a lot of guys. It ends of one of two ways. Either nobody believes him and it kind of just fades out. That's number one. Number two, it ends with a confrontation that clears up the situation, meaning that the girl or the girl's brother or somebody that liked the girl has a confrontation with the guy who spread the rumor and forces him to admit that he was full of, bullshivsky. And at that point, it ends. There's a demarcation point. But even nowadays with rebuttal and refute, they say, well, I don't care. I kind of believe it. There's a Dave Chappelle line where he says, yeah, I don't think he did it. But even if he did, so what? There really is a point now that we're reaching where people have enough bad information, or what I call nonsense information, to accept any prior they want. Am I making sense here?
Yeah, and yes. So I just wanted to make a comment on what you're saying about the guy and the girl. In school, it was almost always about sex. Like, it was always about something to do with that, And I think it was because that's what's important in high school. So now
it was. I'm not sure it is anymore. I'm not sure it is anymore, by the way, Jane. I don't know. It's like it feels like everybody. But back then it was important.
I totally see what you're saying, but back you can really see, and if you think back to what was happening in high school, for anybody who's listening, there's probably somebody, and it's usually some girl, some rumor about some girl. I don't know why. I'm just thinking back to my own experience. Guys didn't have it as bad, but girls definitely did.
You want to hear my theory? Guys actually
were more interesting.
Well, actually, that's part of it, actually. But the other thing is, too, is the fact that it is trope. It is narrative trope, but that guys like a hero. Does that make sense? So the thing is, so that guys, if a guy's up on a pedestal, a lot of guys are pleased about that. Yeah, I aspire to be that guy. And I'm talking about enculturation here. I'm not talking about the way men and women are from birth. But there's an enculturation of when a young woman in a high school is raised up to a certain level, she has a problem, because whereas, the guys are in favor of guys ascending, guys are often opposed to that, number one. Number two, they're opposed to that because they have allies in other women who are more than happy in helping them tear them down. So you now have this complete economy of gossip that is rolling around to knock some young lady off their pedestal. That's my take.
Yeah, it sounds about right. It's not very nice, but it's accurate. That sort of tearing down. And rumor has a lot of very, you can use it as a weapon. It's very useful if you want to do that. I've never really done that because I'm kind of a fact-based person, and I never really liked lying about someone, but that's basically what it was. Let's spread a rumor,
I was raised by politicians who wanted to win elections, so it comes a little bit easier for me. Jan, we're going to take
okay, go ahead.
Take a little breath here, because I want to bring Bandit in for a second. He just wants to drop in and say hi. This new format means we take calls all the time on a regular basis. Let's drop Bandit in to say good morning, see how he's doing, and just check in with him real quick before returning with Jane Jazrawi. Hey, Bandit, what's going on? Who is it? All right. What's going on, Bandit?
Well, first off, contrary to rumors, I am still alive and kicking.
Good to have you.
The flu almost took me out.
Wow.
I lost my voice for almost 4 days, and I still don't have it completely back yet. This is about as loud as I can get without feeling like someone's dragging a cactus through my windpipe.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I hate that.
Jesus.
That's where it goes for me too. Always to the voice straight away.
That's the first time I've ever lost my voice.
Brutal, isn't it? It's a brutal experience, by the way, because you have to keep talking lower and lower to finally find a register or a timbre that you can get yourself into. It's nuts. And my friend always says when you get sick to actually speak from a lower place, and every once in a while you'll find it. What else is happening, B?
Well, I've got Loki on the truck with me, so he's out now for the until July 31st. So he just added Alabama to his list of states that he's been to now.
How old is Loki?
He will be 16 in October.
That's groovy, Jane. By the way, our friend Bandit's taking out his son on the road. They're actually doing the thing together, and he's actually adding states to the bucket list. Isn't that groovy?
Yes. So how many states do you have left?
Well, when my daughter got off the truck, she had 26 states done. Loki's been to all of the states she's been to except for Florida. And
that's pretty good.
Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, basically all the southern plain states he still needs. So we're going to try to get all those in and get the upper northwest, because they're going to try to get me a load going up to Washington State so he can actually see a part of the country he's never been in. As far as the difference in the way everything is, as far as the geography and vegetation and all that. But I did want to give an accident report real quick before I jump in with some of this rumor stuff. On I-59 west, well, southwest, because you're on I-22, it over here in Alabama, it exit 71A. There was a big accident, 3 vehicles. One of the vehicles is off in the grass, completely totaled. There's a pickup truck that the whole front corner's totaled. It looks like everyone's okay, and police was on the scene. So everyone's going to need to be in the left lane to get through and give everyone plenty of room to clean everything up.
Thank you for that, by the way. Appreciate that. Now, give us a rumor comment, and that we can, so that Jane and I can then dig in and shift gears again. What do you got?
Well, some of the rumor stuff, like you guys were talking about high school, there was always some knucklehead talking about what his latest accomplishment was. And like you said, there's usually a confrontation. This knucklehead didn't know that 2 of the guys on the football team was the girls' cousins.
Ooh.
That's why things end. I'm telling you, Jane, Bandit hit the nail on the head, dude. The reason why rumors didn't spread was because the threat of violence was real. Maybe if we bring back the threat of violence, we can end rumors. That's a bad idea. Go ahead, Bandit.
Too big a scale. Too big a scale.
Go ahead, Bandit.
Well, it wasn't the 2 cousins that put a stop to it. It was a well-placed kick from her that put a stop to it.
Oh, nice. That's
her.
I always
the cousins just did the monkeys see no evil kind of thing. They both covered their eyes afterwards, like, oh.
Yeah. Basically, that's it.
Yes.
Let the little lady, a big hand for the little lady, a big hand for Bandit. Thank you for the accident report. Thank you for the phone call. I'm glad you got your voice back. Good talking to Bandit as well. All right, Jane. Like I said, new format, new conditions, new world, new day.
Yeah.
So let's kind of keep on digging, because you bring up some great examples, a little bit of War of the Worlds, a little bit of Mark Twain, kind of roll through here. So where do you want to go next?
Okay, so quickly with Mark Twain. We'll talk about War of the Worlds right after. But there's a quote from Mark Twain, which is famously, the rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated. So the reports of my death are greatly exaggerated is actually not what he said. So it's kind of a rumor and a rumor, because quotes are getting quotes that are very old are often, they get simplified. And that's what rumors do as well, is they simplify things. So Mark Twain was actually, the story about that is that I think it was either his cousin or his brother. Oh, his cousin. His cousin was actually either died or was really, really sick. Mark Twain himself wasn't, but everybody thought he was because the newspaper got a hold of it and the newspaper reported it. So that kind of started this whole thing. And because there weren't that many big, huge rumors at the time, this one became really, really famous. What is happening now is that we just have all kinds of stuff all over the place. So nothing lands, and there's always something new. So there's no super big ones. But the super big one that I wanted to talk about, because I love it, and apparently you love it too, is the War of the Worlds.
I won an award for writing an academic paper about it.
Well, it was so... Well, do you want to talk about it? You want to do the background of what happened?
Well, really simply, I mean, I'll make it simple so you can dig into the actual power of the rumor here. The show happened at the same time that Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen were the most popular show on radio at the time, and most people didn't listen to the first 5 to 10 minutes of the Mercury Theater on the air. So what ended up happening was, after the opening monologue, the comic monologue, there was an opera singer who appeared. They always would have the most boring guests on, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, after the opening monologue, as a way of kind of taking care of the cultural laws and rules that were being imposed at the time. Most people at that point would turn the dial to figure out if there was anything else worth listening to. Wells and Hausman, there is a rumor that they timed it out perfectly so that when you turned over, the fake broadcast had already begun, and suddenly somebody is bombing and blowing New Jersey and the entire Northeast Corridor all to hell. Most people didn't think it was Martians, Jane. They thought it was the Germans.
Oh, because it was 1938.
That's correct.
At the time.
There you go.
So, yeah. Oh, man. But what happened was, after that, is that people were started to panic. As they listened to it, because they didn't hear any context about it, they started panicking. And it just became like this huge thing that I heard about in the 70s when I was a kid. Like, it was still talked about, where this broadcast had been, and the broadcast it's a story. It was basically a now I have opera in my head, but it was a theater. It was kind of like a retelling of a story of the book. It was by H.G. Wells. So it wasn't even, Orson Welles didn't make it up. He was just sort of performing, like they were doing a radio drama. And they actually did have they did have points where they were saying, this is just a story.
They do it in the middle. And you can actually hear on the announcement that you are listening to a live broadcast of Orson Welles' adaptation of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, and you can hear, open this damn door. You can hear it in the background because the police had shown up at that point, and Wells was able to hold them off for 30 more minutes before they dragged him out. Jane, you're not going to believe this. We're going to come back and have you talk about this some more. We got Marshall calling really quickly, wants to talk about rumors as well. Welcome to the new format, Jane. It's Crazy Town. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Just driving by Lindsay's house over here in Franklin, Tennessee, and I stopped yesterday at the store because I keep hearing this rumor that you have to have a copy of the Cat in the Hat book with you to be able to read to the officers when they check you on English proficiency.
Fantastic.
Is there any to that story?
That's fantastic, man. That's fantastic. I will not eat them in a tree. I will not eat them. Let me be. I say green eggs and ham and not Cat in the Hat is what I say we should have. That's great. Have you really heard that?
I've heard drivers say that. That's a joke. I don't know if it's really going around, but hey, I figure if they stop and check me, I'm gonna start quoting 4 score and 7 years ago, or 4 or 5. If I can do the Gettysburg Address, I figure I gotta be able to pass.
It's like the old Bugs Bunny joke. You can hand them a card that says Abe Lincoln and then say, "Look me up at my Gettysburg Address." I'm sorry, I've been dying to slip that in there for a long time.
But I wonder how many bad jokes the officers are hearing at roadside.
Oh my God.
I haven't seen it. I've heard, and I've seen pictures on Facebook of them pulling guys out of service down in Arkansas. Arkansas is supposedly the first state that started enforcing it. Now, Oklahoma's passed a statewide law on it, too. So, I don't know. I just hear the rumors and see posts on Facebook that they're putting guys out of service and taking them out of their trucks.
but I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet.
Can I, Jane, really?
Well,
go ahead, Jane.
that is what they're supposed to be doing. So, no, go ahead, Jimmy.
I was going to say, you have to come back on at some point, and we're going to talk about this because Marshall brings up a great point about the idea of truckers as contact points of rumors, because while, of course, he knows it's a joke, can you imagine this, though? A bunch of truck drivers sitting around laughing, saying we should all bring green eggs and ham, or we should all bring Cat in the Hat, and somehow that making its way to enough truck stops where people actually believe, where somehow it morphs, and what we get is, oh, well, they've got a copy of Green Eggs and Ham with them. They're going to make you read it when you get there.
Oh, my God.
And people we could talk about that on this
see it.
show, and people could spread it. Jane, we're unbelievably out of time.
Out of time.
This is great, isn't it? I like this new format. By the way, I wanted to tell you, our next guest, when Lindsay comes on for the next section, is the author of Loud and Clear, The Grateful Dead's Wall of Sound and the Quest for Audio Perfection. I am so excited about this book, dude. This author has written this wonderful sort of mosaic of interviews. Brian Anderson is joining us next. So thank you so much for making the time. Go enjoy your Friday, my sister.
Well, thank you. You have a good interview. Like, this sounds like it's going to be fun.
Thank you. Jane, what's the website of Carrier's Edge again, one more time?
carriersedge.com, and it's all about driver training. And we are fact checkers. So we're not going to give you anything that is not true.
By the way, Jane, of course, is also, her company is the sponsor of The Future Was Yesterday and Education Station. We can't thank them enough for taking the ride. We got to take a quick break here. We'll be back with Lindsay LaRue, and Marshall is maybe hanging around a little bit longer. We got a great guest, Brian Anderson, Loud and Clear. It's a terrific book. It's my bag. It's Lindsay's bag. It's your bag because you're listening to Road Gang Radio. Thank you, Jane.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. carriersedge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. carriersedge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Well, that voice and that song tells me one thing. It's the part of the day that I love the most. Road Gang Radio, live with Lindsay and Jimmy, coming at you in the third hour.
Big thanks to Marshall. Big thanks to Bandit for jumping in the conversation with Jane Jazrawi. Big thanks to friend of the show, friend of Lindsay's as well, Adam Rock.
I know. It was fun. I love Jane Jazrawi. Plus, it's fun to say. I love when I see her out in person. But the minute I didn't realize Adam was on the show today, and the minute before, until you obviously announced him, but that voice, when you turn it on, I'm like, I know that voice. That voice is so distinguishable.
Well, and it's funny because Adam once again buried the lead and doesn't like to talk about it. Guys, I will simply say that Adam Rock is a bona fide war hero.
Badass.
A bona fide war hero. And heroism, not just about being a combat veteran, but being somebody who was there for his brothers in the field, saved a lot of lives and has a lot of friends to this very day for all the work that he has done, both in the field and in the field working for veterans and helping them out. Just a great guy. Good morning.
Great guy. Good morning. Good morning to you. So let me just before we get on our guests, I'm very excited to talk to, as I know are you.
What a great book.
So good. Let me follow up really quickly on your conversation with Jane on rumors because, dude, I work in entertainment, so rumors are unfortunately the livelihood around here.
Both kinds.
Not in a good way. And the correlation I want to make is because I think, I went through some bad crap as a kid, and as we all did, Rumors, the biggest problem is the perpetuation of them. And that's why, like in country and Western music news, I am so adamant. And my really hard party line is that I'm not doing gossip unless it pertains to, you know who, Morgan Wallen. Unless it pertains to that guy. But other than that, we don't do it. I don't because there's so many people. There's people that will say something. I'll say, well, how do you know that? And they'll be like, well, because so-and-so told me. I'm like, yeah, but how do you know that?
Let's call them now.
Well, because I'm like, okay, but how do you know that? People don't tell me things anymore because I'm like, how do you know that? But how do you know that? And I guess I'm no fun to gossip with anymore, which I take as a compliment. But my girlfriends sometimes, especially when I go back home to Texas and when people talk to me about somebody I don't know, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I hope they're okay. I hope everyone's okay. I don't give a crap about people I don't know. I mean that with all the love in my heart. Like, tell me something that about your neighbor. I don't care. Unless it's like, oh my gosh, look what they did and you probably should do this. I'm sure you're going to want to try it. Other than that, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. So just stop perpetuating them. It doesn't matter. Same thing with the media. Don't just regurgitate something you read as though it is Bible truth. Don't just repost something on social media unless you know it is absolutely true, because you are ruining the world when you regurgitate something and you have no idea where the facts came from, or if it even is facts, or even if it even matters. So just stop it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, and you're absolutely positively right. One of the reasons why, and you and I talked about this, that I love reporters so much. Many of you are like, well, they're all just liars. No, you're a liar when you repost the first thing that you see that confirms your priors. You don't like reporters. A lot of them don't like reporters because what they don't like is somebody actually going, oh, really, that's an interesting story. I'm going to go check some sources now. I'm telling you, that question you ask of how do you know that becomes a really big thing. Well, I don't mind somebody telling me that so-and-so told me this. I don't have a problem with that, Lindsay. But a lot of times...
Then you get to consider the source on your own.
Then you get to consider the source, and you can actually call them. But I really hate being told something, unless it's like what I call financially confidential. Like, I'm telling you something right now. The announcement will be made next week. You need to sit on top of this. Until then, I'm just letting you know so you can plan accordingly. By the way, don't do that on Wall Street. It's called insider trading. You get the idea. But I'm so with you on this, Lindsay. It's like, when people write books like the one we're going to be talking about, they don't, they don't say, well, some people told me. You got to say who told you. You got to have endnotes. You got to have footnotes. You got to have all the stuff that kind of prevents things from becoming rumors or becoming speculation and being actual facts based on primary sources. I thought it was a great topic today that Jane brought up, and there's so much more to talk about that Marshall opened up the door for too, because truckers have a great deal of power because they're pollinators. They move across the country talking about stuff.
And they're the original social media. Truckers on the CB are the OG social media, if we're being honest.
They really are. And the idea of, on the CB and in the diner and all that stuff, they're bringing stuff everywhere they go. And they can either bring the truth or they can bring rumors.
They can use it as a positive or negative. I saw it as a positive when I was out on the road on my truck stop tour. It was so great. I'd have guys or girls be like, hey, Marshall saw you in Florida and he got on the CB and it would say, all you truckers driving along the road, if you're going to be heading through Georgia, she'll be there next. So a lot of our people that were at shows were like, I heard on the CB about it. And I'm like, I love that. You're the OG social media. So yeah, use it for good, use it for evil. Always choose good. Always choose good. Always choose good. One more thing before we get to our guest, speaking of always choose good, and maybe also a question mark on that. My husband and I started watching the Pee Wee Herman as himself docuseries.
Oh, wow, man.
Have you seen it?
Wow. That's right? My bag right there, man. The idea of becoming somebody so much that you cease to be the person you actually were is kind of staggering. What a choice. What a choice for art.
It's crazy. It's crazy because I'm watching that while I'm also reading Jim Carrey's book, which is also crazy.
Andy Kaufman, there's another one. Yeah,
exactly. And it's crazy to think about that. I honestly, between the Pee Wee Herman docuseries and in the middle of Jim Carrey's book right now, which is sort of blowing my mind because I'm not sure what part of it's real or not, or is anything real. If you follow Jim Carrey on Instagram, you'll know that he thinks nothing is real. But the idea, I'm like, I now have full, if I didn't already, full sympathy, I guess, for actors. And I'm like, that is not something I could do or want to do. And method acting, I mean, Jim Carrey talking about playing the role of the Chinese dictator Mao, and he's like, anyway, it's crazy. What they go in, you ruin your health, you ruin your mind, you ruin everything. To get that Oscar, you kind of have to trash your entire life, depending on the part. And it's mind blowing to me. But the Pee Wee Herman thing, because the crazy thing that I'll say before we hop into I promise this time to Brian, was like Pee Wee's Playhouse brought me so much joy as a child, like so much joy. I loved that show with my whole heart. I would watch it today and be very happy. And to think about what was going on behind the scenes of a man having to hide his true identity, or feeling like he had to, rather, and to dive so much into the character, really just to ignore who he really was or to forget about that, just breaks my heart. It's equal parts. That's crazy to me, the juxtaposition of so much joy and somewhat tragedy or heartbreak on the other side. It's crazy. But so those kind of things I think are great to watch. That's why I think documentaries and people's autobiographies are so important, because again, it goes back to Jim. We just consume things and we don't think about the life led that went into making it. So I think it's important to honor people's lives who did. So anyway, I digress.
By the way, really quickly, and then we'll unpack Brian's bio here. How about Daniel Day-Lewis? Actually, if you see Daniel Day-Lewis do something in a movie, he can do it. He's actually doing it. He's actually a master carpenter. He's actually, and how about Robert De Niro when he played Jake LaMotta? I don't know if you guys know this. Cus D'Amato, the great boxing trainer, when he saw him play Jake LaMotta in top form, he said he would be the fourth ranked boxer in his division right now. And then to stop production and gain 60 pounds on pasta and ice cream and then have to lose it again like Christian. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You know what else is crazy?
This book.
The wall of sound. The wall of freaking sound, y'all, is cray-cray. So cray-cray that it only lasted for a short period of time before it, not only did it blow our minds, it almost blew the stage. Jim, let's talk to me about who we're about to bring on this show.
Okay, really quickly, I want to read a quote from this book, and then we'll jump in. Power was an issue for the dead through the walls, and many of the venues and buildings they performed in, especially European ones, could not reliably provide enough clean juice for the system. I highlighted that sentence, by the way, Lindsay, because I want to make sure people understand that what Brian is doing here is really accessible, and it's a really fun book. If you're interested in the history of rock and roll, the dead in specific, or just, how the innovative mind works. Loud and Clear, The Grateful Dead's Wall of Sound, and The Quest for Audio Perfection by Brian Anderson is a highly recommended book.
So good.
Brian has been obsessed with the wall his whole life and now keeps a part of the Wall of Sound in his living room. He's been a Webby Award-winning senior features editor, writer, and producer at Vice in New York from 2011 to 2019. More recently, Brian did a stint running the science desk at The Atlantic, did a great job there. Want to see if he knows my friend James Parker, where he was a part of the Pulitzer Prize winning team for early pandemic coverage and was later a senior editor at Vox. This book, self-explanatory, The Grateful Dead's Wall of Sound and The Quest for Audio Perfection, Loud and Clear, is available, by the way, everywhere that books are sold. Brian, welcome to Road Gang Radio.
What's up, guys? Good morning. Thanks so much for having me and for the kind introduction. That was very flattering.
Well, it has nothing to do with us. That's all you and your work and your obsession. And when somebody is passionately obsessed with something in a good way, in a not creepy way, it always leads to good art. So thank you for sharing. Hey, real quick, when you were with Vice, because Vice is a big thing around my house. My husband's a sound engineer in TV and film, and he loves Vice. But did you ever work with Spike Jonze?
We didn't really work closely on anything together. We would sort of pass each other in the office. We were kind of in different departments at the time.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, I would see Spike around. And it's interesting thinking about this book coming out. It came out last week, right? And
congratulations.
Thank you so much. Crazily, I just got the news 2 days ago that it's a New York Times bestseller, and
come on,
completely blows my mind.
Wow.
Really, really. I was trying to wrap my head around that one. But 10 years ago, when I was an editor at Vice, I was a features editor at Board, which was Vice's
Ooh.
Brian, I'm going to put the brakes on you for a second. Dre's going to pick up the phone. We're going to get this signal a little bit clearer and get you back on in a way, because I really want to have this
I
conversation.
know, I do too.
So
we love. I brought up Spike Jones because he was one of the creators, started Vice Jimmy, and my husband worked with Spike on Jackass. So I love those interconnections. And you said you have a friend where he worked at one of his places as well, yeah?
Yeah, James Parker, by the way, who's been on this show 3 times, who writes the Dear James column for The Atlantic, and wrote the Book of Odes, that remarkable Book of Odes that we got a chance to dig into. Hey, welcome back. Sorry about that, Brian. Good to have you back.
You were cutting out, and we want to hang on your every word, not your every cutout. So glad we fixed that.
Oh my God. Okay. Yes. Am I sounding all right, guys?
Much better. Yes.
Much better.
Okay. Cool. So, right. I was saying in 2015, when I was at Vice, I was the features editor at Motherboard, which was Vice's science and technology vertical. And I knew I wanted to write about the Wall of Sound because it's a story about a groundbreaking piece of technology, right? But, I figured it could also be a way to sort of like Trojan horse my love for the Grateful Dead, like into, into the culture. So I spent maybe like a year and a half working on managing a 9,000 word web story. And 9,000 words, that's a lot of words. And that story came out just by sheer coincidence the same weekend of the Chicago run.
All right, hold on. We're going to do it again. One more time. We're going to pick up one more time and get
You're
this all
cutting out,
This is
Brian,
killing me.
unfortunately.
This is killing me, man. Killing me because, man, let me tell you something about this book, by the way.
Killing me softly. Are you a Deadhead, Jim? Were you?
I am a historical Deadhead fan in the sense that there's a lot of the music I like. I am not a Deadhead, but in the sense of given my love of late 60s, early 70s music and how important they are, and the fact that I really am a big student of happenings like the Monterey Pop Festival and the events that unfolded at Altamont, their association with the band that I really love. I love the Allman Brothers. I am like across the spectrum Allman Brothers fans, and their legendary jam sessions that they had with the Allman Brothers that sometimes went on for 30, 40, 50 minutes after the shows were already complete. So am I a Dead fan? Yes. Am I a Deadhead? No. Is maybe the better way to kind of...
Different. Have you seen them live?
Oh, I've seen them live at Jazz Fest. Yeah, I've absolutely seen them live and gotten a chance to enjoy. We're going to try this one more time because, man, you're killing me. You're killing me. Hey, man. All right, got you back. Okay.
How are we doing?
We're doing good. Okay, here we go again. One more time.
Okay. So, right, when I was an editor at Vice, at Motherboard, the science and technology vertical at the time, I worked for like a year and a half on an initial story about the Wall of Sound. And it came in at around 9,000 words, a web story. And that's a lot of words.
That's a lot.
And that's a lot, yeah. And by sheer coincidence, that story came out during the final run of shows of the Fare Thee Well celebration, which was a run of shows featuring the then 4 surviving members of the Grateful Dead in celebration of the 50-year anniversary of the band in 2015. So that story came out during the Chicago shows, and I'm from Chicago. I live and work here. And that story ended up getting a bunch of attention, which, as a journalist, that always feels good, right? You want people to consume and engage with your stories. And it was so funny because I remember thinking after that story came out that, like, surely this is the definitive take, the definitive deep dive on the Wall of Sound. And wow, I did it, right? But very quickly, in like the days and weeks after that story came out, it dawned on me that I really only got to scratching the surface of this much bigger story. And that's kind of when I like first flashed on the idea of like, maybe I could write a book on this one day. So I sort of, filed the idea away. That was summer of 2015, and kind of kept gathering little bits of string over the years, right? As the project would kind of, be on the back burner for stretches and then come onto the front burner, any sort of longer project like that. That's kind of how it works, right? But one thing led to another, and in 2021, I ended up acquiring a piece of the Wall of Sound through an auction. And that really sort of kicked the project into high gear, acquiring this piece that sort of serves as a window into telling a much bigger story about obsession, right? You guys were talking about obsession. That's really what this story is about. It's about a group of obsessives and titanic human achievement and the Dead's unrelenting quest for audio perfection.
Well, and when you acquire that piece, now you've got like a piece of the energy that is the Wall of Sound, like in your home, a living, breathing, so to speak, piece of a piece that went and brought. So let's unpack it quick here, because it's fascinating. The Wall of Sound was essentially a self-contained PA system with the bass, mids, highs, everything, and each sound layer has its own path, of course. And to talk to some people who are listening now who are like maybe aren't tech people, but they know what they feel. And so what I'm curious, you write that the Wall of Sound was both roaring yet crystal clear, which is a really cool combination to pull both sides of that spectrum off. Right. And so I'm a performer as well, so I know there's this rare alchemy in sound that hits you both emotionally and physically. And I think that's what the roar and the crystal clear thing is, to hit you both emotionally and physically. So talk to us about, without going into too much detail, because I want people to read the book, even if you're not a techie, you'll get a feeling from it. But those design elements that give, what is it about it that are able to give you the feeling both in your bones and in your soul?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the separation between the instruments really gave it this singular clarity. It gave the sound this clarity, right? So the Wall of Sound was essentially 6 individual PA systems. So each musician in the band had their own stacks, and they could control everything right there on the stage. So the controls were right there at their fingertips. The Wall of Sound kind of got rid of the need for, like a sound mixer out, at a sound booth, out in the audience, right? So it gave all the controls back to the musicians, and they could respond.
Where outsourcing was used in a good way, by the way, for the musicians to have control.
For sure, yeah, and they could respond, note by note and beat by beat, and they could pick up on, the crowd's energy, right? The audience was always, crucial to the Grateful Dead experience. So, like, if they were picking it up from the audience that, like, people were really feeling it, they could just, totally dial it all in right there. Everything was at their fingertips. But I think, the separation between the instruments, because each player had their own stack, and, the lack of intermodulation distortion, I'm using some more, dense acoustic terms here, but the lack of intermodulation distortion, because, no one signal was going through, like 2 different components. That just gave it this clarity, and because they were using so many speakers and so many amplifiers, like the old Spinal Tap bit, like, well, this one goes to 11, right?
11.
Yeah, exactly. With the Wall of Sound, they didn't really need to dial it past level 2, because they just had so much of everything pushing so much air, right? But because it was so inoffensive, and the sound was so transparent, despite it being crushingly loud, like on stage levels with the Wall of Sound would come in at like 120 dBs, right? That's about as loud as a jet engine at close range, and enough to do permanent hearing damage. That's very, very loud. But it was so crystal clear that, you could be out in the audience and you could hold a conversation with someone next to you. The sound was that inoffensive. So yeah, it's just, I love that sort of contrast between, the sheer loudness, but also the clarity too.
Yeah.
And it was so clear, outdoors, right, with no wind degradation. The Wall of Sound, you could hear it crystal clear a quarter of a mile away. That's amazing. So when I was putting the book together, I wanted to bring this sound system to life as the central character in the book, around which, this small army of, roadies and sound technicians and audio wizards were like working in service of. So I wanted to get all their perspectives, but also I wanted to get and capture memories from folks who were out in the crowd, who maybe were a half mile back or in like the furthest reaches of the hall, and sort of, understand what it was like for them to experience the sound. Because, a central idea of the Wall of Sound was that, wherever you were in the given venue where they were playing, the sound would be just exactly perfect.
There is something, by the way, really quickly. Once again, back to a quote. The show began around midnight. The Dead opened with a triumphant 14.5-minute morning dew, more or less a sound check. As you can see, we're still making some adjustments up here. Weir said after that song had ended, the crowd had gone off. I can still recall the pent-up, enthusiastic release of the audience, said Sanditon, who had returned to Music Hall again on December 2nd for the third and final night. And the accumulation, it's almost weird that form almost meets content here, because what you're trying to do is give clarity to every voice who experienced this, not just the folks on the stage, not just the roadies, but the very people in the audience. The construction of the book mirrors the Wall of Sound. Was that your intention from the beginning, or is that a happy accident, or what they call content dictating form?
Yeah, right. Well, I knew that this is a gigantic story, and to do it right, I kind of had to begin at the very beginning of the band and sort of track the year by year, month by month, show by show evolution of the Grateful Dead sound system as it was morphing and growing and sort of clicking into place as the Wall of Sound as we know it today. Which is to say, there is an idea, and you see, certain folks will point to a specific date in the year 1974 as being like, this was the debut of the Wall of Sound, or like this was the first Wall of Sound show. And they're often referring to March 23rd, 1974 at the Cow Palace, which was a show that was billed as the sound test. And it's a momentous date in the evolution of the Wall of Sound, to be sure. But one point that I really try to illuminate just in how I structured the book is that, the Wall of Sound, this gargantuan 75-ton sound system.
Jesus.
It didn't just drop out of the clear blue sky fully formed one day in 1974. It was the culmination of this years-long journey that really encompasses like the first sort of 10-year grand era of this band, which spans from their very beginning in 1965 through the end of 1974, when the band decided to take a hiatus and they disassembled the Wall of Sound, and all of that gear sort of got parted out and eked into the real world through various streams, right? So all of that is to say that, I had to cover basically the first decade of this band to really drive home the idea that the Wall was this peak expression of an audio project that got going when they were playing small dive bars in the Bay Area to 100 people, but it was all part of this evolution.
So we don't want to. Again, I want to talk broader because I want people to read this book. Will there be an audio version of it? By the way,
there is an audio version.
Okay, cool.
I actually did all the voiceover for it, which was really fun.
Nice. Okay, good, because a large part of our audience are over the road truck drivers, so that is important to them as well. And I know this will be a great piece for them to listen to rolling down the road. But I want to ask you, sort of playing the What If gang here, because the Wall only lasted about 2 years live before it got dismantled. But it's mythical status endures, of course, which is why you're writing about it today. And I want to talk about that influence, but by way of asking you, if you could resurrect the Wall for one modern day band or venue, who would you choose and why? How can you reimagine it for today's sonic needs? Because I guess the other piece to that question is the Wall of Sound was developed for the Grateful Dead, but with sound being the most important thing, though. So how could it speak to a current band? Could it work with anybody, or does it have to be very specific, you would think?
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. And I guess I should probably shout out someone who I talked to in the book and have become very friendly with, Anthony Kojia, who you've maybe, and some of your listeners have maybe, heard about him or his project, but he's currently on his own mission to construct a 2-scale replica version of the Wall of Sound.
Wow.
So he's currently up to the half scale, and he has that lives on the East Coast, but he's trying to find like a permanent space for that as he builds up to like the full scale version. So his idea is to basically have this thing permanently set up somewhere and to have bands kind of come through and they can kind of book time to play
Whoa, how cool.
this Wall of Sound. Yeah, right. And it also doubles as like a playback machine. So you can just like listen to music over it. I've heard it. It's amazing. But it's such a good question because like when I was reporting the book and talking with, a lot of the folks who were in the room at the table helping to design and actualize and build the Wall of Sound in the late 60s and the early 70s, they would tell me that this thing was anathema, right? Like it was so specific to the Grateful Dead that quite often when there would be an opening band for the Dead in 73 and 74, kind of those 2 years in particular when the Wall of Sound was really starting to click into place by the end of 73, and then 1974, that's like the Wall of Sound, proper.
Yeah, Brian, we got to call it a morning. I can't believe we're out of time here. I know we ran out of time. You can find him at BRA Anderson Onion, Bra Andersonian on the gram of Insta. Man, promise us you'll come back and we'll keep talking about it. Just come back.
Because I know you can nerd out and talk about this forever, and I mean that as a compliment, and I would love that.
Yeah. Yes, and I will say, too, that, trucking is a huge through line in this story, and I could talk all about that, but folks will dig the truck, and
like the doodah man.
Oh, I got to tell you.
Okay, we need to book Brian back. Let's get on that clear.
Thank you,
continue
Brian.
this conversation.
So much for having me.
You got it. And by the way, he's right, man. We didn't even get a chance to get into all that stuff, which was one of my questions, by the way. The trucking stuff is kind of remarkable. By the way, we are onboarding our old friends on a regular basis here. Our good friend Peter Stark is up next. You can call during that if you want to tell Peter hello. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, hashtag RGR. By the way, the Dead is so cool, they got to wear Rays. ShadyRays.com. Lost and Broken Protection Programs.
Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.
Live yet again from the Fast Forward Studios, this is Bro Gang Radio, and man, we get to hang out with Peter Stark. Lindsay, Jimmy, take it away.
Hey, by the way, Lindsay, just want to let people know we are working on all of our music and our intros and our bumpers and our buffers and all that stuff. We had a meeting about that yesterday. Very excited about that, and how we're going to start, bringing back all the old segments, the ones that people really loved. This is one that people have been asking about for a while. And Lindsay, once we have Road Gang Radio, we have Nemo Nation. The next thing we launch is July the 23rd. We over here at Radio Nemo are going to be launching We Should Write, where Lindsay gets a chance to actually talk about the healing power of writing, and we're going to be building that up over the next couple of weeks as we head into the 4th of July weekend, starting next week. Also wanted to point out to all of you folks out there that Peter and I, once Lindsay gets that all launched, are going to do our own thing, by the way, Lindsay, and there's a couple of spots.
What?
We're going to do our own thing, yeah.
What?
We're going to do our own thing,
Why
yeah.
am I not invited?
Well, I mean, you'll be invited from time to time, but it's like you got to work on We Should Write, man. What are you talking about?
FOMO. Well, you know what, Peter, good morning. I'm excited that I get to talk to you for the second time on air. I know Jimmy steals you all the time, but I would like to take my power back here and take my Peter Stark power back. Take it back. But Peter would be, Jimmy, a great guest to have on We Should Write, talking about the healing power of writing, because Peter, you can take it to another level because you go and immerse yourself in these spaces and emotionally connect with the land and everywhere you are. And I got to imagine that writing and ideas flow through you when you're out in these empty spaces, I would have to assume. Good morning, by the way.
Totally. I find it really renewing to do that. Partly these days I'm writing about history and, these early explorers and getting into trouble in these really extreme desert, mountain, river landscapes. And it's so engrossing, healing in a way to imagine these people moving through the landscapes and in very difficult circumstances. And so it's a liberating experience from kind of everyday life.
I'm sure. Well, and you're on the Kevin Costner's feature on the History Channel, which is very cool, by the way. I did spot you in the trailer, and then I've got it saved to start watching the whole thing. But can we start there before I know you have a topic today, and Jim will get into that with Young Washington, being that it's the 250th anniversary around here, around these parts. But quickly in your book, you take us to the blank spots, and specifically, I want to know so much about. I'm being called to New Mexico. I don't know why. I've never been, but I've been called there for like 8 years now. So I know I got to go and figure out why.
It's one of the places.
You got to go to New Mexico. You definitely have to go to New Mexico. I just did an interview with a New Mexico native yesterday because I'm writing a book about Coronado and a search for the 7 cities of gold, which takes him through all those Puebloan areas of New Mexico, and it's such a wonderful, wonderful place. The land is. The first time I drove into New Mexico when I was 19 years old, driving down from Colorado. I was a Midwestern boy, and I'd spent time in Colorado. But the first time I drove across the New Mexican border, it felt like the people had lived on this landscape for thousands of years. It just has a spiritual quality about it that's so cool and visible.
Oh, well, I have to go. Well, then on that, to finish that up then. So I guess, as someone who's drawn to sonic landscapes, which I'm curious to you, how does that physical emptiness and how does it, I guess, coupled with the emotional presence, physical emptiness really brings emotional presence, where either in a good way or you have a nervous breakdown, either way, I guess. But how does it interact in those really, wild places? How does silence or space enhance the human experience? I guess I'm asking.
Because I think one of in those big empty places, the first thing you realize is how really tiny, tiny, tiny you are in the scope of the universe. And that can be a really healing, centering experience because, it just makes it clear that whatever issues you're wrestling with, all
of them, Peter.
All of them. Well, they're not even a tiny pinprick in the scope of the universe. And it's really helpful to be reminded of that. And yet there's also, you talk about the sonic landscape, and that's so much a part of those big empty places because the sound can be so profound. Either the total lack of sound, the absence of sound, listening to the silence. Somebody, a guy in Iceland, out in the middle of Iceland, said, "This is where we listen to the silence," and you hear these sounds that are so far beyond the human soundscape. They take place at a whole different scale. I mean, anytime you've been to the ocean, you hear it, the waves breaking on the beach. And you watch them come in from, across the globe. It takes you out of your own little world of enclosed walls and enclosed sound. So the soundscape in the blank spaces and the empty spaces is profound.
By the way, hi Peter. Lindsay has been so excited.
I'm sorry.
No.
I've hijacked Peter.
No. I was letting that happen. I know that you've listened. You've been a regular listener. I don't expect Lindsay to listen to every show pillar to post, but I know
it's all I do.
I know. But when it comes to the last empty places, I can promise you, my text begins to light up of ask him this, ask him this, ask him this, ask him this. The Last Empty Places with author and adventurer Peter Stark is a segment we are reintroducing to the show today. It's a guide to those out-of-the-way places in America that many listeners have driven through but may not have fully appreciated, understood, or contemplated. It's also a look at the last empty places in regards to history as well. The spaces that were empty before the journey that is the American continent eventually filled up. PeterStarkAuthor.com. You can find him on Instagram at Peter Stark Adventure Historian, Facebook at Peter W. Stark, and of course on Twitter with the X, Stark Adventurer. And we are thrilled to have him here this morning. My friend, I have missed you on the air with us. It's so good to have you back. A number of our callers have been demanding to know when you would make your triumphant return.
Give the people what they want.
Give them what they want. And it's so funny, too, because on YouTube, on our comment section, our good friend Foraught actually jumped right in and said point blank that people should absolutely hashtag Peter Stark. Young Washington is a fantastic book. Highly recommend it. Thank you, Foraught.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I could not agree more. So why don't we kind of dig into this topic today? Because Adam Rock, who is a Silver Star, was awarded the Silver Star. The last thing he said before he took his leave of us this morning on the show was he said, General Washington always said that a country is always kind of determined by how it treats its veterans. You wanted to kind of talk about Washington, since you know a little bit about him in regards to, and we can never have enough Washington talks. You wanted to kind of talk about Washington today a little bit, didn't you?
Well, I did in that today, June, well, we're now at the end of June, but this month, 250 years ago was when Washington really, as they say, stepped on to the national stage. Well, there was no nation then, but he stepped onto the world stage in June of 1775. It was when he was named commander-in-chief. And up till then, he'd been a young planter plantation owner in Virginia, and before that a military officer in the French and Indian War. And this is an area I know quite a lot about his early life. I wrote this, as you just mentioned, a book called Young Washington, about really it's the years between his late teens and late 20s. And that what's so curious about that period of his life is he's really kind of a mess in his 20s, and that he's really struggling. And he's not all that appealing of a personality at that point. He's vain, he's arrogant, he's like needy. He thinks he's always whining about being underappreciated and by his bosses. I mean,
I resonate with that.
Number of letters.
I identify.
Oh, I'm telling you, Lindsay, this story is so up your alley. I mean, Peter and I have touched on this, by the way. This really is any rock star or anybody that wants to become a star needs to study what Washington did. But I'll let Peter tell us.
Why won't you like me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, right. It was like that. And this was during the 1750s in the French and Indian War, which was a war back in the Ohio Valley when the British were trying to kick the French out of the Ohio Valley. and the French had Indian allies on their side. So that's what I call it, the French and Indian War. It's hard to keep track of who's with who in that war. But Washington was on the British side, and he was a young colonial officer. So he was in the Virginia colonial military, and he had a group of troops that he ended up leading them into quite a lot of trouble and ambushing a French party back in the woods, which was actually what triggered the whole French and Indian War.
He started it.
He started it.
Would
I
me.
mean, literally, it's so crazy. I mean, there were a lot of tensions there to begin with, but he came sneaking over a ledge of rocks with his guys, like 40 guys, at dawn, way back in the woods, and because he'd heard there were some French guys there, and he just came sneaking over these rocks and opened fire on these French guys. Well, these French guys were down in this wooded glen. They were having breakfast. They were like waking up and having breakfast, and they were actually a diplomatic party trying to deliver a message to the British governor of Virginia. But instead, Washington just opened fire on these guys. And it just did not go over very well. Over in France, anywhere. It's really what got the whole thing rolling, the French and Indian War. So that was his kind of opening act in the French and Indian War. And, and he was a really young guy. It's just amazing. He was like 22 at the time. And then I won't go into all that history, but he ends up being like in 4 different battles in the French and Indian War, and every one of them is a disaster for one way or the other. Although he shows this tremendous bravery. He's so brave, he's just fearless. And he comes out of the French and Indian War, and the entire time he's been complaining that the British, who the British military should make him a British Royal Army officer. And he's just like a Virginia guy. He's a Virginia colonial officer, and they won't do it. And he complains and he complains and he complains about he's underappreciated, underpaid. They don't give him enough money for his table, for his dinner expenses. They won't bring him they won't make him an officer in the Royal Army, blah, blah, blah. So he finally, that all ends. And that 20 years later is when he ends up being named commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. And meanwhile, he's married Martha in Virginia, and that makes him, Martha's extremely rich in lands and slaves, and that makes him one of the wealthiest guys in Virginia. So that elevates his status. And when tensions start breaking out between Britain and America and the colonists, and things like the Stamp Act get passed, and the colonists are getting increasingly angry, that their county militias start to be organized in the colonies, and Washington helps organize the Fairfax County Militia. And Washington he's really vain. I mean, he's always been really vain in the way he looks and presents himself, and he always loves uniforms, and he's always buying silver lace. I don't know, what he does for the silver lace. I think he gives it to his, he gives it to his friends. But he designed a really cool uniform for the Fairfax County Militia, and it was a blue and a buff uniform, and it had silk sashes and all sorts of cool shoulder knots and stuff. And so when tensions broke out, and the Continental Congress met in June 1775, and the British Redcoats were occupying Boston, the Continental Congress said, we need to organize a body of troops to go after the British in Boston. And so they started raising troops, and then they said, well, who's going to lead these people, these troops that we're raising?
Yeah. 6'2" guy in a great suit, right?
Exactly, a 6'2" guy in a great suit, and he was the only one who really had a serious war record, because he'd been in the French and Indian War 20 years before. And even though his showing there, great bravery, but kind of disastrous in a lot of other ways, nobody brought up his record as an officer in the French and Indian War. They just knew he had experience, and they knew he had this really cool uniform. They knew he had really great military bearing, and he just kind of stood there by the door with his this tall, stately bearing, and people looked at him and said, "That's our dude."
That's our dude. That's our dude. Peter, tell me. Please tell me you've seen Nate Bargatze on Saturday Night Live skit playing George Washington.
I have not. I don't think.
Peter, I'm sending you this link. Please watch this today. It is one of the funniest things. So you have to watch it. Okay. Sidebar. Watch that. We'll come back to that. But back to, I love you talking about it because you talk about his love for the silver lace and the crisp uniforms. Who knew that Washington was like the original Chanel? But you realize or talk about how much that played a part in his promotion. So how important was image and presence back then in leadership, like both military and political? Like could charm and style outweigh competence? Because if so, we can mask that to today, of course.
Yeah, you really needed both, but for sure. I mean, to last.
Yeah.
And that, but in a way, it's so funny. Yeah, we talk about how there's such a presence of social media today, but presence was a huge thing in those days, 200 years ago, and that people were always presenting themselves. You presented yourself in court, you presented yourself here, and so every little detail of your dress and your bearing was judged, and it made a huge difference how your literal presence. That I'll read. This is just I just found this just a little quote from my book Young Washington at this moment when Washington is being named commander in chief, and this is one of the the delegates who was at this Continental Congress, Benjamin Rush. He was a doctor in Philadelphia. He writes this about Washington in that moment. He has so much martial dignity in his deportment that you would distinguish him to be a general and a soldier from among 10,000 people, Rush exclaimed. There is not a king in Europe that would not look like a valet de chambre by his side. And so here you go. Washington looks like a total stud dude compared to even a king in Europe. And that's what really read well in the Continental Congress on June 14th, 1775, 250 years ago.
The other big thing, and the book points this out, and we've talked about it too, and it's one of Churchill's great axioms of only speak when it improves the silence. Washington, in the time between the French and Indian War and his ascendancy to the head of the army, had learned to shut the hell up. He was really good at acting like he didn't want the very job that he wanted. He was terrific at being like, well, no, I can't take this. I mean, if you insist I take it, I'll take it. I'm not worthy of this honor. He had really learned to keep his powder dry, had he not?
He had, and there's another quote. He possessed the gift of silence, John Adams had said, decades later. And he had great self-command. And that just as you're saying, he says, this is a tremendous honor you're giving me. But, I want everybody to remember in this room that to this day, I declare with the utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with. And so he's always like lowering the bar of expectations, but it's in this very gentlemanly way with a lot of presence. And that he mastered that. And he mastered so much over the course of his life, his career, especially given where he started, which, as I was saying, was quite a mess in those early days. But it was kind of like he made almost every mistake you could in public, in a military fashion, and he learned what he had to do, and so part of that was learning how to present himself. And the sort of sense of discretion and how to present himself. And very early, he learned how to be how to really bond with his men, with his fellow officers and men, and he'd get down off his high horse, and literally like help push a cannon up over a mountain to help his men, and they were with him so closely because he was so with them, and that was another huge factor in his leadership. So it was, presenting this sort of powerful presence, yet at the same time having showing this humility, and to get down off your horse and shove a cannon up over a mountain.
Casually. So I don't know if Jim, we have, I don't know, about 9 minutes left with you, but I want to talk about, since it is, the first half of the show, we talk about how our listeners make a living, and the second half, which you're on today, is how we make a life out on the road. So those things we do that fill our bucket, so to speak. And, I'm curious to you, because I have a 6-year-old daughter. My husband travels the world for work, but we really want to do more travel together as a family and an exploration, and give our daughter something that maybe I didn't have as much of growing up, really like seeing the world. So you explore both solo and with your family. And I'm just curious to you, how to, traveling in those empty places that you've done so much and so much exploration. How does it, change your worldview, but also your relationship with your wife and kids, I guess, and the difference between solo, having that space, versus what you choose to bring your family to be a part of?
Yeah, well, the family thing's really interesting, and that we've really, gone after that with a passion, of family traveling. And my wife Amy grew up partly abroad. Her father was a foreign correspondent, so she spent 2 years in Thailand and 2 years in the Philippines and 2 years in Egypt. And so when we had kids, she said, well, I want our kids to grow up partly abroad. And so that's been a big part of our family life, is literally living in some of these places. We lived a year when our children were small in Mozambique, and then we lived a year in a small town in Brazil when they were in a kind of middle school, early high school. And it's sort of the introducing it to them when they're young is really important, and to get them out of their, the regular four walls of their house and comfort zone and their screen time or whatever it is. And so that the whole family kind of develops this ability to innovate in new places, and that just comes with practice, I think.
Yeah,
and doing it.
It's about, the idea, Peter, with language, the idea we see when children learn language, is the best shot is between like 2 and 8 is the best crack at it. It's also important to introduce people not just to the joys of traveling, but the difficulties of it as well, too. To get kids used to the fact that when you travel on planes, when you walk on foot, when you go a lot of different places, you got to learn to shed what you don't need, and you've got to learn to be able to rough it on occasion. And the sooner they get used to that, the more effective co-travelers they become for you, and they develop a love for it as well.
Rough
correct?
it.
Yeah.
And trying to have fun along the way, trying to make it fun, and so it does take this sort of ability to improvise and innovate, and also be ready for things going wrong all the time, and going right a lot of the time too, and being open to the people you meet. I mean, it just makes me want to cry when I think of how many people we've met, total strangers in very distant places, who, for just no reason except the goodness of their heart, just embraced us and took us in. And it's like you've got to be open to that. And that's one of the things that scares me about kind of where we are now as a nation. And, it's not like we've been there before too, but this sort of paranoid idea about what lies out there in the world. What lies out there in the world is by far and large really, really good people. And to go out there and understand that and be embraced by them and embrace them is really important, and you can only really do that by understand that by doing it.
So Peter, my husband Seamus is listening right now, who's traveled the world, but he's like, please tell me more about this. He's listening as he's making a drive over to Cape Cod to see some family actually right now. He's like, please tell me about every book this guy, everything he's ever written, because I want to know it all. He also asked, but I want to play a lightning round with you so we can get to know you better. But first, what would be the best time for my first time to go to spend time in New Mexico? I've been to Albuquerque, I've been to Santa Fe when I was young, but Taos is what's specifically calling me. What would in the outskirts? What would be the best time of year to go for the first time? Would you say? And I know it depends on what I want to do, but
yeah. Well, I actually might go to Taos in September myself this year. So
I'll meet you there, Peter.
Okay.
I'll meet you there.
I haven't checked on the weather, but the middle of summer is probably gonna be a little hot. But I was aiming for September, and I think the fall in the Rocky Mountains and Taos is is kind of like the last southernmost range of the Rockies, in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, the Blood of Christ Mountains. The fall is so beautiful in the Rocky Mountains with the aspen leaves turning yellow. So
perfect.
That's kind of what I was targeting.
Okay, I will see you there. Okay, a quick lightning round before you lose you, if this is okay, Jim. If this is okay, Peter.
Oh wait. Okay, before you do the lightning round,
yeah.
One thing that if I should recommend my book, my wife's book, Amy Ragsdale, Ragsdale, wrote a book called Crossing the River, and it's about the year we spent with our kids in Brazil, in a small town in Brazil. We were the only gringos in town. Nobody spoke English. They just landed in a little school in a little town in Brazil that was Portuguese only, and she wrote a memoir about that really gives a sense of how it feels crossing the river.
I will absolutely read that. Great recommendation. You can both that and, of course, Peter's book as well. Our listeners love you and love to consume everything you have. So, okay, first item you pack.
Round.
Yeah, first item you pack when heading into the wilderness.
The first item I pack, I would say, a knife and a cigarette lighter.
Okay. Favorite historical figure you want to go camping with?
Teddy Roosevelt.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
It's lightning. We don't even need the why. Best soundtrack. This one's important. Best soundtrack or artist or whatever for driving through the American West.
Oh, I just heard you play Keep on Truckin'. You can't go wrong with that one.
Very good. Most underrated U.S. state to get lost in?
Underrated U.S. state to get lost in. Let me think about that. I've got one for you. Southern Indiana.
Okay. Did not see that coming. And finally, book you'd take to a remote cabin for a month.
Oh, man. It's like all the ones I haven't read.
So what's next on the list?
Next on the list of what I haven't, it's like for a month, I think I could take on War and Peace in a month.
Ooh.
There you go. Peter, guess what? We're out of time, and we actually have more show to go. So we love you. I will talk with you soon over the next couple of days and weeks as we figure out what your and I's next adventure is. But I'm so glad to have you back. Guys, go to...
And Lindsay, we'll connect. We'll connect too.
Thank you. I'm going to send you the Nate Bargatze the video when we get off. PeterStarkAuthor.com. Find out more. Consume everything this man does. He's a national treasure, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Peter. Goodbye, Lindsay. Oh, you're coming back. So is Tara. Thank you, brother.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
From Nashville to the Big Easy, this is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from Fastport Studios with your hosts, Lindsay, Lawler, Jimmy Mack, and I think we got Tea Time in the house?
Tea time.
Tea time.
Tea time.
Jimmy, I love Peter Stark. Thank you so much for introducing me to him. And, you know, it's I have to say, Jim, and I know you'll understand this, like when I first started doing the show with you years ago, I would get really intimidated if somebody like that would have come on, because I would feel like, oh my gosh, I'm not versed enough in history. How could I have a conversation? And then I've learned to relax. And again, we take out the word interview and have conversation. And so talking to him is equal parts like connection and learning, which I think is really, really cool. That's why I love doing the show with you, because you were so versed in history and everything. You were so versed in everything. And so to be able to have that piece and get to learn from you. But like, I was sitting last night thinking about, I'm like, what really brings me joy in this world? Like, what is it? And the thing more than anything in the entire world that brings me joy is deep conversation and that human connection. I love it more than anything in the world. It's what lights me up, because that brings in both family and friends and everything. I love it more than anything in the world, which is why I love this show and love meeting people like that. So anyway, I think it's cool to like bridge the gap and realize you can have a conversation with anybody if you're willing to learn and listen.
Oh my God, and the going and the doing. And I will tell you this right now, anybody who is naturally curious should love this show. That's the only skill you need. Everything else can be acquired and accumulated. Before we actually get to the turtle herself, if an arrogant screw-up can become president, a former addict can become a successful trucker. Great motivational story, and a big thumbs up to Teddy Roosevelt. That's from 4aught in response to our good friend Peter Stark, peterstarkauthor.com. I can't wait for you to meet him, Lindsay. As I was telling you off the air, he is as nice in person as he seems on the air, maybe even more so. And that
I feel like I have met him. He's one of those people you talk to. I'm like, oh crap, we haven't met actually. I feel like we have spent Christmas together, but we have not.
He is a brave dude, too. He is a brave, brave man. You read those books, dude, and there's some stuff he does where you're like, oh, holy moly, guacamole.
So tell me real quick, and then Tara, we're coming at you. Tell me quick, because actually my husband is listening, Seamus, and he needs an audiobook for his long drive. What are Peter's, he's got multiple books. Where would you suggest you start with him?
Young Washington or The Last Empty Places. I don't want to give your husband sleepless nights, and Last Breath, while incredible, is really terrifying because it's 15 ways you can die in the wilderness.
Oh, I think Seamus would actually love that.
Well, actually, it might be. Actually, if he wants to read Last Breath, it's a pretty darn good read. But The Last Empty Places and Young Washington are a great place to start. You can't go wrong with either place. And a lot of great articles for Outside Magazine, just some really terrific stuff. And it's accessible, Lindsay. It's really fun writing. It's written beautifully, and his ability to track motion, movement, and geography. Peter, there's a reason why Matthew Holbert, Megan Kate Nelson, and Peter Stark are the authors that we have chosen to forge relationships with. They write about the stuff that our listeners like, and they write about it well. So that's where I'd begin. I would begin with Young Washington, which is how we became friends. That story is crazy. Tara, have I told you that story about how Peter and I became friends? Have we gotten into that?
Can you tell me?
Yeah, really quickly.
You know that he's about to, Tara.
Yeah, well, funny you should ask. But Claire, thank you. Claire,
go on.
Claire books him, and he was supposed to be a 15-minute drop-in for Young Washington. Literally 45 minutes later, I said, screw it, and we went the whole hour, and ended up talking. And then I went and looked up his other works, and I saw The Last Empty Places. So let me just get a couple of these books. So I went on to Amazon, ordered a couple of used copies of Last Breath and I read them in a weekend, and I told Claire, I said, let's just see if this guy would do a regular segment with me. And Claire's like, what would we call it? And I said, The Last Empty Places. I said, because I would really think that our listeners would love an adventure an adventure, and Peter is like the best adventurer there
And
is.
they are all on Audible, by the way. Yes, Seamus, I will text you the links here in a minute when I get off the air. But yes, anybody listening, all of his books, those 4 titles, including Astoria, are all on Audible.
Astoria is great too, by the way. Astoria is the one you got to warm up for because it's epic. Astoria is epic. It's about the journey across the country to actually see if they could create in the Pacific Northwest what the colonists had created with the original 13 colonies. Jefferson sends these guys off and says, go found some more colonies on the West Coast. That's what that...
50 nifty United States from the 13 original colonies. Tara the Turtle is here. It is time for Breaker Back Talk with our own Tara Hara Garris. Tara joining us today. Touchdown, Tara. Tara the Turtle. Tara the Terrific. Tara the we cannot do anything without her pterodactyl. Good morning, dear friend. How are you?
Good morning, Lindsay. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Dre. Good morning, Madison, the whole gang, all of you. Good morning.
Good morning. Real quick so everybody knows, the reason behind this segment, Tara had the brilliant idea to really bring our listeners in even more. And this is a way we read your emails, your comments, your questions, your comments, your concerns, whatever it is. Tara is here to bring you into the mix. It's a brilliant idea from a brilliant girl. And go
on.
Thank you. Go on. But yes, I mean, this segment came about before the live chat, for us at least, came about, not in history, of course. But now we get to see you guys in real time. We get to see you guys like on social and on the phone, everywhere. You guys are everywhere just like we are everywhere all at once. And Jimmy and Lindsay, you guys have covered a lot on the airwaves this week. Deep dives, authors, musicians, conversations about farts.
Well, it wasn't fart so much as it was poop. And why is poop gross besides the obvious? But yes, we talked about murder and poop. So, we're really covering our grounds, but all with respect.
Everywhere. Yeah. Well, a lot of our listeners are covering a lot of ground in the chat. So I wanted to do a little rapid fire round from the live chat this week because the chat's been buzzing. We love seeing the comments come through in real time. And every time you guys drop turtle emojis, my heart is so full. So thank you guys for dropping those in there. I love that. And we're thrilled to have you in the chat. So if you're in the chat right now, drop me some turtles. And then here we go. We're going to go speed round real quick. Alan P. said, good morning. Enjoying the show. Keep up the good work. Doug H. chimed in and said, good morning, Big Mac. Gary Salisbury said, good morning, Jimmy Mac and my sweet friend Lindsay.
Aw, Care Bear.
The new show and format. And then Bryn L. simply said, good morning, Road Gang. Rebecca Brewster from Attree is always in the Facebook Live chat. And this week she said, Team Attree is excited. And then we got one from Seek, Texas. It's a fun one, who said, Road Gang Radio is now a 10% discount code at seektexas.com. Thank you for having me on. It was a blast. And that interview was fantastic. It's up on the YouTube channel. Tell me about that interview just a little bit more, because the fact that you knew of them, but I just love that interview.
You want to go, Lindsay, or me?
Well, we could listen. I'll tell why I liked it, and then you can unpack the interview. It was this man and his wife, his mother, who was 92 years old. They went on Wheel of Fortune years ago. I saw it when they were on. They were adorable. They won, and they decided to do something. First of all, I'm obsessed with Wheel of Fortune, so that was cool. They decided to do something really cool with their money, Jimmy.
Yeah, and what they did is that they decided to go back to being kids again and decided to kind of put together a map, decided to put together a scavenger hunt, decided to put together a history of Texas, and decided to cram it all into one event called Seek Texas. It is one of the greatest repurposing of a game show winnings. Some people use it to pay off taxes, pay off a car, get something new for themselves. These guys just simply said, you know what? No, we are going to have the adventure of a lifetime and put it together and share it with everybody else. And the interview is so joyful because you can hear, and by the way, you should go over there and listen to that interview, by the way. Seek Texas is the interview. You should listen to it because you can hear that he is still a Boy Scout and he is still a kid at heart. And it plays through the entire interview. Is just I was ready to go do it right there and then, Lindsay. I was like, sign me out.
Let's go. This feels like a good radio bit. It goes on for a long time.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's a great piece.
No, it's lasting for a long time.
Seek Texas.
Anybody can see Texas. Yeah. Anyone can be a part of it. So all you have to do is get your butt to Texas, and you could. There's like gold bars they have hidden. Actual physical gold bars are hidden in Texas.
Wow. Hey, use Road Gang Radio at checkout for 10% off is all I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, girl.
By the way, I wanted to tell you both, speaking of over on YouTube, before I forget this, guys, that Corvette interview was a big deal, you know. Yeah, big deal. Today is Drive Your Corvette to Work Day. It is National Drive Your Corvette to Work Day.
AKA National Midlife Crisis Day.
Yeah, we could call it that too. I kid you not, because the first 300 Corvettes were all polo white convertibles with black canvas top and red interiors and produced at the facility in Flint. Since then, millions of people have been driving their Corvettes to work. You should do it today and check out that piece of great video content as well. It's got a lot of views. If you saw that, Lindsay, a lot of people were checking that out. You put a couple of really nice looking cars on a posting and people click on it. That's just the reality of it. I'm sorry, Tara.
Tara,
Go
on.
Come on. So speaking of the Speak Texas interview, though, it was the first one that I'd posted on the YouTube channel where I always put all of these interviews into playlists. You know, Maintenance Matters is in a playlist, Trucking Influencers are in a playlist, and this was the first one where it's like, this does not fit into any of our playlists. So I had
Adventure.
to make a playlist called Lifestyle and Fun.
Oh,
And
yeah.
So I love it. That one had to go in there. The PR director from Dollywood had to go in there, and so many more are going to be going in there. And you guys have been doing interviews with these, like, one-off, like, kind of random lifestyle, fun, adventure, like, interviews for so long. So now they have a place to live, and you guys can go see them on the YouTube channel. So that's exciting.
Fantastic. Go on.
Love it. So this one's a little bit longer of a message, and sometimes you guys send, like, really long messages, and I'm like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to, like, put this on air. It's very long, but I'm going to dive in really quick to this one. This listener messaged us about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame combo from earlier this week and made the case for Roger Miller, known for the King of the Road, to be inducted. And fun fact, before Michael Jackson, Roger had held the record for the most Grammys won in one night. So here, we're just going to keep going. The listener also argued that artists like the Monkees should be in, more country acts are added. Like, since they played and sang their own music, they shared some frustration about how many times individual Beatles members have been inducted, asking how many times can one person go in? And they also believe more artists who cross over between pop and country should be recognized. And yes, they say Waylon Jennings absolutely deserves a spot. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, well, in the conversation that she's referring to, it was in our Country Western Music News last week, and we were breaking down people that, because Dolly, she finally got inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And I think what it came down to when we started to break it apart, Jim, was, and Tara, was the idea of, you may not be a rock artist, you may be a country artist, but did you dabble in it, and more importantly, did you have influence on it? And I think that was the thing. Did you have influence on the genre, or did have other people covered your music, and, like, you know, have big rock artists covered your country music, such as like Johnny Cash? And with Roger Miller, that's an interesting take, because he's in the Country Music Hall of Fame, he's in the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame, he's in the Oklahoma Hall of Fame, and he's in the Texas Songwriters Hall of Fame. And so that is not, he's in, to me, Jim, this is why he makes sense. Yes, I agree, because from a songwriting standpoint, he's not just a performer, he's a songwriter, and other people in the rock genre have covered his music. So for me, it's a yes.
Miller's an easy call for me too, by the way. I said Waylon's a tougher call because, like I said, guys, I keep on harping on this. The moment Warren Zevon walks into the Hall of Fame, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I probably will get much more generous about who gets in there. There's still a couple of really big rockers who have not made their way in there, who need to get their butts in there. But I think Miller's an easy call. I think as a songwriter alone and his influence on rock and roll, because it isn't just about being on the stage and doing rock and roll, it's about who you influence. And the number of rockers, especially the guys in the 70s, that country rock thing that really got started back then with people like the Eagles, I think you can make a case that Miller's a different breed, because that's a songwriter, man.
He's a songwriter.
It's a songwriter.
And maybe to your point, Jim, for all these guys in the rock genre that need to find their place in it, maybe for every country artist that gets in, there's 2 to 3 rock people, which usually they do anyway, but at least to balance it out. Because
there's that. I love when you guys talk about the blending of genres. For albums like Cowboy Carter and F1 Trillion, I love that you guys not maybe debate about it, but kind of like what is what. I mean, Miley Cyrus just got her first Grammy last year, and to me, in my age group, that's insane. You know, to some people, that's like, well, you know, why? It doesn't matter. But I love that conversation that you guys have always, the blending of genres and who should what and the debating of all of it.
Well, and Tara, the thing with Miley, which is interesting, I mean, it comes down to opinion. You know, our opinions are like, you know what's, and everyone's got them. But I think with Miley, it comes down to people be like, well, she shouldn't get a Grammy because she's not serious, or fill in the blank with whoever's going to criticize. But to your point, you're like, no, she's a huge part of your generation and your upbringing, and has made of course she was, you know, Hannah Montana, but outside of that, she's really stood up for herself. She's broken out of the mold of her cray-cray family. I mean, she's cray-cray too, but in a good way. She expresses it through music, and she's been, I'd say, healing, and she's sort of the dark angel next to Taylor Swift. She's been healing and helpful to a generation on kind of a different way than Taylor has, but allowed people to really find themselves. So that's why I appreciate her.
Agree. And I think also just having her become a Disney legend was such a big win for people in the fandom, just because that was a recognition, but it wasn't something like a Grammy. And she was able to express herself. And also people really thought that she was, I don't know, embarrassed about the Hannah Montana stuff, and being able to come out from that and be like, no, I'm very proud of that and where I came from. It was very touching.
Dude, it gave her whole platform and
exactly.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right, guys, I'm going to say a couple of quick things here in regards to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Here, who is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, that's going to stun you. Iron Maiden is not in the Hall of Fame Rock and Roll. Thin Lizzy is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Motorhead is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The fact that Brian Eno is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is staggering. The New York Dolls, for whom there is no punk rock music, is not in the Hall of Fame. And Sonic Youth is not in the Hall of Fame. And John Coltrane, who, by the way, has a great deal of influence on it. Like the way, see, I would make the case that Coltrane and Roger Miller, Lindsay, should walk in for the exact same reason. The Smiths are not in the Hall of Fame. Soundgarden is not in the Hall of Fame. And Jane's Addiction is not in the Hall of Fame. And I know a lot of our listeners right now are going, what? What? So that's why there's so much pushback. And I think you're right, Lindsay. I think you're onto something. Let's do 3 for one, 1 for the other.
3 for 1, like Boots here down in Nashville. Buy 1 pair of boots, get 3. No, yeah, 3 for 1. That's what it is. Same thing. 3. And you know what? Real quick too, Tara, before you go on, which I find this interesting, Jim. I don't know, if you were inducted as a band, so say Thin Lizzy, who's not in, but take any band, take the Eagles, who are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I assume.
Yes.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Of course,
slam dunk.
So, but if you're inducted as a band, you are not inducted as an original, as a member. So just because the Eagles are in the Hall of Fame doesn't mean that, say, Don Henley is. Although
Correct.
he might be
Correct.
as well. I'm not quite sure. But I find that's sort of interesting that you're in as a band entity, but not as the person. So which means if you want to be in as a person, you got to go have a solo career. You got to go have a massive solo career.
But by the way, just to kind of give you both a sense of this, and it was finally rectified this year, long after his death. It was not until this year that Joe Cocker was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Let that land there, phone master. Let that land, ladies and gents. Englishmen and Bulldogs, the creator of that magnificent album, did not get there until after he was gone. So, like I said, and by the way, you know who went in with him? This is really cool. Cyndi Lauper and Outkast. But Outkast, who I love, but once again, why isn't Iron Maiden in the Hall of Fame? And all those Motorheads
Outkast is? That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Exactly. Go on.
Yes, Dre.
Well, I was going to add, I did not know about Outkast, because I was going to just say that last year made me very happy, but throws me off that Iron Maiden hasn't been in there, but A Tribe Called Quest got inducted last year.
Right?
Yeah. And it's just like, I feel like if anybody's going to get inducted from hip-hop in the 90s, 100%, 1,000. But that's wild that Iron Maiden's
crazy?
not in there.
Like I said, and by the way, it's worth, and in all fairness to everybody, and Lindsay gets this, I think, more than anybody, this is such a broad term. This isn't like to be in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. There's only one thing you can do to get in MLB's Hall of Fame: play in the major leagues. This is so genre defined. I mean, look, Jane's Addiction is not Motorhead, yet they're both considered rock bands. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a tough call, man. You're trying to get a lot of stuff, kind of figuring out a lot of stuff, and then you get the right group of writers or the wrong group of voters, and who knows what you get. Sorry, totally in the weeds, but I'm fascinated with this conversation, Lindsay.
Same. It could go forever, as it will. Because there's constantly new music emerging, and the Rock and Roll of Fame ain't going anywhere. So we will continue to dive into it. Tara, go on.
Go on. So back to our YouTube comments. We have a comment from Sean F. And he wrote into our Maintenance Matters last segment and said, good segment, long-time listener. And we appreciate you, Sean. And yes, that segment, Jimmy, was packed with fun callers. You guys barely got to the topic, but like
it was
you
great.
Say, Jimmy, forget the talking points, throw them out the window, just have fun. The callers were awesome.
Oh, it was a
Give
great
the people
segment.
what they want.
Oh my God, that segment was fantastic because Kevin, you could hear us laughing. We weren't laughing at the callers; we were laughing with the callers because Kevin, and he made that joyful comment too about Dre, about the idea of how much he loved the new format because a chance to really see Dre get a chance to participate in the show as well, and the callers. And we're really thrilled about that, by the way, Lindsay. Lindsay has mentioned this. Tara has mentioned this. I will continue to say it. The number of people who don't hijack the conversation, who literally call during Jane's segment and say, let's talk rumors. Jody called, got put on hold, and then realized that what he wanted to talk about was less important than what Colonel Rock was talking about, and immediately shifted gears.
Pivot.
We're going to keep phones open for a lot of people on this show. Sometimes a first-time guest like our friend Brian, he's coming there. It's a chance for him to unpack his book. But a lot of people, we're going to open the phones up as long as people keep on making the commitment to talking to the guest and about the subject at hand. That's an awesome thing, by the way.
It means you're listening, guys.
It really
means
does.
You're listening.
Yeah.
It really does. It
Join
really
the
does.
conversation.
Absolutely. Go on.
Go on. Okay, so there was a sweet comment left on one of our full show replays. And quick reminder, all of the segments are posted individually on YouTube, yes, but if you ever want to catch a full show, click on the live tab on our YouTube page, and you'll be able to find every single full show that has happened so far since the 9th of June. This one comes in and it says, good morning from Lovey and Earl. Can't wait to come visit you guys when we get back home to New Orleans. We love seeing you at Matt's every year, and we hope you all will still be there. Have a blessed day. How sweet is that?
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
It's really funny too because the whole thing about going to Matt's now is going to be really interesting.
I've been thinking about this.
I was literally thinking about it laying in bed last night. Like, what's that going to look like?
It's going to look like us over at the OIDA booth.
We're going to need a bigger stage.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's going to be us talking with our friends over at OIDA and say, hey, why don't you build a broadcasting platform, guys? That would be kind of interesting, don't you think?
It's time to get working. Yeah. You know what we should bring? The wall of sound.
Oh my God, that would be awesome. By the way, there's a lot about this new board that we have that actually resembles the wall of sound. You can actually set it up in a way that allows us all to be able to control our own stuff. Working on it.
I'm going to bring a 10-piece band and set up our stage right next to another stage.
Oh, I love it.
Right?
I love it.
I'll be there.
I love
it.
I love it. But we are going to go to Matt's next year. That's pretty much a done deal. It makes it really easy for us because we've never really used the Sirius XM stage except when we did our Saturday show. But you know what? There ain't no more Saturday show. Ha! Hey,
Thank you, Jesus.
What are you doing with your Saturday, by the way, Tara?
Oh my gosh, my husband has to work this weekend, but like we are almost like ready to move. And I know I've been saying that forever, but we are literally like at the point of moving back into our camper. So I will be moving and doing all of the things to get us onto our property this weekend.
To get back into your van down by the river.
By the river.
By the way,
exactly what it is.
Just want to point out to everybody, Little Feet is not in the Hall of Fame either. I'm just
but
saying.
Bigfoot is.
Bigfoot is, man, by the way. Well, he would be, except they can't find him. That's the problem. That's the problem. They've been trying to induct him for a long time, but he's out there in the woods wandering around. Yeah, like I said, it's horrible. I just keep on thinking about people that are awesome, and I look them up, and they're not in the Hall of Fame.
They're doing fine, Jim. Don't worry about them. They're fine. It's okay. They're fine. They're fine. Tara, go on.
Go on. So before I go, Lindsay, a few segments ago, you brought up the funny trend where grown men call their buddies just to say, I wanted to tell you good night. And I still want to do that. Dave, Jimmy, I know Jimmy's listening. Dave, if you're listening, we're doing this with regulars, industry friends. I want to do it. But it got me thinking. We have a phone in the studio. I think you know where this is going. And we have a Phone Master Dre, and we have 2 hilarious hosts. How about a prank call segment live on air? I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm not saying we should do it, but I'm just throwing that out there. Imagine live prank calls on air. Come on,
That's
guys.
very old school of you. That's very throwback. That's very like early days of radio. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm, man, you know that I'm up for it. But Tara, what comes to mind first? Who's the first type of person we call, Tara?
We'll have a few.
I don't know. Do you guys have any prank calls?
This is funny, Tara. Actually, I pitched something like this to Jimmy a while back about us calling Morgan Wallen's hometown, because we make fun of Morgan Wallen around here all the time. Calling his hometown, he's from a small town in Tennessee, I believe, but calling the local restaurants or grocery stores, because he had to work somewhere, but just calling places in his hometown and being like, "Hey, is Morgan there?" And being like, "What? Morgan Wallen, is he there?" Because people know they're very like, he's from our hometown, and they're proud of that. Which, why you'd be proud of that, I don't know. But so I think maybe that's where we start. We try to find Morgan. Maybe somebody will actually get him or know him.
What are you wearing, Morgan?
Yeah, because we have kind of our thing with Morgan Wallen that ultimately I say we have it, even though Morgan Wallen doesn't know who we are. But like that
he knows.
That Matt Damon has with Jimmy
Kimmel.
That's us with Morgan Wallen. He just doesn't know it yet.
No, that's you with Morgan Wallen. I actually don't like the guy. No, I'm kidding.
Fair enough.
One of these days, you're going to open up the schedule calendar, and Morgan Wallen's going to be up for an interview, and you guys are just going to have to go for it.
I know. It's going to be fun. We're just going to throw a chair at him. Tara the Turtle, we sure love you. Wrap this up and tell our listeners how much they mean to you, because without them, none of us here have a job.
No, seriously, guys, thank you so much for everything. Thank you for all of your comments, your emails. Of course, I never get to all my things. And so we will be up on Monday with Dave on Nemo Nation, bringing you more comments, more emails, all of your things. Keep throwing in the live chat. You guys are great. And the pterodactyl turtle is out.
Hey, by the way, if you break down on the side of the road, you want to go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997. What they've been doing is making sure that maintenance providers and people actually drive trucks for a living are able to connect to get themselves out of the ditch and back on the road. 50 states, 8 of the 10 provinces. Truckdown.com. Go ahead, Lindsay. Truck up, truck up.
1, 2, 3, 4. Get your booty on the floor. Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.
Dre, we're going to come back and talk a little country and western music. Phone lines will be open at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call because we love you. We'll be right back with country and western because we celebrate both kinds. We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds!
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself.
That's me.
Lindsay Lawler.
That's what I'm talking about. Lindsay Lawler in the house.
Hey, ooh, hey, girl. Well, boys, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And we mean that in every respect.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Of that land.
Everybody's invited. Everybody's here for the party. Everybody's having a good time.
Party.
Yeah.
July 23rd, come to our party. All right. Okay, babies. Grab your rhinestones, because the queen herself, Dolly Parton, is returning to Viva Las Vegas. Ooh. And I'm truly considering going for my birthday. Jim, she's doing a show on my birthday in Vegas, Dolly the Parton, the queen. I don't know. That feels like a road trip to me.
It feels like a gift you give yourself. That's what it feels like. It really does. And there are things, like I said, there are things that you have to kind of say, I'm going to do that. It's done. It's going to happen. You know, a good friend of mine and a good friend of this show, cares a lot about us, actually decided that they wanted to see me and they wanted to see our good friend, the barista. And that's really awesome. And they're going to come down for our party. And I'm excited about that. Make a decision. You want to do something and do it. Go to see Dolly for your birthday. Done.
I think I'm going to do it. So on Monday, Dolly announced her limited residency at the Coliseum at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas. It will take place this December. Dolly Parton, who, y'all, she's freaking 79 and the biggest badass I know. I mean, I don't know her. Like, she won't return my calls or anything, but, like, I know her. You know what I mean? So she last performed an extended run. The last time, Jim, this is kind of crazy to me. You just assume. Dolly's one of those people that you just assume she's probably playing Vegas a lot. But no, the last time she did an extended run in Sin City was 32 years ago at the Riviera Hotel in the 80s, as well as she had a couple concerts in 93 at the Mirage Hotel. Both hotels are gone. They don't even exist anymore. She hasn't been back. I mean, she's been back, but she hasn't done a stint there since. So this is a big deal that she's coming back for residency. So, and she put on her Instagram, grab your rhinestones. Vegas is calling. So Dolly, who's a 10-time Grammy winner, and yes, a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, her shows are coming up. She will be at the Coliseum for 6 shows on the day of my birth, December 4th, as well as the 6th, 7th, 10th, 12th, and 13th. Those are taking place, and this makes a lot of sense, during the NFR, the National Finals Rodeo. So that's an interesting tie-in, makes a lot of sense. Fans can expect to hear all of her hit songs, like, of course, Duh, 9 to 5, Jolene, I Will Always Love You, Coat of Many Colors, of course. Tickets are on sale now. Those looking for something even more spectacular can get you a little star of the show VIP experience, which, Jim, that gives you access to a pre-show reception in Dolly's Rhinestone Lounge. You get a photo op with Dolly, the Queen herself, and you get an onstage tour of where she'll be performing. Kind of cool.
I love all that kind of stuff. And by the way, you know, we talked about that with Julian when he came on, the idea of you want to attach as much stuff beyond just the show. I think that as we move more and more into a world of AI, what happens in the real world becomes more and more important to kind of giving people a complete experience. That kind of stuff is really groovy. Really, really groovy.
That's a good point. As far, you make this point a lot about with AI coming on, but AI is not going to. It will never. Well, who knows? Who knows what will actually happen? But for a long time, it's not going to take place of the one-on-one in your face connection. We don't know what's happening on video, on social media, even on the airwaves anymore. But we do know when you are touching somebody, when you're poking them, when you're physically poking the bear. AI cannot recreate that, at least not yet.
Yeah, we haven't had Westworld come to our front doorsteps quite just yet. The Hall of Presidents still gives me the creeps. I'll put it that way. I still just like, not a good thing. Not a good thing. But this, Lindsay, you should really do this. I mean, you should really do this. Begin planning this now, because the idea of Dolly Parton doing something that immersive and that joyful and you not being a part of it kind of makes me a little soul sick. So don't do it for me, Lindsay. You can tell people
I
doing
will
this
take
for
one
Jim.
for the team and do it
Thank
for you. I will wait to get those tickets in the mail. I assume you're purchasing them right now, Jim. Actually, what's fun is one of my very best friends, her birthday's the day after me, and she's a huge Dolly fan as well. So we can make it. And she's from Nevada, so we can make it a whole thing. We'll see.
Very cool.
Seamus, if you're listening, birthday present idea. Okay, so Randy Travis, I'm gonna love you forever.
True.
He frequently makes it a point, and this is really cool, to support up and coming country artists, especially those who share his passion for traditional leaning country. So, Jim, have you heard of the show Love on the Spectrum?
I have actually.
Okay, I have a lot of feelings about.
I have very
I know
very
you
big
do.
feelings. But
I
go
do
on.
as well. I have a lot of mixed feelings about the show. That's a whole different conversation, which we can or cannot get into later if you'd like. But the star of the show, Tyler White, he made his Grand Ole Opry debut, which is a big deal. So my husband's worked on the show before. They do a thing called the Opry debut, where they follow artists backstage and they follow them as they walk into that coveted circle and stand there for the first time. It's a really neat piece of content that the Opry puts together. So Tyler White from the show, while making his Opry debut, he chose to sing a Randy Travis song when he stepped into the circle for the first time. And Randy Travis decided to make a special surprise appearance. So appearance.
That's a good name for a company.
Appearance. So while White was so excited, enough just to be performing at the Opry, of course, and when he concluded his rendition of Randy Travis's late 80s hit, My Love is Deeper Than the Holler. He didn't sing it that good, by the way. Just kidding. He tipped his hat and he gave this really big smile to the audience. And then on the video, the moment got even bigger for White as the stage announcer calls out Randy Travis's name and the star himself walks on stage with the help of his wife, Mary. So ever since Randy Travis's stroke that he had back in 2013, it's impaired his ability to speak, to sing, and to walk. So he often is pushed around in a wheelchair, but every once in a while he will come out while holding Mary, his wife's hand, for support. And so he walks out, he gives White a big smile and a hug, and Mary, Randy Travis's wife, shared a few words about why she and Randy Travis wanted to come down to the Opry to meet the young singer himself. She said, Tyler, we just wanted to say thank you so much for loving country music, especially some Randy Travis. Thank you for loving the Lord and for finding the silver linings in life. You've been an inspiration to so many. So Tyler White, who's also a wedding DJ, by the way, the guy on Love on the Spectrum, he appeared on season 3 of Love on the Spectrum alongside his love interest named Madison. Madison, were you on Love on the Spectrum? Our own Madison, or is this a different Madison?
She's giving me a rapid head shake. No,
okay.
absolutely
Okay.
not.
Hard pass. As of earlier this month, he and Madison, they're still going strong. They shared a video on TikTok with them dancing in Nashville together last week, and she's calling him her cowboy sweetheart. Love on the Spectrum. You can watch it somewhere. I don't know where, at what time. I have no idea. But I love this appearance on the Opry, Jim.
I do. I mean, like I said, I have very mixed feelings about that particular show, but there are things about it. There are moments that are just, really, really warm. And like I said, I mean, it's a longer conversation. I'll just leave it at that. It's a longer conversation. That's it.
Well, let's give the cliff notes of the longer conversation, though. When used at its best, when showing the positivity and that anybody can do anything, they want, supporting them no matter what or who you are, that part's great. I don't, of course, as are you. I don't. There's people that are using it as jokes, making light of something that somebody's a disability, not okay, obviously. I mean, I think the intent was good, but here's the thing, Jim. Something that is easily able to be attacked or made fun of, putting that into a reality show format is a recipe for disaster.
And the other thing is, too, and by the way, this is not me just talking out my... I'm going to make this really clear. The other thing is, too, is that the power of editing, and boy, your husband knows this as well as anybody else.
Yeah.
There are two disastrous things that can happen with the editing of that kind of show. The first of which is making things seem like quirky personality traits that are really difficult things to kind of deal with. I mean, that's a big one right there, is that there's often a lot of... The word gets tossed around about being on the spectrum, gets tossed around a lot. There are people who are weirdos and wonderful and quirky and strange and eccentric. That is not the same thing as having a genuine different frequency by which you function to that makes the world every day an absolute grinding chore. And I worry sometimes that they make it seem like all you need is a little bit of love and patience. I have to tell you, my brother has a lot of love and patience, and it's still really flippin' difficult for the human being that he loves and cares about so much. The other one is the more obvious one, the one you've pointed out, which I think is well said, is don't ever turn this stuff editing-wise into punchlines and jokes. It's not cool and it's not funny. And every once in a while, they drift really close to that. Because they're entertainers. That's the job. The show is to entertain. So you can't avoid it sometimes, but you got to. You got to avoid it. That's it. That's my take.
If we're going to evolve as a humanity, you got to be the bigger person. That's all. Yes.
We do have a phone call. We're gonna get it kind of set up here and take care of it in a second. Oh,
All right.
Who is it? Marshall. It's Marshall. Marshall wants to jump in. Marshall loves you.
Good morning, Marshall.
You were talking about my favorite artist earlier, Roger Miller.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I first heard King of the Road. I used to walk around the house when I was like 10 years old singing that song. I don't know why it struck such a note with me, but through the years, then I listened to a lot of his other stuff, and he has some really clever lines and stuff, like in Kansas City Star, where he's singing about the local TV guy, the host of the kiddie shows and all that. Dang me. So many of his songs are really clever, but his love songs and stuff that he also covered some and did some, like Little Green Apples, and but the one that I always struck me was where he's talking about one dying, some crying, carrying me, where he's talking about committing suicide by walking off into the lake and stuff. It's a really sad song, but he does it so beautiful that it's great. So I've always been a big fan of Roger Miller.
He was like the original. He's equal parts comedian and songwriter. Yeah, to your point, he's smart, but he also has depth.
Well, and he brought up King of the Road too, Lindsay, and that goes back to our Hall of Fame conversation. Think about all the rock covers of that song alone.
Yeah.
I mean, the straight up just kicking ass and taking names, rock and roll covers of all that stuff. There's a list of them, by the way. It's well said too, and he can be really haunting at times as well too, Lindsay. Roger Miller could really make you feel like, woo, man. There's some stuff going on there beyond just the kind of wink and the nod. I think
haven't they used some of his music in some and there's some horror movie it's featured in.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I got to think about that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Roger Miller is just a straight up great songwriter and belongs in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I can go with that. I can get behind that, by the way. Get Warren Zevon in, then we'll sneak Roger Miller over the fence. Marshall, what's the rest of the day look like, brother?
Just working. I'm heading back up to the cities. I was down in Huntsville yesterday. Spent the night down there at the Tennessee.
Did anyone meet you? Did anyone meet you for a cocktail there?
No, nobody from the show or anyhow. I had a good time. There were some interesting people in there. I was really surprised how crowded they were on a Thursday night. The place really filled up. And I won third place in the trivia contest. So I got $15, which I promptly gave to my bartender as a tip. But anyhow, that was the first time I ever won anything at the bar there. They have trivia night. They have bingo night. They have, they have karaoke night. In fact, some of the girls then started singing that were in the club, doing some songs.
In the clear.
In the clear. In the clear. Hey, I'll meet you down there for karaoke night sometime. I'm going to need more than $15, though, because I think I'm going to pay that in gas to get there, but I will meet you there, brother. I've heard it's a really cool spot.
It's only like 60 miles from your house. It's not that far.
All right, well, come pick me up.
I'll do it. Don't challenge me and then not expect me to do it.
Okay, my address is... No, I'm just kidding. Marshall, we love you. I love you, my cigar buddy. I love your videos you post. Apparently, obviously, I love them because they're set to my music, but thank you. And I can't wait to meet you soon or see you soon. We'll see you at a conference, I'm sure, very soon.
Well, sooner or later. I don't do the shows as much anymore because I don't do free Karugi.
Well, we will find you. I will find you.
By the way, you asked a question, Lindsay. I actually have an answer for you. He's been in a couple of movies that are either horrific or, in fact, action-driven. A World So Full of Love, by the way, is actually featured in the horror film The Monster. And King of the Road, of course, is in endless movies where it actually plays a really big role. It's actually in Swingers, which is not a horror movie, but it's in Polar with Mads Mikkelsen. So yeah, Roger Miller. There's a couple of great websites that can tell you what songs were used in what movies. But most recently, Roger Miller's song is in Monster: A World So Full of Love, and it's used for very creepy effect. I remembered it, by the way. Very cool. Very, very cool. There you
Love
go.
it.
There you go. Go on.
Go on. All right, Jim, we're going to talk about country stars getting sober because it's a lot of people are. Nashville is a different place. I mean, downtown Broadway is one thing, but Nashville as a whole and the songwriting community, and it used to be like, especially when I moved to town 18 years ago, you would go write, you would meet in the morning for coffee, write a song. You would do, the joke in Nashville is verse, chorus, lunch, bridge, chorus. That's the Nashville joke. And you would go to a bar, especially there's a place called South Street, or you go to the Longhorn Steakhouse, which is on off of Music Row, or you go to there and off Demumbry, and in the Circle there was the Tin Roof and a couple different places you would go and basically go get drunk and come back and finish the song. And it was a drunk town. There was this one guy who passed away a couple of years ago, but he was a famous engineer in town, but he was a drunk. I'm telling you, he reeked in the studio. He was a huge drunk. He did amazing work, but I would love to have seen the work he did. He could have done perhaps sober. I don't know. It was a very interesting place, and that doesn't happen anymore. Or maybe I'm old and I'm just not invited to it anymore. I don't know. But country stars are getting sober is what I'm trying to say. And we did a story a few months ago about Ashley McBride, who's been sober for several years now. I can confirm that she stays sober. I have some friends who are out riding with her on her bus, but she's still in all the drinking scenarios, Jim. And I know you resonate with this. You've been sober for so long, but you have no problem being in the bars, and you actually enjoy it.
Absolutely.
You enjoy it.
Absolutely. Hey, it's a chance to mix it up with friends. And I'll tell you this, Lindsay, you're onto something, though, because there's a lot of people, even here in New Orleans, who still drink but don't drink anywhere as much. It's not just people quitting. It's people really being more and more measured at how they drink. And the more people do that, the more fun the bars become. When you're not having to clean up anybody's messes, it becomes a really joyful place to once again go and just spend some time mixing and mingling with friends. Absolutely.
Yeah, especially with all the fancy cocktails and the fancy mocktails that are in bars, which the bar's not losing anything. Those mocktails are still $9 and $10 and $12. So the bar's not losing out on anything.
Bars cleaning up. Bars cleaning up, man. Bars are doing just fine. And those drinks are good, man.
They are. Bars are like, I don't care if you don't drink. I'll charge the same thing for non-alcohol. We don't care. Just come.
It's a really cool thing. It actually reminds you of what the good reasons for drinking are, the mocktails do, because you take your time. You're not like, I'm not going to slug this down. If you're throwing things back, man, you're getting drunk. If you're actually taking the time to enjoy the taste and let that effect hit you, that's a very different experience. And there's a lot of people who are signing up for that kind of grooviness. My good friend Adam, who was on, he's that kind of drinker, dude. He takes forever and a day to make his way through a cocktail. And it's kind of fun to watch. Brad Bentley, same thing. None of that down.
They enjoy it. They're not drinking crap. They're drinking something to enjoy it.
Schaefer, you get the idea. Sorry.
And so Charles Kelly of Lady Antebellum says that his wife Cassie is the reason he got sober. And he said while laying in a bed in a rehab facility in Utah, he thought that there was zero chance he would ever be laying in his own bed at home again. And reading that article and hearing him say that, thinking about that, the loneliness of being in, because if you're going to rehab, you've got to sure hope you've got a support system and somebody waiting for you on the other side, or have the wherewithal to realize I have to go to rehab so that I can have somebody waiting for me on the other side. But the image of him saying I was laying in this bed in Utah thinking, I don't know if I'm going to be welcomed back into my own home, into my own bed. And he said the heaviest times in his life are what inspired his new solo record. And it's called Songs for the New Moon, which came out on Wednesday on the new moon. I love that kind of stuff, Joe.
Yeah.
And here's another funny thing, Jim. His new album, which is a solo project, it's labeled as soft rock. So he's Lady A is one of the biggest, one of the biggest country bands there is. His solo project is labeled as soft rock, and it has sort of this 80s throwback vibe about it. So he's another guy throwing genres out the window that we talk about a lot. I started crying on the song "Look What We Did" because it talks about almost giving up multiple times and in his marriage, and the fact that they never did, with all they've been through, what volumes that speaks. I feel that in my soul about my own marriage, or any marriage. If every marriage is hard, and the fact that you're still there doing it. You and Claire spent a lot of time apart. My husband and I spent a lot of time apart. The fact that Dre, now you're going back and forth and feeling that, and these relationships are hard, and that's the good stuff. It's not, if you don't cut and run when things get tough. If you're still in it on the other side of things, I think it's so beautiful, and it kind of chokes me up. But it's the equal parts that and getting healthy, because Brett Young, another great country artist, his new album is called 2.0 to represent the changes in his personal and professional life, Jim. So he shared that he cut out drinking alcohol a year ago, and now it's kind of gotten him on this rant where he's trying to find other ways he can be healthy, because he's like, I got to be around. I'm older. He's in his 40s, and he's like, with not old, but with little kids, he's like, I got to be around a long time for these kids. So that's what a lot of people are realizing as well. And I just think that our friend, my husband's friend Steve-O, who he's worked with a long time on Jackass, he not only got sober, and talk about a guy who made his living off of being drunk and doing drugs and crazy.
It's called
crazy
Jackass
stuff.
for a reason.
It's called Jackass for a reason. But he took the dopamine from the other side, where he was like crazy. He became vegan and into yoga and working out, and but he's still an entertainer. He's still out on the road telling the stories. And I think Jim will, the idea of being able to write songs, or do a comedy tour, write a book sober, telling your story sober versus when you were wasted. First of all, you can remember them and remember what you're talking about. But it's we talk a lot of time with songwriters about how do you write music now that you're sober, or music now that you're married, when your music before was about being a shit show in a bar. Like, what's that transition like, right? It's a different place to put pen to paper.
By the way, the thing is, what you really have to, the biggest adjustment is a lot of people don't use the alcohol to inspire themselves. They use it to shut it down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big thing. Walker Percy writes about that a lot of the time. A lot of people use alcohol or drugs as a shutdown device. A lot of people suffer from neurodivergence of ADHD, hyperactivity, all of that kind of stuff. And the only way to turn the machine off is that you literally are bursting with things, and you've got to calm yourself down. The big breakthrough for a lot of people is not so much finding the creative muse, but finding a way to not emotionally exhaust themselves while they're working on all that kind of groovy stuff. That's a big thing too, as well too. Some people, it opens up the floodgates in regards to creating amazing stuff, but then they can't stop, dude, and they start churning and burning. So a lot of people have to figure out the yoga, the diet stuff, the long peaceful walk, and all that. Walker Percy calls it re-entering the atmosphere. And the idea that when you stop creating, think about what it means when a spaceship comes through the atmosphere, that really long, low rumble of getting burned while you come back.
I like
in.
how you say that like it's a normal thing, which it feels like like when a spaceship comes through the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But it's like, but for these people, it is a normal thing. There's a reason why William Faulkner writes the last line of A Light in August and then is found passed out 2 days later in a rice paddy field, with his face down in a rainstorm. I mean, what do you do after you write The Sound and the Fury? I mean, what do you do after if you're Van Morrison, and Van Halen, that's a very different situation. If you create Astral Weeks, dude, I mean, you
keep going. That's the whole thing. If Picasso quit after if we only had that one painting, that's the big thing as creators that we keep being taught. We're meant to create. We're not meant to worry about what happens once we create and once we put it out there. It's such a hard thing to not look at, especially with social media when you're looking for likes, but you're just meant to create and keep on creating, because the minute we stop creating, we die, Jim.
I have to take care of this, Lindsay, really quickly, although I will make mention of the fact that this is a great time to remind yourself between over and next, you need to find and you need to hang that hammock. Really quickly, on today's Trucking with Oida, we're going to be taking a trip to the White House through the eyes of our favorite truck driver, Gina Jones. We love Gina, by the way, who didn't didn't just make a visit to the White House. She got up and spoke at the podium in the East Room with President Trump standing just a couple of feet away. Jean is going to share that incredible experience with Scott and Ashley on Trucking with Oida. Plus, they previewed the Walcott Truckers Jamboree and track new efforts to put more trackers on truckers. Ho, 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 ho.
Trackers on Truckers. Good band name.
Yeah, good band name. Bad idea, bad proposal. And our friends from Oida are going to be tearing it up over there on Trucking with Oida, which follows this show immediately. Hey, can you believe how fast? I have to tell you, love the new format. I like how fast we get through these things, man. We just move,
It's
don't
fun, but it makes me, when it's over, I want to do more.
I know. You re-enter the atmosphere.
Ooh, like a spaceship. Hey, we're almost done, but let me end with this before I take you out on this day in country music history. This is so dumb. Cody Johnson, he's not dumb. He's my favorite. If I could see anybody in country music right now, it would be Cody Johnson if I could see anybody live. But he had to break up a fight at his show this weekend, Jim, or last weekend.
Priceless.
Well, last Saturday, he takes the stage in San Antonio, Texas. A fight breaks out amid his performance of, y'all, you can't make it up, during his performance of God Bless America, of all songs. You freaking morons. So a fan, of course, captured the footage and, of course, put it on TikTok because that's what we do these days. And fans can be seen grabbing at one another, falling to the ground. The crowd is brawling. And as Cody's band keeps on playing in the background, everyone kind of looking around. And Cody Johnson addresses the brawl while speaking to the audience. He's like, he says, this is not a Travis Scott concert, guys. Which, it's maybe too soon, referring to the 2021 Astroworld. Yeah, that was rough. Where 10 audience, that was the Astroworld tragedy, where 10 audience members at his concert were killed and thousands were injured due to a crowd rush in Houston. But maybe not the best reference, but also I like that he's making a point here. Like, this little brawl could turn to that and people wake the you-know-what up. So Cody Johnson also, he said, guys, there's kids in the crowd. Grow up, dummies. He didn't say that part. I added that part. But later he tells the crowd that the police are on the way. People start cheering. And Cody Johnson had just given, this is where it's funny, Jim, he had just given this beautiful, motivational speech to the crowd about unity and not being divided. Then he launches into God Bless America, and then the brawl breaks out. So he goes, well, so much for my speech on not being divided, guys. Yes, Dre.
Oh, no, I was just saying, need 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Hand signal.
Sorry.
I don't know. People get it together. I don't know what to tell you. Go if you even have that in you to explode. Maybe don't go to the concert, but just sit and listen to him on your speakers at home, on your own wall of sound at home. Okay, finally, on this day in country and Western music history, Hank Snow recorded. I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that today he recorded I've Been Everywhere, Man, I've Been Everywhere at the RCA Studio B here in Nashville. The song was written by Australian country singer Jeff Mack in 1959, made popular by Lucky Star in 1962, and has been covered by Lynn Anderson, Asleep at the Wheel, and Johnny Cash. Hank Snow, of course, making it big. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. We celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
We celebrate you on the road, and most importantly, we celebrate you getting home safely. Don't go anywhere. Trucking with Oida's coming up next. Jim, Dre, Madison, have the best weekend. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Lou. LaRue, no more than two. Dre, take us away. RadioNemo.com is responsible for all the material here, and we take full credit for all the nonsense and stupidity that roll across the airwaves. That's usually me. Lindsay's got some wise things to say. Thank you for making time for us. Thus end our TED Talk.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes? while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families. Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Trackers on truckers, CVSA's push for universal electronic vehicle identifiers. From the highway to the halls of the White House, a trucker details her experience next to President Trump. And less than 2 weeks until the annual Walcott Truckers Jamboree. All that and more on today's Trucking with OOIDA. Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
I'm Scott Thompson. Ashley, I thought you'd be at the Jeff Bezos wedding in Venice. You didn't get the invite?
I didn't get the invite,
Got lost in the mail.
Unfortunately, but much to discuss there. Perhaps we'll touch on it later.
Maybe.
Yes.
I've got thoughts. I'm not sure we have the same thoughts on it.
I would think the wedding would be nice.
You would think.
To put it lightly.
Although, did you see the invitation? People were giving them grief for it. Looked like it was copy
I didn't
clip
see
art
that.
on the invitation.
Yes, I saw
or
something about it. I did see a list of celebrities that were
Well,
invited. Unfortunately,
our invites got lost in the mail apparently, but maybe
awkward.
next time.
Maybe next.
I mean,
week.
I'm hoping they're happy and stay together.
I'm sure it'll work out for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a lot going on today, and we can cover some news here in a moment. One thing that kind of caught my eye, and I know our friends over at Landline have been covering this as well. CVSA, Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, which we've been talking about in the context of the English proficiency out-of-service violation situation, they have laid out their legislative priorities, and one issue in particular is like a flashing red warning sign for a lot of folks out there, I think for a good reason.
Yeah, I guess topping the list, the Universal Electronic Vehicle Identifier, which essentially would allow law enforcement agencies to wirelessly identify vehicles, access information, which could potentially identify details about the vehicle, driver, carrier.
Yeah, every commercial motor vehicle.
Yes.
And that they did say that if this were to go into effect, it would be on only new trucks. But as we've seen before, that can be a pretty slippery slope.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is something that CVSA is pushing for in the next highway bill. This is not something that's, legislation. It's not something FMCSA is pushing for. And CVSA has done this. People will probably recall they've tried this before, I think dating back to as far as like 2010 or something.
2010, which I'm like, what was the technology like in 2010? Because 15 years in the tech world, I would think would be like...
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Change.
This is a conversation that they weren't having in 1995, or whatever, because the technology wouldn't have been there. But yeah, the idea of I think... If you talk to most truckers out there, the idea of a driver-facing camera is enough of an intrusion. The idea that there would be a tracker in your vehicle, essentially,
information on
giving a link to law enforcement with information, and their argument here, CVSA, is that this would make roads safer. We would really only be monitoring, I think, unsafe motor carriers. But again,
that's what they all say, though.
Exactly. It's a super slippery slope here. And, they're trying to get this in the highway bill because that's kind of the path of least resistance. I don't think we would see legislation like this pass anytime soon. FMCSA at this point has zero interest in something like this. So CVSA is essentially trying to, take that easy path toward passage here, and slipping into a highway bill would be the way to do it. I worry about legislators. This is one of these things that sounds good maybe on paper to some folks.
Yeah, so they're like, oh yeah, I'll sign off on this, but they're not actually thinking about it. They're not listening to truckers. They're not listening to associations like OOIDA who are against this. President Todd Spencer, have said our members have been extremely clear. They don't like this. This is an intrusion of privacy. They don't want it. So
and there was a proposed rulemaking, I guess 3 years ago or so, that would have put this into effect. And there were a couple thousand comments that came in, and you would imagine,
please don't.
Yeah, please. Well,
I don't know if they said please.
They weren't quite that nice, probably. I mean, cordial, but don't do this. But if you are in the habit of talking to your legislators, you might just put this on the radar and let them know that this is a bad idea because it's being floated out there, as it often is. But there you go.
And the push is on once again for more support for the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, the GOT Truckers Act, as it's often referred to. Currently, there's a Senate bill that would eliminate taxes on overtime wages. However, the bad news, truckers would not benefit.
Yeah. And we should make it clear, there are two separate bills. So we've got the bill in the Senate introduced by Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri. It's called the No Tax on Overtime Act of 2025. It essentially is, following through what President Trump had promised on the campaign trail to, end taxes on overtime wages.
Help out the blue-collar workers.
The problem, and the problem is that, among the blue-collar workers, truck drivers are not among them that are listed in the bill as it is. OIDA put out a call to action recently to kind of get Senator Hawley on board with that idea, also taking that opportunity to talk about the GOT Truckers Act, as you mentioned there, which would obviously include truck drivers because it's geared toward truck drivers. And this is an issue I think that maybe is not getting enough attention because I think the kind of the ancillary benefits of doing something like this really cannot be understated, because if you start paying people for all of the time that they put in, the one thing that I've heard is, shippers and receivers should start, in theory, honoring your time a bit better.
Yeah.
Detention time would go down, you would think, because they know that they're, shelling out money for you sitting there for however many minutes or hours it may be. And that kind of benefit would trickle on down the line. Owner-operators are not going to benefit from this bill directly, but indirectly, because, rising tide lifts all ships kind of thing.
Yeah,
this is the kind of thing that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, keep beating that drum. But if you talk to your legislators, if you've got a kind of a relationship with the staff there, this is something too that really would go a long way. So get that House bill moving, get the Senate bill included in that, truckers included in that as well, and that can go a long way to solving some problems out there. So there you go.
Yeah. If you've ever wondered how long you can idle your truck in certain states or cities, there's actually a list. The American Transportation Research Institute, ATRI, of course, we love an acronym in trucking.
Yep.
Recently updated its compendium.
Compendium.
I will say that is a word I have never seen.
You don't throw the word compendium around on a regular basis?
A collection of information.
Summary, right?
I can't be the only person who's never heard the word compendium.
I don't think it's used that often.
And that drives me nuts. The person writing this, I want to be like, why?
I'm going to guess that they're researchers, and they probably use the word more than we do.
But do they not think of the people actually looking at the list?
I don't know.
Me?
Guess what, Ashley? We've got them on the line right now. We can ask them directly. No, we
I'd
don't.
love to.
Unfortunately. Yeah, compendium. This is a summary, basically, right? Is what they're
collection
what
of
they're
information. Some cities, it depends on temperature, but the list essentially has the limits, whether, the temperature affects it. The amount of fines typically ranges from, there's 0. Some places you cannot idle whatsoever, up to 15 minutes. The fines ranged from $25 to $25,000.
Oh, is that all?
That's all.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah, this is the thing that I don't, unless you're a truck driver or you understand trucking, I don't think people understand this issue enough, as to why,
you wouldn't need to.
If you're sitting in your car in the middle of summer and it's, 100 degrees outside, you're not turning your car off,
Yeah.
But again, I think this ATRI tip, I think is very helpful, this compendium, I should say, is very helpful for people there. Truckingresearch.org is the place to go check that out. And it's a good thing. It's a good key for people, again, who travel around a lot and aren't quite sure what they may be driving into. So very helpful there for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a really good interview coming up. I'm super excited to talk to her. I talked to her a couple of months ago. Gina Jones, truck driver. She trucks with her husband. She got a very exciting opportunity a couple weeks ago to go to the White House.
Yeah. And I saw that. She was there taking part, or I guess speaking, right, at a ceremony kind of commemorating the striking down of the California emissions rules. And she went up to the podium. You could see the president literally like 2 feet away from her to her right.
Yeah.
And she talked to a crowd of dignitaries and lawmakers.
Well, it looked like they were packed in a sardine can. It was a lot of people there. I mean, we would know there's a ton of cameras there. She did a great job. So, I'm super excited to
we'll talk to her about that experience.
What that process was like.
Yeah, the process, the experience, what she talked about, what she saw. It'll be a good talk there. Yeah. And then later on in the show, we've got the Walcott Truckers Jamboree coming up on July 10th. And we're going to speak with Lee Meyer of the Iowa 80 group there to talk about the show, what we can expect. I want to talk about the pork chop sandwich, the famous pork chop cookout with her as well. So we've got a lot to discuss there. Gina Jones as well. Looking forward to that. That's right up after the break here. Good show for you today. We do have to take a quick break, but Trucking with OIDA is going to be right back right after this short commercial break.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Anytime truck drivers can have their voices heard is important. Anytime that can happen in front of government is even more important. Recently, Gina Jones had the opportunity to do just that at the White House, no less. She joins us now. Gina, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You and I spoke a few months ago, and as I was watching this bill signing ceremony, I just kind of had it on the background that President Trump did a few weeks ago that put the end to California's strict vehicle emission standards. They announced, a truck driver's coming up to speak, and immediately I recognized you. I said, wait a second, I know her. So I'm so excited that we get to talk about the experience. Tell me, how did this all come about?
So I got a phone call, and I was surprised of the phone call that I got from who was calling me. It was, all of a sudden, I heard this voice, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I picked up the phone, and I heard this voice, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that voice sounds familiar. And I looked at my phone, and it says it's Chris Spear. And I'm like, what is Chris Spear calling me for? So Chris Spear is the president and CEO from ATA, Americans Trucking Association. And he's like, hi, Gina, how you doing? And I'm like, hi, Chris. And so he presents to tell me that I was chosen as America's road team captain to present at the White House, represent at the White House for the trucking industry and the ATA. And then he proceeded to tell me what I was going to be doing, that I was going to, if I was okay with it and said yes, that I would be doing a 30-second speech next to Mr. President, Mr. Trump. And I was like a little bit in a shock. I didn't know what to say, and I just kept listening. And it was exciting, and I couldn't believe if I was really hearing what I was hearing. So as that went on, he told me that he already talked to Warner Enterprises, the CEO and chairman, Derek Leathers, letting them know that I was chosen, and our president of Warner, Nathan Meisgeier, as well. So after that, it all began. Just what was next in line.
And it was an immediate yes from you, I would assume, after you got over the shock, right?
He was telling me when it was going to be June 12th, and I'm like, are you saying June 12th, next week? So this was a Friday. A Friday when he called me, and we had 6 days. And I originally had some plans flying out of town to Orlando. And he's like, Chris Spears is like, Gina, we can work with this. We can get to where you need to go. And they did, and it was amazing.
You should have had them move the ceremony to Orlando. I think that would have been the power move, Gina.
No.
Maybe next
I
time.
didn't want to lose that White House
for sure.
Experience, yeah.
Experience.
Do you know why you were chosen?
Well, I am a professional truck driver for 13 years now, and I represent the trucking industry. I team drive with my husband, and I'm on the America's Road team. I'm a captain on the America's Road team with the ATA, so I represent our trucking industry.
Now, I'm curious, your husband, Steve, right?
Yes.
Did you call him, or was he home at the time? Like, how did that conversation go?
So we were on the road. He was sleeping. I pulled over and I said I needed a safe haven. When I got the call, I was hands-free, but I still needed a safe haven to pull over at a safe place and do my discussion. And I woke Steve up. He was in the back of the cab sleeping. I'm like, Steve, you're never going to guess what happened. What just happened? And he was like, oh my gosh, we need to get this worked out. We need to figure this. We were heading home anyways, back to Phoenix from being out in West Memphis doing a delivery. And we were just a matter of 8 hours away. And I was going to be home that Wednesday anyways, because I was flying out to Orlando Thursday. And so it just fell in place like it was supposed to happen.
Wow.
But awesome. He was excited. He's my rock. He's been there for me since day one when he got me into the trucking industry. So I have to, he's been everything right there for me. Supports me so highly.
That's great.
I'm curious, what was the preparation process like in, writing your speech and getting ready to go to D.C.?
So I had, Mr. Spears told me that I would have a person in contact that would contact me to let me know all the details. And then the ATA, also with the America's Road team, Nikki Thomas, she gets everything ready for us America Road team captains when we go do events. And I also had 2 other America's Road team captains join me on the White House as well. And we wanted to have a military veteran and a Teamster. So they were there joining me, Ralph and Perry. They were very wonderful support team for me as well. I know Ralph, he was at the White House at one time before, so he could help me down the road with the experience as well.
Show you the ropes a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so that was very helpful, but it was exciting for all 3 of us to be there. And even Warner's president, Nathan Meisgeier, he accompanied me as well on the trip there too.
It's great that you had that support system because, like Ashley, I was watching as well and saw when you went up there. And I thought to myself, that looks incredibly nerve-wracking.
Terrifying.
Yeah, because if anybody hasn't seen it, you're up at the podium. The president is over your right shoulder, a couple feet away from you. If you look at the audience, you see a bunch of cabinet members and, different representatives
there was a lot
from
of
the
cameras.
Cameras everywhere. Yeah, I'm sure. And I don't think it's that big a space too. You were the one that went up and actually spoke. You had that great support system. But, I can't imagine that was a comfortable experience necessarily going up and taking that mic.
So when President Trump was speaking and ready to announce me, I walked up, I stood there by the stage waiting, and yes, I was like, I got this. I'm going to do it. I feel comfortable. At first, when I got into the White House, I did not. I was so nervous. I had to walk around. We were in the East Wing, and I took a tour of the different rooms, the red, the blue, and the green room. And some of the times I was by myself in those rooms, and I would just take a deep breath. And I did video, yeah. And then, so before I did get up on the stage, and before President Trump came walking out, and that was amazing. I had to go to the restroom, and I wanted to get myself together. And so the White House Office of Public Liaison she took me to the restroom and she goes, Gina, you're going to enjoy this restroom. And I walked in and my eyes just got so big. It felt like a museum that I was in, and it was a restroom. But so I went in there to kind of get myself relaxed and stuff. And that really helped me. So I was prepared once I was ready to get on that stage and by the podium. And I saw President Trump. I was just like, oh my gosh. I'm here. This is really it. I'm not dreaming.
It's happening. Yeah.
It's happening. Yes. And so he announced me. I walk up. I look at him straight in the eye. He gives me a handshake. I opened my speech, and I said, "Thank you, Mr. President." And he put down my microphone for me because I'm short, and he's this tall gentleman. And so I thought that was really wonderful to see that happened. I even watched back on my videos on it from the news, and I'm like, wow, he did do that.
Mm-hmm.
So because you don't catch everything right away, it's going so fast. You're in the moment. Yeah. So then I began to speak my speech, and it was amazing. It just flowed. I just started a little bit on one word, but you know what? You keep going and you just take the moment, and it was over. It went so fast.
Yeah. You did, and you did great.
You did a great job.
You did great. Yeah, for sure.
What was the main message that you wanted to get across during your speech?
So the main message is I really, really wanted to say is we cannot allow one state's regulation to disturb the entire nation's supply chain. So by allowing that, California to do so would have to negatively impact the hundreds and thousands of the truck drivers who deliver critical goods across the country each and every day. So that was the main importance of those words that to represent the trucking industry.
And I mean, I know like Scott kind of painted a picture of what it looked like, but I mean, President Trump was like right by you. I think at a few times like put his hand on your shoulder, like very, very close. Was that nerve-wracking at all? How did that feel?
Oh my gosh. I was like, wow, he touched me on my back. I mean, the President of the United States gave me a couple pats on the back. And so, when I said promises made, promises kept, that's when he patted me on the back. And then all of a sudden I heard the audience just applaud. And I'm like, wait a minute, they're applauding. I need to stop. So I stopped, and then the whole room just applauded loudly and just waited calmly and continued my last sentence, saying on behalf of the 8.5 million Americans who work throughout the trucking industry. And I said, I thank you, to thank them all for what they do every day out on the road.
Was Steve able to be in the room with you, or did he watch on TV?
Oh my gosh, and that is the sad part. He wanted to be there so bad, but he was not able to attend. While I was going to be going to Orlando, he was still going to be going on the road and keeping the trip productive while I was gone as well. So he did stop to listen. He knew the time when it was going to be on air. He stopped. Now, it doesn't always start on time because Mr. President comes out when he's able to. So he ended up stopping a little longer than he wanted to, but he took it all in. He said he was so proud of me, and my daughter was watching. My whole family actually was watching. I did tell them. I did not tell too many because being nervous myself, and I didn't want to. In case, something came up, but in case it wasn't aired as well. But I mean, I got my husband, he's my rock, my support team. He's, even the ATA, Chris Beers, the whole leadership team. It's like, Gina, you got this. You're going to do it. You're going to do well. So I had to raise that bar and make sure I did. So psyching yourself out sometimes does help. And what a great experience.
Yeah. He must be so proud of you too, I imagine.
He is, he brought me onto the trucking industry in 2012, and it's 13 years working alongside him, being safe out on the road. We're both 1 million. I'm a 1 million accident-free miler. I'm 1.5, and I think he's 1.3, 1.2. But we do love what we do together, and that is his pride and joy, is having me on the truck with him, and we are working together as a husband and wife team.
Can I ask you too, Gina? You mentioned it, and I think this makes perfect sense. You kind of, said the whole experience was like a blur, and I can relate to that. Not speaking at the White House or anything like that.
We haven't got there yet.
No, haven't gotten there yet, and I don't know if we will. But the whole thing being a blur, I imagine you're going to take so many memories from that particular day, not just the cool bathroom that you went into, but when you look back at this 10, 20 years down the line, what do you think you're going to remember most about the experience?
Being there representing the trucking industry, being a part of that is so important in what we do daily to deliver the goods to our nations, to the country, to our people, America's people. I never realized that I would be ever doing this in my life, being a truck driver as a second career at the age of 50 when I started out. It's a great experience. I got to go to the White House. Who goes to the White House?
Yeah.
Who stands next to President Trump? No matter who is in office, I would have been happy to meet that president. It's high on a level that not many will ever get to experience. I got to experience that, and when I left there that afternoon, I was like, was I at the White House? Did I really do this?
Was that all a dream?
Representing the trucking industry and all the women and men out there that are out there for the United States of America, delivering the goods. I mean, how important is that, right? All the essentials, what we need. So, you know what? When I left working in the retail grocery business, 28 years I worked, I also worked in the essential, food business as well. But being in the trucking industry is a highlight of my life. And my family is so supportive and proud of me, and they tell me all the time. My daughter's one of my biggest support teams when she's out there and knows something I'm going to be on video or, live or something. So
That's awesome.
It's been amazing.
Nice. We've got to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
You're looking for the best cetane-based additive for your truck. You need Flashpoint from Pittsburgh Power. This premium formula boosts cetane numbers up to 7 points, optimizing your fuel for peak engine performance. Flashpoint protects critical fuel system components, improves power, and enhances fuel economy. Plus, it efficiently disperses water to prevent corrosion and system failures, ensuring your diesel runs smoothly. Combine Flashpoint with Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst for ultimate performance and emissions protection. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Welcome back. Gina Jones is with us on the line talking about her recent trip to the nation's capital, where she represented truck drivers at a bill signing that scrapped California's EV mandate. Gina, I'm curious, when this announcement came, what does it mean to you as a truck driver?
It is utmost importance as a truck driver for what we do out there for our country, all the trucking industries, the technology, the people that work behind the scenes, our companies, and everyone else who is involved. It's just not us truck drivers. It's everyone out that works as a team to get us where we need to go, get us our loads. We can't just say it's the truck drivers, because we have to have a team of people to do it all as well. We do the hard part by delivering and getting the loads safe to where we need to deliver them.
Now, when you visited the White House, I assume you don't just, pull up in an Uber and head inside. What was the process like when you got there?
Well, I was with the ATA, and we took a van there, and they dropped us off at this certain area where our drop-off point was. We wait under a tent by the White House before we enter. When they tell us it's time to enter, we walk along the pathway, and as we reach going up to the stairs of the White House, we had to go through the security, showing our IDs and everything before we did go in. There's the military and with the dogs, and so it was quite exciting to see how everything is all laid out and so secure. So we do go through a couple other processes of showing our IDs as well. You think once you're only doing it, but no, you're doing it a couple times. And then all of a sudden, I reached the stairs, and Warner, our president, was alongside with me, and he goes, "Gina, you walk up the stairs, and I'm going to take a picture of you walking up the stairs." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, okay, thank you." So I did, and then got into the White House and headed towards the East Wing. And I turn my head, and I'm looking to the left, and I see the garden area outside, and it's just amazing, beautiful. I walk up another set of stairs, and there's all the military guards just standing kind of like in each doorway to greet you. And that was awesome and amazing to see what their hard work that they do every day, and they have to stand there and present, the White House and all the guests that are coming in as well. So I walked in, and I was just like, I can't believe it. This is the White House. And I did go into the East Wing, where the room was where we were all going to be, but we had time to walk around. So I did take a video of all the other rooms. And, well, as walking up to the set of stairs in towards the building of the East Wing, they had a small orchestra, beautiful music that greeted all of us. And I took video. I went into the red, the green, and the blue room. I had the rooms kind of sometimes to myself. And so I was just like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. The historic artwork. It's a museum of the amazing presidents from past and present. I took pictures. People took pictures with me in front of them. And so I have so many memories that I can cherish as I go on, and I can show my experience of being at the White House and what it meant to me. I had goosebumps. I literally had goosebumps. And Like my experience, like I said, going into the restroom, women's restroom.
Yeah, let's talk about the restroom. What was so great about it?
Marble. It was just marble,
okay.
and just everything just so spectacular.
No orchestra in the bathroom, though, right?
No, but you could hear it.
You could hear it, though. Okay, good. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask you, I mean, there's so many things again, too, but was there anything that surprised you, or I guess what surprised you the most in going there and doing this? Was anything you're like, oh, I didn't expect that, or anything like that happen?
When you walk in the White House, everything is so large, right? Everything is big. The rooms, everything looks so much larger than what it really was when I was in there. And, I think the media kind of, I watch the news. I watch the president when he's speaking and doing different signings, the bills and things like that on TV. But it is so different when you are there and you're in the East Wing and everybody's in there, like you said, all the Congress, the senators, everybody, and the media. And when President Trump asked for questions, I mean, I had to turn my head around real fast because everybody was like all shouting. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what it is really like when you are watching it from the TV to be in there live. So I think just being around, and you know what? I was in the front row. I was sitting with all the senators wrapping around the room around President Trump, the podium. And I was sitting next to also a couple speakers that were before me. They were a small business owner and then an oil owner. So they had spoke before, I think, with President Trump. So they also supported me through my first time sitting next to them. And I got a picture with Speaker Johnson. Selfie. He grabbed my phone and took a selfie, and some of the senators as well. So what an amazing experience when you see it all happen on TV and you are there in person talking with them. And you know what? They are wonderful listeners. They love to hear about truck drivers. They love to listen to them and get their insight out how we are out on the road.
That's great.
That's awesome. Now, you've been trucking for 13 years. I'm curious, did you ever imagine when you got into trucking that you would one day be representing the thousands and thousands of men and women on the road at the White House?
Hell no. Can I say that?
Yes.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I never, because that was never in my outlook in life. I was in management in the retail grocery business, and I started from the bottom, just like I did in the trucking industry. I didn't go to college. Out of high school, I got married, had children. And then after my kids got older, I went to school, and I started in the grocery business from the bottom. I worked my way to into management in the bakery delis. And, I didn't have to go to college to do that. I made good money, but my husband says, I'm lonely, Gina. My youngest son was leaving for the Army, so I was going to be in an empty nester. He goes, come and join me. We can make good money together. And when I realized how much money that we could make and that we could be together working as a team for a trucking company, I was like, okay, I will try this. But for me, I'm a go-getter, so I had to make goals for me to get started in the trucking industry to further me ahead. And I had to become somebody so I could help other truck drivers and bring females into the trucking industry as well. Mm-hmm. So my goal was to love what I do and help others love what they do as well.
That's awesome. Gina, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Gina, let me ask you one quick question here. Have you been to the Walcott Truckers Jamboree by chance?
I have not been to the Jamboree, but I've been to the Walmart. Yeah, the
Iowa 80
truck stop there.
Well,
Iowa 80.
Yeah.
Yes.
July 10th, the Walcott Truckers Jamboree is coming up there at Iowa 80. We just spoke with Lee Meyer, marketing manager for the truck stop there, and she's going to tell us a little bit about what is going on at that show right now.
Yes, we are on our 47th annual event. So we've been celebrating America's truckers since 1979.
47 years that's a good long run. I imagine it's changed quite a bit through the years. I don't think you've been around for all 47 of those, but you know.
No, but
yeah.
all 27 of mine.
27. So
Yes.
did you grow up going to the show?
I did, yes. So it was actually my grandparents that started Iowa 80. So as long as I've been alive, I've been going to every jamboree. So I feel like I'm not quite an expert, but maybe almost.
You might, yeah. I think you can safely call yourself an expert for sure. Do you remember those early memories, like the first one that you went to, or maybe your first memory from one of those earlier shows?
Oh yeah, we'd go with my grandparents, my dad's parents, not my mom's, because they were obviously working the show.
Yeah.
You know, and we'd help my mom pass out trophies for the Super Truck Beauty Contest, and my dad with the antique truck plaques, and you know, we'd eat a pork chop or eat a hot dog and watch fireworks and all sorts of good stuff. I've got a lot of great memories from the Walcott Truckers Jamboree, and you know, it's fun because we still do a lot of the same things, but it doesn't get boring because we only get to do it once a year.
Yeah. And I was going to kind of ask you that because, you know, obviously with anything in life, it is going to change over the course of, 47 years. But you kind of touched on it there. I mean, for the most part, a lot of the kind of the mainstay events and the things that people come there for are still there and are still kind of, being done how they were, back in the 80s or even before that, I suppose as well. That's kind of the beauty of this show in particular, I would think, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it has changed a lot. When it first started, it was like a one-day event, and it was just a good way for my grandpa Bill to get to show off his antique truck collection. So we invited some of the truck manufacturers to bring in new trucks. People hadn't really seen these new trucks on the road. They were expensive, things like that. The 70s and 80s were kind of a hard time in trucking, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Anyway, he invited some of those manufacturers to bring out new trucks. He showed off his old trucks, and he had a pork chop cookout in the parking lot. And that's what it started out as a customer appreciation event. And that still continued. We still have the pork chop cookout in the parking lot. We still have our Super Truck Beauty Contest, and we still see some new trucks and some old trucks too. So it's only gotten better every single year, and definitely bigger too. So yeah. I can't wait to see what this year is like.
I think that's funny that you put it that way. And I think that, it was kind of a way maybe for your grandfather to kind of show off his trucks, right? That was kind of maybe not the main, motive there, but I assume, and I would imagine, given what those trucks were, that's a source of pride for him, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was always his retirement dream to have an antique truck museum. Like, he was going to retire, and he was just going to have this museum and talk to people about the importance of trucking in America. I mean, it's a uniquely American, uniquely important industry. And so that was going to be his retirement job. And we actually do have a museum here on the property, the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum. But unfortunately, he passed in 1992. So he never got to see the museum open, but it was just his way to kind of the early days of the museum, if you will. Once a year, he got to take them out in the parking lot and let people look at them. So,
but that's also, that's a great way for him to live on, right? I mean, the fact that he built this and it's grown so much over the years really is a testament to his life and, kind of speaks to his legacy. That's got to mean something for you as his granddaughter, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He passed away before I was born, but my first job was in the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum. I worked there from the time, it was legal for me to work somewhere until I went off to college. And it was a great job. I loved it. I loved talking to people. I loved the kind of sense of wonder that people had about it. They're like, I didn't even know this was here. What do you mean it's free to go into? And, they'd come back and they'd say, I learned something. There's this great truck that you guys have in the collection that, of course, we knew about, but it's always fun for other people to be excited about, too. So really humbling and really a great way for me to connect with him, even still.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of blown away every time I go in there, which is funny because now I work here every day.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about the show a little bit. It starts, it runs for 3 days starting on July 10th. And, you kind of talked about it, that this show has grown over the years. And I think it is one of these shows that people really enjoy going to for a number of reasons. And maybe different people have their different reasons. But maybe for those who haven't been before, maybe they're thinking about coming out this time. Explain what the show is exactly, why it is such a unique event in, kind of a crowd of other events that are out there as well.
So the Walcott Truckers Jamboree is July 10th through the 12th, 2025. So we have a 3-day show. We have a super truck beauty contest. So you can come and see some old trucks, see some great trucks. We also have our antique truck display, our Iowa pork chop cookout. That's every single day. We also have our Trucker Olympics all 3 days, various times. Anyone with a CDL can come and show off their strength or their ability to catch a water balloon in our parking lot. It's great fun. There's prizes, so come and join us for that. We also have live music. So starting on Thursday at 5 p.m., we'll have the Jimmy Welty Band at the main stage. We'll also have Casey Musicman starting at 7. And on Thursday and Friday at 9 p.m., we also have our Lights at Night display and our fireworks. So it's super fun. People get to show off their lights and often their horns and their stereos too. It gets kind of loud, but it's so fun and it's beautiful. It's one of my favorite parts of the Jamboree. So
that water balloon contest, I would imagine, gets pretty popular as the day goes on and the heat kind of gets turned up.
Yes, by the end of it, I'm hoping that they hit me with one. I'm like, please. It does get warm, so bring your sunscreen and your hats if anyone's going to join us.
For sure. Those little, portable fans, whatever you need to kind of get through it. Can we talk about the pork chop situation out there? Because I actually have never been to the show, and I'd like to come maybe this year. Who knows? But the pork chop, I hear a lot about it, and my curiosity is piqued. So what is it about the Iowa pork chop that you guys have there that makes it so special?
Well, Iowa is one of the largest pork producers in the country. So, it's local pork. We're supporting Iowa business. For me, that also makes it a delicious pork chop.
Yeah.
But it's just a big, good pork chop that's cooked on a grill outside by the Iowa 80 Kitchen. And the Iowa 80 Kitchen is also a family business within the Iowa 80 truck stop. So it's been run by the same family since they opened in 1964.
Wow.
Which is really cool.
Yeah.
And it's delicious. I mean, all their food is fantastic at the Iowa 80 Kitchen, but this is special because, pork chops on a grill feels like summer to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. Plus you got the music, the entertainment, as you mentioned earlier, and everything else going on. It's like a party there.
Absolutely.
You've been going for a while, obviously, as you said earlier. Is there anything like in particular that you really look forward to every time? Maybe it's a pork chop, maybe it's the water balloons. I don't know, but is there something you look forward to each and every year that you you're just like, I can't wait for this?
Yes, I am always so excited about our 100th birthday party. So every year we celebrate a truck in the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum collection that's turning 100 years old. And we have a cake. All good parties have cake.
Of course,
we're no exception. We are going to have cake. And we celebrate a truck in our collection. And our curator, my dad, actually gives a talk about the truck, where we got it, what it was used for. And I'm such a history buff. I love kind of the story behind everything, because all of these trucks do have a story and they have a history that helped build America. So it's always so fun to hear about it. So that's actually Friday at 2 o'clock in the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum. The museum is air conditioned, so it's also just a welcome break from the heat.
Yeah.
Iowa in July is no joke, but we'll persevere through because it's fun. So.
And the truck of honor this year is the 1925 Kenworth, right?
Yes, it is. So this one's been in our collection since 2004. I feel like we're old friends.
How many do you have now in the collection there? It's a lot.
We have over 130.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's really
as well
cool.
As vintage signs and antique toy trucks. So there's a lot to see. And again, the museum's free. So it'll be open all weekend if people want to stop in and cool off.
Yeah, I was going to say that selling point would also be the air conditioning. That's the cherry on top there, along with the pork chop flavored cake. I'm not sure it's pork chop flavored, but along with that cake that you're.
It's not. I ordered it.
Oh, okay. There you go. Maybe next year. Maybe you can go all in.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Hey, Lee, as we kind of wrap this up here, anybody who's listening to this, again, the message is, hey, come out, check it out. A lot of cool trucks, a lot of cool stuff to do. It's kind of the place to be that weekend there, right? Yeah, live concert, live music. Yeah.
And it's free. Parking is free. Admission is free. There's no tickets needed for the concert. Our full schedule is listed on our website, so iowa80.com/trucker jamboree. And you can find all sorts of information. If you want to register your truck for the beauty contest, if you need a schedule, if you need a map, all that other good stuff can be found online.
All right, our thanks again to Lee Meyer there, filling us in on the Walcott Truckers Jamboree starting July 10th. I have never been to Iowa 80. Ashley, I believe you have.
Yeah, actually, I went once, I think, before I started this job. And then after I started working here, obviously my heart for the trucking industry grew. And so I was even more excited to go the second time. But yeah, my husband's from Iowa, so we've gone a couple times.
Yeah. And you went to the museum and saw the
I didn't go
cool...
to the museum. Next time I definitely will have to. It's an experience. Like just it is humongous.
Yeah. Did you have a pork chop sandwich?
Didn't. No. That is not something I would opt for, though I know it is very popular in the trucking industry.
We were having this conversation earlier with people, and I think it was maybe Mark Shermer of Landline Magazine who was also involved. We were just wondering how the pork chop sandwich kind of became the go-to, the staple food.
It seems to be. I believe at the Mid-America Trucking Show.
Yeah,
that's
there's
also
one.
a pork chop sandwich. Where did that come from?
I don't know. I
bet there's a history there.
And as Lee was talking there, it makes sense with Iowa and the pork industry being, sizable and influential there. And, so I get it, but so I've never been. I'd like to get up there. I'd like to eat a few pork chop sandwiches. I don't know what the record is. I don't know if I'd break it, but it'd be cool. It'd be cool to get up there. I don't. We were also talking about like snack food and stuff too.
Yeah, like when you're on a road trip and you stop at a truck stop, gas station, like do you have like a go-to or do you change it up?
Yeah, it's weird because I don't eat corn nuts anytime, but for some reason when I stop, like on a road trip, I'll get corn nuts, and I don't know why.
So my husband gets that as well.
Oh, is that right?
They smell the cara
really good.
Horribly.
Yeah, really good. I know. Yeah.
And they like break your teeth.
Yeah, it's probably not great for your teeth.
No.
It's kind of like chewing ice or something.
Yeah.
What about you? Do you have a go-to?
I love Skittles, but like the purple bag. Has to be the purple bag.
Oh, is that the tropical one?
I think so, yeah. Because there's like not a bad one in there.
Do they sponsor us?
They don't, but maybe they
should.
Start.
Maybe we'll get, let's keep mentioning food products here.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll send it to us.
And then probably an energy drink if I'm behind the wheel. If not, like a fun water.
It's a lot of sugar. Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'd probably opt for sugar-free.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's healthier.
Also, real quick, too, Gina Jones, how great was that?
Yeah.
Such a cool experience.
Such a cool experience. And you could just tell, she was like so proud of herself, which she should be.
Of course, yeah.
But just hearing how, proud her husband was and her family and just the whole experience, that is something she's going to be talking about
forever.
For decades. It's just so cool.
All the pictures she was talking about that were taken of her kind of walking up the stairs and all that. That stuff, I'm sure it's all over her, social media.
Yeah.
And
I just
whatnot.
loved the going into the bathroom, just how cool that was. Hearing that, it's just so cool. It's cool to hear regular people, hardworking people getting to do stuff like that. It's just so cool.
Yeah. It's not every day you get to speak at the White House, obviously. Not every day you get to go either. I've been to Washington, D.C., and I've seen the White House from outside and never been inside of it.
Yeah, we would take an invite.
Yeah, we would for sure. But yeah, I can't even imagine what that would have been to, stand up at that podium.
I'm sure it would be an overwhelming experience.
Overwhelming experience. But again, like you said, it's one that she's going to be talking about for a long time, rightfully so, because it's really cool. So maybe she'll do it again. She did such a good job. Maybe they'll invite her back and for the next thing, whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of exciting times, do you know what's coming up next week?
I've got a hair appointment. No, I don't. I don't know what's going on next week.
Well, of course, America's celebrating its birthday, but before that,
of course, yeah.
I'm curious. I feel like all Canadians would know when Independence Day is, but like, would you have known when Canada Day is?
July 1st?
It is July 1st.
Yeah. Well, I already knew because we've talked about this before. But yeah, I think I would have known. I think I would have known that.
I believe that.
Maybe.
Some Americans, though.
Yeah.
No
I mean,
offense, guys.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I was gonna say. I mean, there are some people that what do they call Maybe I'm gonna get in trouble here. Canada's America's hat or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much people are thinking about Canada, but yeah, it's a big. It's a big day. I'm just saying,
is,
you know.
yeah.
I don't know if are Canadians thinking about Americans that much. I don't know.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
actually, yeah.
Well, now I feel bad.
It's definitely different that way, but no.
We are going to talk Canada Day.
Yeah,
next week,
we're going to
though.
celebrate, talk to one of our board members who's from Canada, going to talk to the Canadian Trucking Alliance just to see what's going on up north.
Yeah, well, we should also probably talk, July 4th. We can talk Independence Day as well and celebrate it all. I did look, when I was looking it up, and I had this conversation earlier with somebody, July 1st, also the start of the Battle of Gettysburg, also when that was 1863. 100 years later was when the U.S. zip code system was introduced, called the Postal Code in Canada.
Postal Code in Canada, yeah.
And then a year later, in 1964, the signing of the Civil Rights Act. So July 1st, you're in good company.
That's a big day.
Big days.
Very
big day
exciting.
on July 1st. So yeah, we'll talk about that and whatever other big news may come out of wherever it may come out of. So lots
Looking
of stuff
forward
to
to
talk
it.
to me. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. We'll have some good guests as well. So lots coming up this coming week. We'll celebrate Canada. We'll celebrate America. And we appreciate you listening. We appreciate Gina Jones for her time today, Lee Meyer as well. We've got another Trucking with OOIDA coming up real soon, so we hope to see you then. In the meantime, take care and drive safe wherever you may be. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.